This young man endured endless scorn from his wife's prestigious family. Chin Li only married into their circle because his own family once held great wealth. But his mother-in-law despises him. To her, he's a weak, talentless nobody. And this is Ming Hao. She openly declared her regret, wishing her daughter had married the talented Ming Hao instead. Ming Hao, a supposed family friend, loathes Chin Li, even trying to pay him off to abandon his wife, Ching Yin. But they are all fools. Chin Li is no loser. For the last 10 years, he has secretly trained honing a power known only to his own clan. And today, the seal is broken. He has finally awakened his hidden strength. But on this very day, Ming Hao chose to mock him one last time. Chin Li's hand shot out like lightning, crushing Ming Hao's in a grip of iron. He showed them all he was not to be trifled with, his voice low and dangerous. Learn to say my name. It is Chin Li. The mother-in-law stared aghast. She had never witnessed this terrifying side of him. She and her sister-in-law were frozen in shock. Ming Hao was consumed by fury, but could only whimper as his bones groaned. The mother-in-law was about to erupt, but a sudden phone call shattered the tension. Grave news from the family enterprise. A catastrophe was unfolding. Chin Li listened, his expression unreadable. His wife works there. This disaster could involve her. Without hesitation, he seized the phone, demanding to know what was happening. That single decisive action left Chu Tan speechless. She was the arrogant, spoiled one who publicly humiliated him for years. They treated him like a dog, their personal chauffeur. But today, he radiated a chilling confidence and intimidating aura. Panic flashed in the mother-in-law's eyes as she urged Ming Hao to fix the crisis. Apparently, the police had descended upon their store. Ming Hao, though visibly nervous, boasted that his powerful friends would make this problem disappear. At the Sky Eagle Company, chaos reigned. A woman screamed, pointing an accusing finger at Chin Li's wife, branding her a criminal. Her face had been ruined, and she vowed they would pay. Chu Yan stood silent against the storm. The woman demanded 1 million in compensation, a staggering sum. Ming Hao stepped forward with a smug air, declaring, "Side effects are common. This isn't the company's fault." But the woman sneered back. "The city mayor is my cousin. Are you certain you want to take that tone with me?" The blood drained from Ming Hao's face. He froze, instantly realizing he had provoked someone far beyond his league. Shaking, he declared it wasn't his problem anymore. Just then, Chin Li walked in, and the very atmosphere shifted. He told the woman, "Give me 10 minutes. I will restore your face." His wife, the one person in that family who ever showed him kindness, could only stare shocked by his absolute conviction. Ming Hao seethed with resentment, but Chin Li paid him no mind. Ching Yin, exhausted, begged him not to escalate the chaos. But Chin Li met her gaze, his own burning with newfound power, and promised, "The man you knew is gone forever." Ming Hao watched from the side, praying for this spectacle to end in a humiliating failure. The crowd whispered, "What can that useless trash possibly do?" Then Chin Li's voice boomed with authority. "I can heal this lady's face." Naturally, the woman scoffed at his claim. She called his words empty, so Chin Li made an unbreakable vow. "If I fail, I will sever my own manhood." A cruel smile touched the woman's lips. The wager was accepted. But his wife was horrified by the brutal terms of his deal. He pulled her aside, his voice a steady whisper, explaining the true nature of the chemical burns. He asked for her help to prepare the medicine. She placed her trust in him, even as he admitted, "There are no guarantees this will work." Ming Hao sneered a final threat, promising retribution if Ching Yin was dragged into this mess. A short while later, Ching Yanchu handed him a packet of herbs, her face etched with worry, as she gave him what he required. She made it clear if he failed, the Chu family would bear no responsibility. In their eyes, he was utterly alone. But he was no longer the silent Chin Li, the man who suffered their scorn and lived at their mercy. That man was dead. With practiced hands, he prepared the healing paste for Lu Wan. Once it was ready, he presented it to her. She began applying it, warning him of the dire consequences if this was a trick. He simply assured her of its power and helped spread the poultice over her skin. After the pack was fully applied, she swept into the washroom to rinse it off. Onlookers muttered about his insane nerve while Ching Yin-chu prayed for a miracle. Moments later, a joyous cry echoed out, and Lu Wan emerged exclaiming, "How did you perform such a miracle?" Everyone was utterly stunned by the flawless transformation. Lu Ming? Hao simply could not comprehend what he was seeing. How was this possible? A bystander gasped, amazed he had actually healed her, while another man whispered, wondering if this so-called loser was a hidden master of medicine. Jing Yun chirroushed to his side, asking how he achieved the impossible. He simply replied that he had studied medicine long ago. Liu Wan then approached him again, her eyes wide with hope, asking if he could treat other illnesses. He answered cautiously, like a true master. "I cannot say for certain. I would need to examine the patient first." She explained her uncle's condition was incredibly complex, offering him 500,000 if he could cure him. Without a flicker of hesitation, he accepted the challenge. Model? But to Ching Yin-chu, he was acting like a complete madman. She stood before him, her voice filled with desperation, pleading for him not to do it. This wasn't some minor pimple, she argued it was a deadly illness, and he wasn't a real doctor. He just waved her concerns away, his confidence unshakable. She pressed harder, asking what gave him the right to be so arrogant. She warned him of the catastrophic consequences, making it crystal clear the Chu family would not save him when everything inevitably collapsed. He walked away declaring he would handle it all himself, and that the Chu family would never be bothered by his problems. Sometime later, at Yongqing Hospital, Mayor Lu Jung was speaking with a physician. He desperately asked about any possible treatment. The doctor's face was grim. The condition had deteriorated far beyond their predictions. Surgery was now a death sentence. Just then, Liu Wan appeared anxiously asking Liu Jung about her uncle's state. He explained that his father's condition had taken a dire turn that morning, and the renowned Dr. Mike was now with him. Her eyes lit up as she pointed to Qin Li, introducing him as the miracle Chinese doctor she'd met. Certain he possessed the skill to cure her uncle completely, Liu Jung's eyes narrowed with suspicion, instantly doubting Qin Li's capabilities. He scoffed at his age, noting he looked barely out of his teens, and demanded to see his medical license. Qin Li could only apologize, admitting he didn't possess one. Liu Jung's voice turned to ice. He told Liu Wan he would never allow a fraud like Qin Li to touch his father. Defeated, Liu Wan apologized to Qin Li and softly suggested it was best for him to leave. At that very moment, a nurse frantically burst from the room, shouting that the patient's vitals were crashing, and he needed to be rushed to the emergency room now. The shocking news struck both Liu Jung and Liu Wan like a bolt of lightning. A short while later, Liu Jung stood vigil over his father, whose life was hanging by a thread. He turned to Dr. Mike, begging for an update. Dr. Mike could only shake his head in regret, admitting they had exhausted every medical option available to them. Liu Wan approached Liu Jung once more, her voice trembling, as she suggested they let Qin Li try, just in case he truly held the power to save him. Liu Jung exploded in fury, absolutely refusing to bet his father's life on an unlicensed quack, not even when the city's top doctor had given up. But Qin Li's voice cut through the despair, insisting there was still a chance to save him. But time was running out. "Get out!" Liu Jung roared, his face contorted with anger. Qin Li met his gaze unafraid. "Do you dare to make a wager with me?" he challenged. Liu Jung sneered, asking if he could even afford the price of failure. Qin Li stated his terms if he saves the man's life. Liu Jung would have to apologize, but if he fails, he could be thrown in prison for fraud. "Who do you think you are?" Liu Jung bellowed, ordering him to leave immediately. Liu Wan, caught in the middle, apologized again and urged Qin Li to go. "I will leave," he replied, his voice calm but heavy with promise. "But I assure you, you will regret this decision." Qing Yin Chu, who had heard everything from outside the room, confronted Qin Li. "You just had to make a scene, didn't you? Are you happy now?" He simply agreed to leave, and they walked out together. Back in the room, the old man's life force began to fade rapidly. Liu Jung screamed at the doctor, demanding to know why his father was convulsing. The doctor yelled for a defibrillator, a last desperate attempt. But the heart monitor shrieked its final mournful tone. He was gone. With a heavy heart, the doctor offered his deepest condolences, admitting that their skills were not enough. The world shattered around Liu Jung. He collapsed in tears, consumed by the crushing guilt of not being able to repay his father's love. Suddenly, the doors flew open. Qin Li charged back into the room. "Everyone get out of the way," he commanded. "I can save him." Without hesitation, he unleashed his power and began the treatment. A forgotten memory surfaced in Liu Jung's mind of ancient medical wisdom taught by an immortal. He stared in awe as a powerful energy radiated from the young man he had dismissed. Qin Li performed a legendary acupuncture technique. Moments later, the old man coughed up a clot of dark blood, and his eyes fluttered open. He drew a deep, shuddering breath. I made it," he gasped. The entire medical team stood frozen, their minds unable to comprehend the miracle they had just witnessed. Liu Jung rushed to his father's side, sobbing with joy that he was awake, while Liu Wan cried tears of immense relief. The old man gently touched Liu Wan's face, apologizing for causing her so much worry. Qin Li, his job done, tried to slip away unnoticed, but Liu Jung fell to his knees, calling out his name. He was utterly ashamed for ever doubting the man who had just performed a divine act of healing. Qin Li turned back, his expression calm. "Don't worry about it," he said, reminding him it was all part of their bet. He assured them the old man was now stable and on the path to a full recovery. Liu Wan apologized sincerely for the disrespect they had shown, and asked for his bank details to transfer the $500,000 she had promised. Qin Li accepted her apology and said he'd send the details later. He then departed, leaving a room full of people staring in utter awe. Qing Yin Chu, however, was not impressed, warning him never to pull such a reckless stunt again. She dismissed the miracle as a lucky fluke. Qin Li sighed, realizing he'd made a terrible impression on her. Meanwhile, watching from the shadows, Lu Hao's eyes burned with a venomous rage. Later, after the chaos of the day finally settled, they arrived home. Han Yinggu gently asked her daughter if the day's events had frightened her, but the girl simply smiled, saying the storm had passed. As Qin Li moved toward his room, Han Yinggu's voice cut through the quiet, ordering him to clean the house instead of idling. He merely nodded in agreement. Jing Shu, admitting her exhaustion, retreated to her room for the night, leaving Qin Li to silently handle every household chore. When he finally finished and stepped into his own room, he was stunned to find her perched on his bed. a vision in her sleepwear, holding a graceful meditative pose. Her voice was soft but direct as she brought up the incident mentioning she'd heard Chutong call him a pervert. Chinli let out a weary sigh, explaining how he was just changing that morning, but had forgotten to lock his door. It was a simple mistake. The girl had walked in on him by accident. Ching Shu sighed in relief, asking if that was truly all there was to it. He confirmed with a nod. She warned him to be more careful knowing Chuan's fiery temper, then reminded him of the family dinner tomorrow, an event he absolutely had to attend. The news of a family dinner took him by surprise, but he quickly agreed. As she finished her stretches, she confessed how tired she was and thanked him for everything. Later, at the grand family dinner, the air buzzed with polite greetings and veiled glances. Qing Yang's father declared the Chu family's first banquet of the year officially open, and everyone settled into their designated seats. Chinli, however, kept his gaze fixed on Qin, his senses on high alert, wondering what kind of scheme she was brewing this time. As if on cue, Chu Kuiqin sweetly asked Qing Yian about her plans for a child. Qing Yang replied coolly that they weren't ready and were in no particular hurry. Unfazed Chu Qin pressed on, advising her to start a family while she was still young and in her prime. Qing Yang offered a simple, non-committal acknowledgement. Chu Qin then gestured to her own son-in-law Cheng Wen, gushing about how he brought her such peace of mind. Her words were a thinly veiled shot contrasting a perfect son-in-law with men who shamelessly leech off their wives. Cheng Wen, playing the part of a humble gentleman, gracefully accepted the praise. Han Ying-Qiu eagerly jumped in, lavishing even more praise on him, pointedly mentioning his respectable official job, unlike some other people present. Seizing the moment, Cheng Wen stood up, holding a fine red box. He presented it to Qing Yanu's father as a gift to commemorate their first family banquet. The patriarch accepted it with a smile, telling him there was no need for such formalities. But as he opened the box, his eyes widened in delight at the sight of exquisite blue and white porcelain. Cheng Wen explained with a proud smile that, knowing his uncle's love for porcelain, he spared no expense spending $30,000 on this masterpiece. The sheer cost of the gift left Qing Yangqiu's father speechless. But as Qinli looked at the bowl, a chilling, malevolent aura washed over him. This was no mere replica. He knew instantly it had been unearthed from a tomb saturated with yin energy. It was a cursed object. Cheng Wen then turned his attention to Qinli, smugly suggesting that he should have brought a gift as well. He sneered, wondering aloud what a freeloader could possibly afford, cruelly mocking Qinli's complete dependence on his wife. He even offered Qinli a job as a garbage collector, noting the measly salary of $1,000 a month with a patronizing tone. Qing Yanqiu's patience finally snapped. She declared that regardless of his situation, Qinli was family, and Cheng Wen had better watch his mouth. Cheng Wen just laughed, saying how he pitied her for being saddled with a husband who couldn't even afford a simple present. In the tense silence that followed, Qinli rose to his feet. He calmly explained that he was in a rush today, and simply didn't have time to prepare anything. The entire table froze. Cheng Wen stared in disbelief, questioning when the mute had suddenly found his voice. Cheng Wen's wife then chimed in with her own venom, sneering that even if he could talk now, a loser who can't even give a gift is still a loser. Qinli's gaze turned ice cold. He retorted that any gift he gave would be infinitely more precious than the counterfeit trash her husband just presented. Outraged, Cheng Wen immediately defended his purchase. "I spent $30,000 on this," he roared. Cui Qin added that while Qinli was too poor for a gift, she wouldn't allow him to slander her son-in-law. But Qinli stood his ground, stating plainly, no matter the price, a fake is still a fake. Feeling his honor challenged, Cheng Wen called Qinli a liar, mocking the audacity of a nobody questioning the authenticity of his grand gift. Confident in his deception, Cheng Wen declared he would prove the gift's authenticity for all to see. "That's enough," Qin Yang's father commanded, telling Qinli to hold his tongue. Cui Qin seized the opportunity, scolding Qinli for his terrible manners and accusing him of being consumed by jealousy. Qing Yanqiu tried to intervene, reminding Qinli that Cheng Wen was their brother-in-law, but he was resolute, insisting the bowl was a genuine fake. Qing Yangqiu argued back, her voice strained, saying that even if it was a fake, it was the thought that counted, a gesture of appreciation for their family. She desperately tried to remind everyone that this was supposed to be a celebration. Just then, Mayor Liu Zhen appeared, accompanied by Hang Mao. He cut straight to the chase, demanding to see the so-called antique that was causing such a stir. Cheng Wen's face lit up, absolutely beaming at the sight of the mayor. He rushed to greet him, gushing about what an unexpected honor this was. He eagerly extended his hand, humbly noting he never dreamed the mayor would know his name. But as he began the introductions, Mayor Lu Zheng completely bypassed his outstretched hand. Walking right past him, as if he were invisible, his gaze fixed solely on Qinli. The mayor smiled, remarking what a fateful encounter this was, and then warmly thanked Qinli for his help the other day. Qinli simply waved it off, saying it was nothing worth mentioning. Unable to stand it, Cheng Wen interjected, sneering that Qinli was just a mute. He insisted Mayor Liu must have mistaken him for someone else. The mayor's expression instantly turned cold. He demanded to know who Cheng Wen thought he was, to dare speak so insolently. Puffing his chest, Cheng Wen declared himself the newly appointed section chief. Mayor Liu then turned to Qinli, his eyes asking a simple question. Did he have a problem with this man? Qinli shook his head, explaining that Cheng Wen was merely his brother-in-law. He smoothly changed the subject, saying they were just debating the authenticity of the antique bowl. His gaze fell upon the bowl. A blue and white porcelain, is it? He mused. He then turned to the expert Hong Mao and requested his professional opinion. Hong Mao began his inspection, admitting he hadn't appraised many pieces lately. However, blue and white porcelain was once his specialty, and just from a glance at the glaze, it had all the markings of a genuine Yuan dynasty masterpiece. Chung Wen instantly gloated, boasting about the fortune he'd paid, certain that Qinli's skepticism was completely unfounded. But Qinli wasn't convinced. He looked the expert in the eye and asked for his final verdict. Was it truly original? Hong Mao's eyes narrowed. Are you doubting my expertise? He challenged. Do you believe it's a fake? Qinli met his gaze without flinching and asked, Isn't it? A slow smile spread across Hong Mao's face. He now understood why the mayor held Qinli in such high regard. Yes, he confirmed, it is indeed a fake. He explained that from a distance it was a convincing replica, but a trained eye could see the subtle tells of a forgery. The craftsmanship was intricate, yes, but it lacked the effortless grace of a true master, making it nothing more than a high-quality fake. But there was something more sinister at play. He believed this bowl was a grave good buried with the dead, and likely carried a curse. The family turned on Chung Wen, demanding to know how he could bring such a cursed object as a gift. Flustered Chung Wen stammered that he had no idea. Hong Mao turned to Qinli, thoroughly impressed. He praised his incredibly sharp eye and suggested they share a drink sometime. Mayor Lu enthusiastically agreed, insisting Qinli be his personal guest. In fact, he revealed he was just about to request a private meeting with him. Qinli calmly told his family to continue their meal, assuring them he would return shortly after his discussion. As they left, Cui Qian whispered to Hinging that her son-in-law was clearly close with the mayor and worlds apart from Chung Wen. Hinging nodded, admitting they'd kept quiet about it before all to maintain peace within the family. But now the mayor himself had come to their door. The secret was out. Elsewhere, Qinli got straight to the point, asking the mayor what he needed. Mayor Lu's expression grew serious. His father, the man Qinli had previously healed, had fallen ill again. Worse over the past few months, his wife, his children, and even the mayor himself had been plagued by mysterious health issues. But countless doctors could find nothing physically wrong. Desperate, Mayor Liu asked Qinli to take his pulse. Qinli obliged. As his fingers rested on the mayor's wrist, his suspicions were confirmed in an instant. Without a word, he finished the diagnosis and turned to leave. Wait, the mayor called out. What did you find? Qinli simply told him not to worry. He knew exactly what was wrong, and he promised to visit the mayor's residence after dinner to resolve the issue once and for all. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the mayor agreed to await his arrival. Later that evening, Qinli patiently helped his heavily intoxicated father-in-law into a car, ignoring the man's drunken insults. He told the others to go home without him stepping out of the car. Once they were gone, he pulled out his phone, found the mayor's address, and began to walk. But it wasn't long before his path was blocked by a familiar face, Ming Hao flanked by a gang of thugs. We meet again, Ming Hao sneered, vowing to send Qinli to hell. He called Qinli worthless trash and offered a sliver of mercy. Cut off both your hands and maybe we'll let you live. Qinli looked at him with an expression of pure boredom. Oh, he said, it's you. You don't have to lift a finger, Ming Hao mocked. He then barked an order to his men, promising them $50,000 if they brought him one of Qinli's hands. But in the blink of an eye, they were all on the ground. Ming Hao stared utterly speechless. His mind reeled in disbelief. How could this be? When did this loser become so powerful? Qinli beckoned him with a single finger. Terrified, Ming Hao screamed that he wouldn't go near him and turned to flee like a coward. With a sigh, Qinli ignored the fleeing fool and looked down the street. Now then, Mayor Liu's house should be this way, he mumbled to himself. Qinli arrived at the grand estate of Mayor Lu Zheng and rang the bell. The door swung open immediately, revealing a frantic mayor who confessed he'd been desperately awaiting his arrival. Once Qinli was inside, Mayor Lu Zheng hurriedly led him down a long corridor. The heavy atmosphere hinted at a crisis far worse than he imagined. They entered a dark room where a trembling mayor revealed the disaster his son Xiaojai had fallen gravely ill again. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the oppressive silence. Look, Xiaojai is floating in midair. Qinli's eyes widened. The boy was truly levitating above the bed. Mayor Liu Zheng collapsed to his knees, begging Qinli to save his only son. Calm yourself, Qinli stated, his voice firm. I will handle this. His gaze, however, was locked onto a sinister shadow flickering behind the boy. With a flash of spiritual energy, Qinli broke the spell, and Xiaojai fell safely onto the bed. His parents rushed forward, but Qinli held up a hand. Stay back! The danger hasn't passed. He could sense it clearly now. The source of the curse was festering inside Xiaojai's body. The only way was to force the entity out and destroy it completely. But the mayor's wife, wild with fear, grabbed his coat. You trashish! If anything happens to my son, I will kill you. Silence! Qinli's sharp command cut through her panic. He could feel the curse spreading. He had to act fast. Summoning his spiritual needles once more, he worked his magic. Xiaojai's eyes fluttered open, and he weakly called for his mother. She rushed to embrace him, tears of joy streaming down her face. He is stable, Qinli announced, but we must now find the origin of this evil. The origin, the mayor asked, confused. Chinli didn't answer instead, kneeling to inspect the space beneath the bed. Rising to his feet, he asked, "Have there been any strange occurrences lately? Or perhaps some unusual gifts?" The mayor insisted nothing was wrong, but then he recalled a recent present, a pair of exquisitely carved stone lions, one of which was placed right at the main entrance. Realization struck Chinli like lightning, and he bolted from the room, leaving the mayor calling after him. Reaching the stone lion, he knew he'd found it. This was the cursed object. He plunged his hand deep into the statue's mouth and pulled out a small dark stone. "This little rock is the problem?" the mayor asked, astonished. "This is no mere rock," Chinli explained gravely. "It's a vessel for a powerful malicious entity. Positioned at your home's entrance, its dark energy has been poisoning everyone who passes. Over time, it drains your life force, causing weakness and sickness. This situation was far more dangerous than you can imagine." Just then, the mayor's wife appeared, bowing her head deeply. "Thank you for saving our son. Please forgive my disrespectful behavior. As long as the boy is safe, nothing else matters," Chinli replied. Overflowing with gratitude, the mayor offered to have his personal driver take Chinli home. But as he was about to leave, the mayor made a surprising proposition. "Chinli, would you be interested in opening your own medical clinic?" Chinli was stunned by the offer. The mayor explained that he would personally fund the entire establishment as a small gesture of thanks. Chinli accepted immediately. A clinic would allow him to help countless others a path that would surely make his parents proud. On the ride home, as the car cruised through the city, Chinli suddenly ordered the driver, "Pull over now!" Confused, the driver stopped, then noticed who Chinli was staring at. It was Qingyin Chu, standing alone on the street corner late at night. The driver chuckled. "Sir, you have an excellent eye. She's a real beauty." A moment later, a second woman in a jaw-dropping black dress appeared. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said with a smile. Chinli tried to convince himself it was just a friend. But his world shattered when the two women embraced and shared a deep, passionate kiss. He was completely floored. Had she replaced him? With a woman, he could only watch in shock as the pair entered a nearby bar. The driver joked again about his taste in women, but Chinli could only mutter, "It's not what you think." Inside the bar, the friend ordered an expensive bottle of wine. Leaning in close to Qingyin Chu, she whispered, "I missed you so much." They settled into a booth where Qingyin Chu admitted how stressed she'd been with work. "Then let's forget everything unpleasant," her friend suggested smoothly. "Tonight is all about having fun." Qingyin Chu smiled, agreeing wholeheartedly. They raised their glasses high in a toast, ready to drink the night away. The woman in black then brought up Qingyin Chu's arranged marriage, her voice dripping with false sympathy about the pressure she was under. "You should drink more," she coaxed, refilling the glass again and again. Soon enough, the wine took its toll, and Qingyin Chu's senses faded completely. With her plan in motion, the friend guided her prey to a hotel room. Inside, the villainous Ming Hao was already waiting. He led the defenseless Qingyin Chu to the bed. "Don't blame me for this," he sneered. After the friend left, he locked the door, his sinister gaze fixed on her. "You brought this on yourself," he muttered, by refusing to divorce that piece of trash. He took out his phone, preparing to film his wicked deed. But just then, a loud knock echoed from the hotel room door. "Who is it?" Ming Hao yelled, annoyed. A calm voice replied from the hall. "Hotel security?" Furious at the interruption, he swung the door open. His jaw dropped. It was Chinli, and lying unconscious at his feet was the woman in the black dress. Ming Hao's face turned white with terror. "How did you find this place?" he stammered. "Don't misunderstand. She was just drunk, and I was helping her." Without a moment's hesitation, Chinli's fist connects, sending the man soaring across the room. As blood pools beneath the crumpled figure, Chinli looms over him, his voice dripping with ice. "Tell me," he snarls. "How do you wish to meet your end?" The man slams his forehead to the ground, groveling as he begs for mercy and vows to vanish from their sight forever. He desperately swears he's learned his lesson, reminding them that Chinli's terrifying power has already made him cough up blood. Chinli gives a cold nod. "Fine, get lost and never return." The man scrambles to his feet, thanking him profusely. But as he turns to flee, his face twists into a vicious snarl. "Go to hell!" he screams, lunging for a sneak at, but his treachery is useless. Chinli catches the attack with contemptuous ease. "I gave you 2 chances. Chinli states, his voice devoid of pity. "Your foolishness has sealed your own fate." With a flash of his needle technique, the man drops like a puppet with its strings cut. A final kick sends him flying out before Chinli turns his gaze to Qingyin Chu. "I'm glad I found you when I did," he says softly, applying his unique needle art to her hand. Slowly, her eyelids flutter open. Seeing her consciousness return, he asks gently how she feels. She murmurs, "What happened?" Then, in a flash, she's on her feet. A sharp slap echoes through the room. "I just saved you," he exclaims, stunned. "Why would you hit me?" Her eyes blaze with fury. "Save me? Or were you trying to take advantage of me? Don't you dare play the hero!" Her gaze falls upon her disheveled dress, and her suspicion hardens into certainty. "I won't fall for your pathetic lies." A heavy sigh escapes him. "Believe what you want," he says flatly. "I did nothing to you." With that, he turns and walks out, closing the door on her accusations. She hurls insults at the closed door, her anger unabated. Sometime later, we find Chinli seeking peace in a park when his phone suddenly buzzes. He answers the call. A familiar voice asks, "Is this Chinli?" He recognizes it instantly and confirms his identity. He then asks her why she's calling at such a late hour. She gets right to the point. "That amazing ointment you gave me? Can you produce more this time? With a skin-whitening effect." "How many do you need?" he asks, knowing it will take time to prepare. Her answer is staggering. "Let's start with 200 units. I'll transfer 2 million to your account immediately." Chinli agrees without hesitation, but adds, "That's far more than the medicine is actually worth." Luan explains she heard from his cousin about his dream to open a clinic. "Consider this an investment in your future," she says warmly. A genuine smile touches his lips, touched by her incredible generosity. Meanwhile, back at the house, Ching Yinchu waits. The clock strikes 1. A flicker of worry crosses her face. Why isn't he home yet? Could he still be angry because of her baseless accusations from earlier? Right on cue, the door opens, and Chinli tries to creep past unnoticed. But she's waiting. "Where have you been so late?" "I had some things to take care of," he replies coolly. She wavers, telling him to forget she asked, but clearly wants to say more. He pauses, sensing her strange mood. "What's gotten into you today?" As he walks away, we learn what's truly bothering her. She's on the verge of being fired from her company. It seems her jealous colleagues have been spreading rumors to the management, and she's already been warned several times. The company is pressuring her to resign. Earlier, Chinli had tried to reassure her, telling her not to worry that they would figure things out. But her fears were overwhelming. "If I lose this job, who will support our family?" she had cried. Finding a new position in this economy felt impossible. Chinli had calmly sat down, taking a sip of tea before speaking. He brought up the past. "Do you remember when I treated Mayor Lu's father at the hospital?" Of course she did. He then revealed that he'd once again aided the mayor's family. And as a reward, they offered him an entire clinic. He added that he'd also earned a fair amount from his treatments. "If you want," he offered, "you can help me manage it. Don't worry so much." The idea of a clinic, his calm reassurance, it was a lifeline. As he heads for his room, he says over his shoulder, "The clinic won't be ready for a while. I'm going to bed. Think about it." Watching him go, a wave of gratitude washes over her. She realizes just how deeply she had misjudged him. She even felt the urge to apologize. But the moment passed. The next morning, a sharp knock at the front door jolts Chinli awake. He heads downstairs, a specific person already coming to mind. If anyone was going to cause trouble for Chin Yinshu, it had to be her. And there she is, Tanzian, a friend from their college days. Without waiting for an invitation, she barges right in. Her complaints begin instantly aimed squarely at Chin Yinshu for marrying him. She scoffs, calling it a beautiful flower, wasted in the mud, a classic case of a toad lusting after swan meat. Chinli sighs internally. This woman's presence never meant anything good. "Chin Yinshu, hurry up!" Tanzian yells. "We're leaving." And so the three of them head out with Chinli forced to play chauffeur for the two women in the back. "Where are we headed?" Chin Yanshu asked curiously. Tanzi Jian just smirked cryptically, replying, "You'll see." With a dramatic point, she singled out their destination. Chinli expertly parked the car before a towering skyscraper. Tanzi Jian boasted this was a high-class auction, a playground for the elite. The building itself was the tallest monument in the entire city. She flashed their entry pass at security, casually adding, "The driver is with us," before sweeping inside. Inside, she explained the main event, the stone auction, a high-stakes game where fortunes were made, or shattered. Pointing towards the raw gems, she leaned in conspiratorially. "You should buy one for Chin Yanshu," she whispered to Chinli. His response was simple, "If she likes it, I'll get it." Just then, the auctioneer's voice boomed, presenting a lapis lazuli stone as the bidding ignited. Tanzi Jian urged Chin Yanshu to look at the prized gem. But Chin Li's gaze was fixed on something else, a forgotten stone that seemed to pulse with energy. An unseen force drew him closer, compelling him to reach out and touch it. Meanwhile, Tanzi Jian provoked Chin Yanshu. "He promised you a stone, let's see if he's all talk." A dark look crossed her face. "If he breaks his word again, I'll end him." Chin Yanshu tried to diffuse the tension, wondering where Chin Li had gone. He was already at a side stall holding a rough stone, asking the staff about its price. The salesgirl dismissed it as just a scrap piece. "For you," she said, "only 100 yuan. Without hesitation, Chin Li pulled out a handful of change and bills, placing them in her hand. "Use this for the cutting fee," he instructed. Tanzi Jian watched in disbelief. He was actually buying from the scrap heap. This was just like him, she fumed inwardly. His actions were bringing nothing but complete humiliation. How could someone this pathetic ever dream of opening a clinic? She finally snapped, yelling at Chin Li for trying to fool her with a few hundred yuan, but as the cutter split the stone, the salesgirl gasped in utter shock. "It's open," she cried out, "and it's pure green." A crowd instantly swarmed the stall, mesmerized by the stone's brilliant emerald hue. Whispers erupted. It was the greatest treasure ever pulled from the scrap pile. They called it a once-in-a-lifetime miracle. Eager buyers immediately made offers trying to grab it. But Chin Li stood firm. "I paid for it first. This stone is mine." One man shouted, 300,000 yuan and a special gift? Another voice instantly countered. 500,000 plus a bonus from me. Then a commanding voice cut through the noise. It was Tanlao Tanzijian's father and president of Tanli Jewelry. That stone, he declared, is worth at least 500,000. He turned to Qinli. And who might you be? I am Tanlao, he announced, the Jade King of Yangqing City. With regal authority, he made his offer a staggering 5 million yuan. Qinli calmly replied, I bought this for my wife. You'll have to ask her. Tanzijian was completely floored. Father, she stammered, I've never seen a gem like this in my life. Was he truly prepared to spend such a fortune? Qin Yanchu gazed at the jade, her voice soft but firm. A treasure like this belongs with someone who truly understands its worth. Uncle Tanlao is the Jade King, she continued. It's a privilege to finally meet you. The Jade King chuckled, impressed. You have a silver tongue, young lady. My assistant will deliver the check, he promised. Now, may I examine the stone that this young man found? Qinli passed it over with a shrug. It's just a regular stone, he said dismissively. Nothing special. But Qin Yanchu immediately interjected. This piece was selected by true experts. With Mr. Tanlao's eye for quality, how could it possibly be ordinary? Tanlao laughed heartily. Jade is just a stone after all. Whether it's real or fake, you can only know by looking inside. His daughter scoffed at Qinli. It's your first time here, you just got lucky with your gamble? My father is never wrong about his favorites, she declared. Let's see what excuses you have when the truth comes out. Just then, an appraiser emerged from the back room. His verdict was swift and brutal. It's been checked. It's completely worthless. Jian's jaw dropped. Impossible, she shrieked. My father has never ever been wrong, but Tanlao simply smiled. It seems the young man was right this time. He looked at Qinli with new eyes. Tanli Jewelry is always looking for experts. If you're interested, we have a place for you. Before Qinli could even speak, Tanlao raised a hand to stop him. Don't be so quick to answer, the Jade King advised. Give it some thought. You can let me know later, he said, turning to leave. Confused Tanzijian ran after him. Father, are you serious about this? He simply glanced back. What do you think? Later, as Qin Yanchu drove them home, the silence was finally broken. When did you learn about stone gambling? She asked. He just gave a small smile. It's easy enough to learn from books. If you want, I can teach you sometime. He then held out the check for 5 million yuan. But she slapped it away, her eyes flashing with emotion. Have you been lying to me all this time? Why did you pretend to be a mute? Why act so useless? Her voice softened slightly. So, when are you taking me for that ride again? Next Saturday, he replied plainly. She fumed inside, thinking, what an absolute idiot. Can't he even grasp that I crave attention and love, not just a date in his calendar? In that moment, Qinli's mind drifted back to the words of the mysterious old man. The elder had prophesied that with this sacred scripture, Qinli would achieve legendary fame in just 10 years. The old man bestowed the book upon him, explaining it would take a century of suppressing his qi to forge a powerful aura within him. He called it Qinli's destiny, declaring the rest was in his hands. The elder also promised their paths would cross again one day. Snapping back to reality, Qinli quickly defended himself, assuring her he wasn't lying, nor was he a fool. You don't need to explain, she cut in, but then asked. So why did you agree to marry me back then? He shot back. Have you truly forgotten what happened? The scene flashed back in time to a day when a cruel punk was tormenting a younger Qinli, pouring hot soup over his head. The bully mocked his special dish, and Qinli was too stunned to fight back. That's when Qin Yanchu arrived like a storm, kicking the thug away and roaring at him for picking on the weak. Back in the present, the memory washed over her. Ah, she said softly, I remember now. Qinli nodded, confessing that when she asked him to marry her after graduation, he was genuinely happy, even knowing he was only meant to be her shield. She looked at him, asking, Did you never once resent me for it? How could I ever resent you? He replied earnestly. He explained that the Chu family had always treated him well, and so had she. In the depths of his heart, he had always considered her his true wife. Her own heart skipped a beat. Damn it, she thought. Why did he have to say that? He quickly shifted gears, announcing he was opening his clinic tomorrow, and invited her to come see it. Are you joking? She asked, incredulous. He assured her he was completely serious, adding that saving lives was not as simple as she might imagine. He told her not to worry, since he would only be treating common illnesses at first. She turned her head away, muttering under her breath that if he got into trouble, no one would be there to bail him out. He sighed, wondering why he couldn't see that her harsh words were just her way of showing concern. The scene then shifts to the grand opening of Qinli's new medical clinic. Cui Qin remarked that the Chu family had certainly found a good son-in-law, admitting she had no idea when Qinli even became a doctor. Her husband chuckled, agreeing, but added that even if Qinli opened a clinic, he had better not try to scam people. At that moment, Qin Yanu's father stepped forward, telling everyone to rest easy. He revealed that his son-in-law was a man of many secrets. He'd heard Qinli had recently helped Mayor Lu's family, and the mayor himself had insisted on helping establish the clinic. So we couldn't exactly refuse, he concluded. He then invited everyone to enjoy some tea and snacks. Chung-Wen, however, stepped up to challenge Chin-Li directly, asking if he thought an acquaintance with Mayor Lu made him untouchable. He sneered at Chin-Li for even daring to open a clinic, calling him utterly insane. Chin-Li calmly replied that he failed to see how a place of healing could be a danger to anyone. Chung-Wen shot back that the clinic was under his jurisdiction, reminding him of the great embarrassment he had caused in front of Mayor Liu just last time. Just then, Mayor Liu himself arrived, greeting Chin-Li warmly and congratulating him on his grand opening. Liu Wen also offered her congratulations, and Chin-Li thanked them both politely. His family stared in utter shock to see the mayor in person. Chung-Wen froze, remembering toasting with Chin-Li at the banquet. He couldn't believe Mayor Liu had actually come to congratulate him personally. He desperately wondered what kind of relationship they truly shared. Liu Wen commented on how impressive the clinic looked, and Chin-Li welcomed them with a smile. Qin Yanchu smirked, noting how Chung-Wen, so arrogant moments ago, was now struck completely silent. A moment later, a frantic voice cried out from the street. Someone was desperately screaming for a doctor to save his son. Mayor Liu asked what the commotion was about, and the entire crowd moved outside to investigate. There they saw a man clutching his son, begging for help. Chin-Li pushed through the crowd, announcing, "Let me through, I am a doctor." He knelt to examine the gravely ill child, Huang. Han Yanu panicked, told Huang's father to rush the boy to a proper hospital. Her father-in-law quickly agreed, implying that this was far beyond Chin-Li's abilities to cure. Shui Qin snidely remarked that it looked like the clinic was going out of business on its first day, but Chung-Wen simply said they should wait and watch the show. Hualong's father wept, pleading with Chin-Li to save his only son. Chin-Li looked him in the eye and made a solemn vow. "I will save him. Bring the boy inside." They carried the child into the clinic, where Chin-Li focused, examining him with his unique spiritual senses. He could see the boy's stomach was ravaged from the inside. He knew instantly it was poison. Chin-Li asked what the child had eaten. The father insisted it was impossible, saying their kind neighbors always watched over his son with great care. Han Yanu, however, lashed out at him, calling him an irresponsible father for leaving his child in the care of neighbors. Overwhelmed by grief, the man confessed his wife had died young, and he had to work tirelessly just to afford his son's education. Chin-Li's eyes narrowed. The boy's face was turning a deathly black, his breathing dangerously shallow, a classic sign of poisoning. Outside, a mob was forming. Dr. Tangboy fueled the flames, asking if they'd heard this new doctor dared to open a clinic right after getting his license. Another voice piped up, wondering if he was just some fraud trying to scam them all. The crowd roared in agreement, demanding they shut the clinic down and get Hulong to a real hospital immediately. While Chu Jinggin and Chung-Wen just sneered at the chaos, Qin Yanchu worried for Chin-Li, as Hulong's father accused him of trying to murder his son. Chin-Li roared back that the boy was on death's door. There was absolutely no time to waste. He moved to lift the child, who suddenly coughed up a torrent of black blood. He ordered the father back, assuring the terrified boy that his dad was right there. Focusing all of his inner energy, Chin-Li unleashed his divine needle technique, sending a silver needle flying straight towards Hulong. With a quiet incantation, Hulong's eyes shot open. He violently purged the poison from his system, his senses returning in a rush. Overwhelmed with joy, Hulong's father hugged his son tightly, sobbing apologies. All Hulong could say was that he was hungry for some roasted pork. His father instantly agreed, promising they'd go buy some right away. Chin-Li calmly reassured them that Hulong was completely out of danger, but they could visit a hospital for a checkup if it would ease their minds. The father, his voice choked with emotion, called him a true miracle worker, thanking him over and over. Someone in the crowd gasped that they thought Chin-Li was a novice, but his skill was that of a master. A woman added that he had genuinely snatched that boy from the jaws of death. Nearby looming, Hao watched it all, his face a mask of disbelief. He cursed under his breath. He couldn't believe Chin-Li had actually saved the boy, earning him all this undeserved fame. He knew for a fact he'd mixed a lethal dose of pesticide into that drink. Dr. Tang Bahui sidled up, telling him to calm down and let the boy live just a little longer. Meanwhile, a man joyfully rushed out of the clinic, dialing his wife. He told her he'd found a genius doctor and that tonight was the night they would finally conceive. At the back gate, Chin-Li felt his energy was completely drained. As he locked up to leave, he sensed a presence, a figure lurking in the backyard shadows. She was covered in wounds. He asked if she needed a doctor. In a flash of killing intent, Yang King lunged, but Chin-Li swiftly intervened, insisting he truly was a doctor. With that, she collapsed, her consciousness fading to black. Chin-Li sighed. It was going to be another long night. He lifted her gently and carried her inside. He then called Qin Yanchu, explaining he had a patient with some very tricky complications. She asked if that meant he wasn't coming home. He could only apologize, telling her he had to stay at the clinic. She exploded in frustration, yelling that he might as well just move in there forever. He quietly promised himself he'd get her a nice gift to make up for it. Then he began the delicate work of pulling bullets from the injured girl's body. He even found one lodged inside her necklace. The moment he saw that necklace, he recognized the insignia. MI-19, the 19th Division. His mind began to race with possibilities. Young King's mind drifted back to the units of MI-16, the intelligence thieves, the weapons specialists, the tech security breakers, and those who shaped public opinion. But MI-19, that was the most unique division of them all. She remembered giving her team the order to move, then leaping from the skyscraper. As she fell, a voice echoed in her mind, a warning that the 19th Division had marked her for extermination. A scream of pure terror escaped her lips, and then she jolted awake, realizing she was still alive. Shinli told her he had saved her, but if he'd been even 2 minutes later, she would have been lost forever. She struggled to her feet, intent on leaving. He asked her where she could possibly go. She confessed she had no home, and no idea. He then made an unexpected offer. He needed an assistant, and she could stay at the clinic. He promised to pay her a monthly salary, starting at $5,000. Her eyes filled with conviction. She told him her life was now his, and she was willing to do absolutely anything he asked. He simply told her to focus on recovering at the clinic. Just then, a frantic pounding echoed through the clinic as Tanzijin screamed for Chinli to open the door. He moved to get it, but she was faster, accidentally slamming the door right into his face. She stormed in, demanding to know where he was and that he had to come with her. He clutched his nose, surprised to see her so early, and asked if she was feeling all right. She looked him over and retorted that he was the one who looked like a mess. Then she got straight to the point. She declared that he would represent Tang Jewelry in the upcoming Jade contest. She grabbed his tie, leaving no room for argument, and dragged him along. The scene shifts to the dazzling lights of Jiang Chong's legendary gambling palace, where Tanzijin and Chinli now stood. She called out to her father, who greeted Chinli with a warm handshake, expressing how delighted he was to see him. He began to apologize for any past troubles, but Tan Lao simply chuckled, saying there was no need for such formalities. He then explained that he needed Chinli's unique talents for the Jade contest, which was all about stone gambling, and he wanted Chinli as his advisor. Tan Lao stated firmly that he had seen Chinli's incredible abilities with his own eyes, and had complete faith he could help him win. He explained the competition had 2 main events, stone gambling and jade carving. This first part would be won by the highest bidder. He gestures to stone number 12, declaring it a perfect full green jade. Then he presents his 3 chosen team members. He emphasizes that each was handpicked with great care, putting his full trust in them for this high-stakes stone gamble. Tanzi Jian leans in, reminding Chinli that her father has invested a fortune into this contest. A top 3 finish means a hefty payday for Chinli too. Tan Lao sweetens the pot, offering Chinli an extra 10% of Tani's shares if he secures their victory. Tanzi Jian then plays her trump card, casually mentioning she's Qin Yanu's closest friend. She implies she could easily put in a good word for him. With a deal too good to refuse, Chinli vows to give it his all. The group then enters the Grand Stone Gambling Plaza. Daolin eyes Chinli, skeptically asking if he's truly dead set on that particular stone. Chinli stands firm, replying that since he's here, he might as well test his fate. Feeling magnanimous, La Su tells Chinli to take the last $1,000 and hands over his card. Chinli accepts it, a surprised look on his face as he mutters that he was expecting to deal in millions. Jilin snaps back, questioning if he's ever laid eyes on that kind of money. She reminds him that $1,000 is already a generous gift and he shouldn't get greedy. As they turn away, Chinli admits he's not truly qualified to choose a stone. His eyes scan the dazzling array of jades, realizing every single one is astronomically expensive. The stone he holds, he thinks is far too precious for someone like him. The sheer scale of it all leaves him utterly stunned. The woman at the counter asks if he intends to purchase the stone. Just then, Lao saunters by with a friend, confirming the stone's staggering value of nearly $5 million. The attendant turns back to Chinli, repeating her question. Chinli confirms the purchase, explaining his card is solid gold, worth at least $50,000 more than enough to cover the price. The deal is swiftly approved. Lao and his cronies approach Chinli, sneering about the stone he just bought, and mocking his ambition to win first place. Wang Ko warns him not to waste money on a worthless pebble. La Su chimes in, suggesting Chinli should just crawl back home, sneering that not everyone is worthy of serving Mr. Tan. Chinli calmly replies that whether the stone is a winner or not, he wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Mr. Tan's sake. At that moment, Mr. Tan Lao himself appears, asking if everyone has made their selection. La Su boasts that they've secured the 2 finest jades for this competition, guaranteeing a top 3 finish and elevating their company's fame. Mr. Tan Lao carefully inspects their chosen stones. He muses internally that their quality is indeed superb, with flawless surfaces, hinting at a treasure hidden within. Suddenly, a new challenger arrives, Qinzong, who confronts Mr. Tan Lao directly. He feigns surprise, mocking Tan Lao for returning to the gambling tables after their last disastrous encounter. He asks if the sting of that defeat hasn't taught him anything. Mr. Tan Lao simply dismisses him coolly, stating that his finances are his own concern. Qinzong scoffs, remarking that he never thought the great Tan Lao would resort to hiring rookies, implying Tani Jewelry is a sinking ship. He tells Tan Lao to pack his bags and flee before suffering another humiliating loss. He declares there's no place for him in Jiangchong's capital, and that he should scurry back to Jiangchong where he belongs. Lao steps forward, assuring Tan Lao not to worry. With absolute confidence, he promises to crush their rival. After a tense wait, the stone gambling competition finally begins. Shinran's voice booms, "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants of the Jade contest, your attention please. Let the stone gambling portion of our event commence. The host calls all contestants to the stage to prepare. Mr. Tanla turns to Chinli, asking to see the stones he acquired. Lau lets out a derisive laugh, calling Chinli's $20,000 stone a piece of useless garbage, his voice dripping with disbelief. Jiaolin can only think that Chinli has completely lost his mind. Tanla reflects that for such a low price, the stone is nothing but scrap. He sighs, concluding Chinli is just too naive and that he had terribly misjudged the boy. Shinran starts the bidding, announcing the first contestant has unveiled 2 pieces of old glass green. And a third bonus piece that is a breathtaking glass royal green. The crowd erupts and the bids begin to fly. A voice shouts, $38 million. Instantly, another bidder fires back, $42 million, certain that victory is within his grasp. Lasu is stunned by the price of the very first stone, realizing this competition is on another level. Jin Ran exclaims at the fierce bidding with the top 3 offers already soaring. They stand at $63 million, $52 million, and $42 million. Finally, it's Mr. Tan's turn, the last contestant. Lasu steps forward, presenting a stone from their collection. He's absolutely certain a vibrant green lies within. But Chinli knows better, thinking to himself that millions of dollars were just thrown away on a worthless rock. When the cutter splits Lutsu's stone, a collective gasp ripples through the crowd. Inside is nothing but useless, worthless junk. Loud Su's world shatters. How is this possible? He screams. My $5 million stones, where are they? A wave of whispers ripples through the shocked crowd. What kind of worthless junk did he actually buy? Another scoffs. With an eye for stone that bad, it's a miracle he hasn't ruined himself completely. Shinran's voice rings out. I never imagined the 2 most expensive stones would turn out to be utterly worthless. She declares the contestant from Tangi Jewelry is a colossal disappointment. Mr. Tan sinks in despair. It's over. But just as Chinli rises, Shinran stops the proceedings. Wait, there is still 1 stone left to be cut. Mr. Tan snaps, his voice laced with shame. Chinli, don't go up there. Don't embarrass us any further. But against all odds, they proceed with Chinli's stone, and Shinran steps forward for the stunning announcement. Her voice trembles with excitement. It's Imperial Green. A seemingly ordinary stone has revealed a heart of legendary jade. She admits she thought the contest was already decided. Lasu screams in disbelief. That thing only cost $20,000. It's pure green? What insane luck. Mr. Tan is filled with a tidal wave of regret. If only he had given Chinli that $5 million. He could have brought victory to Tangi Jewelry. Suddenly, a woman shrieks, "What is he doing?" Chinli raises the cutter to the priceless jade once more. Mr. Tan lunges to stop him, but freezes in utter shock. There's another jade. Hidden within. The first, Shinran gasps. My eyes must be deceiving me. What am I witnessing? A jade within a jade. A geological miracle. But there's more. Nestled inside the green is the rarest gem of all. Blood. Jade. The last time a blood jade of this quality appeared, it sold for a staggering $1 billion. The entire hall is struck silent by the revelation. With expert care, Chinli extracts the crimson jewel. He presents it, his voice calm and clear. This is Mr. Tan's final jade. Shinran struggles to find her voice. This is a treasure beyond measure, a natural blood jade forged over thousands of years. She confesses, my entire life's worth cannot compare to the honor of witnessing this moment. The auction erupts into a frenzy. 90 million, one bidder yells. 100 million, another screams. I'll take it for 120 million. Zhang Jun watches in awe. He's unearthed a legendary blood jade. Nearby, his grandfather coughs weakly. It seems my condition worsens by the day. The old man sighs. I don't know how much longer I have. Just then the gavel falls. The jade sells for an unbelievable $2 billion. Shinran's voice booms across the hall. Congratulations to Tangi Jewelry with a $2 billion auction price. They are the champions. She adds, this competition has been absolutely breathtaking. This $2 billion sale will go down in history. A legendary record that may never be broken. Overwhelmed, Mr. Tan approaches Chinli. Thank you, he says, his voice thick with emotion. Without you, Tangi Jewelry's honor would have been destroyed. He bows his head. I am so sorry for ever doubting you. But Chinli just smiles. Please don't worry about it, Mr. Tan. As a token of my sincerity, he announces, I will give all the proceeds from the jade to you. Hansigan quickly interjects. Chinli is our most honored guest. Thanks to him, our name now echoes throughout this competition. Chinli nods. We will establish a firm foothold in Jiang province. But at that very moment, a bald man approaches, offering him a formal invitation. Jiang Zhen of the organizing committee requests your presence. It is an invitation you cannot refuse. Seated in the car, Chinli ponders this mysterious Jiang Zhen. Before long, the driver announces their arrival. At the Grand Jiang family estate, a guard reports, Sir, Mr. Chin is here. The bald man gestures respectfully. This way, please. He knocks gently on a heavy door and announces, "Master Mr. Chin has arrived." The door opens to reveal Jung Jen, his face alight with a welcoming smile. Chinli, please come in." Chinli apologizes for the late intrusion. "May I ask the reason for this sudden invitation?" Jung Jen waves it off casually. "It's nothing serious. I was just curious about one little thing." He leans in. "When you found the Imperial Green, why did you continue to cut? Did you somehow know? The blood jade was hidden inside." Chinli recalls the moment. "When I first held the raw stone, I felt a strange warmth radiating from it, a peculiar sensation. My intuition told me there was more to it, so I had to see for myself." Jang Jen nods, seemingly satisfied. "Then I have a request. Find another jade for me." Nearby, his grandfather Jang Guang is seized by another coughing fit. Chinli's sharp eyes don't miss a thing. Jang Jen notices his gaze. "Do you see something strange about my grandfather's illness?" Chinli answers directly. To be honest, his condition is quite severe. It requires immediate treatment. Jung Jen is taken aback. You know about medicine." Chinli explains, "I actually run a medical clinic in Yongqiu. With your permission, Elder Jang, I would like to check your pulse." Jang Jan's eyes widen. "You're a practitioner of traditional medicine." Jang Guang sighs wearily. "We have found no cure through modern means. Since you have medical knowledge, there is no harm in letting you try." Chinli places his fingers on the elder's wrist, and his expression instantly turns grim. A sinister aura is devouring Jang Guang's very life force. Without a word, he begins the treatment. An hour passes. Jang Guang exhales deeply. I feel much more at ease." But Chinli shakes his head. "This was only a temporary measure. To completely eradicate the source will require more. The true source of the affliction must lie with Mr. Jang himself." Jung-jun insists his grandfather is a recluse, a man he has watched over constantly. "Have any new treasures entered this house recently?" Chinli asks. Jung Jen recalls just one thing, a rare jade pillow. A chilling realization dawns on Chinli. A pillow like that could only come from a tomb. Prolonged contact would surely bring a creeping sickness. The elder's eyes widen. "So that's why," he mutters. "A deathly chill haunts my every slumber." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jung Jan makes a solemn vow. Blood jade or not, he declares the Zhang family owes you a debt. Ask anything and it shall be granted. "Saving lives is a doctor's sacred duty," Chinli replies humbly, "and I will help find the blood jade. But there is one thing I must ask." Jung-jun gives his word. "The full might of the Zhang family is at your disposal. We will not delay for a moment." Chinli presents a worn photograph. His parents. "They vanished 10 years ago." He explains, his voice heavy, without a single trace or word. Jung Jen's expression turns serious. "This will not be easy," he admits, "but I swear on my family's name, we will exhaust every resource." "I'm putting all my hope in you," Chinli says earnestly. Jung-jun nods, adding that the hunt for the blood jade is already underway. Chinli promises, "The moment it is in my hands, it will be yours." In a gesture of immense trust, Jung Jen offers a card. 200 million, he states, an advance for the jade and a token of our gratitude. With a final promise to make contact, Chinli prepared to leave. After offering his thanks, a thought crossed his mind. Could the Zhang family reclaim its former glory? It seemed like their only path forward. A new day dawned. Chinli awoke feeling refreshed, glad to be back in his element. It was clear the clinic had been missing his presence. Before long, an elderly man arrived, his face etched with worry. He complained of persistent headaches and begged Chinli for an examination. "Of course," Chinli said, gesturing him inside to begin. But just as they started, a booming voice echoed from outside. A man in green heralded the arrival of the great Mr. Tang, hailing it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance for guaranteed healing. The old man's head snapped up. "Mr. Tang?" he asked. "The greatest traditional Chinese doctor in the entire city." The herald puffed out his chest. "The very same," he boasted. "From a lineage of healers spanning a century, a legacy that puts these lesser clinics to shame." Without a second thought, the patient rushed toward Mr. Tang. "I want to register with you," he cried out. He then leaned in, spreading gossip. "I heard this Dr. Qin sells fake remedies. That he vanished for 2 days and only just reappeared." The elder demanded to know if the rumors held any truth. A vein throbbed on Chinli's temple. "What do you think happens?" he asked icily. "When you slander me, to my face." The man recoiled instantly. I was only repeating what others have said." At that moment, Mr. Tang himself swept in. "Don't waste your breath arguing with a mere apprentice," he sneered. His voice dripped with arrogance. "I have practiced medicine for decades," he declared. "And now even children dare to call themselves doctors." He scoffed, turning to the old man. "What seems to be the trouble?" Removing his cap, Mr. Tang finally examined the patient's ailment. His confident facade wavered. "This is a difficult case," he admitted. "I've never seen this affliction before. Can it even be cured?" Mr. Tang's mind raced. In all his celebrated years, he had never encountered such a condition. He finally offered a simple solution. We just need to clean and drain the pustules. But Chinli immediately intervened. That's wrong, he warned. This man needs a hot needle technique. A single mistake with your method could be fatal. Mr. Tang scoffed dismissively. I don't need a boy like you telling me how to practice medicine. But Chinli stood his ground. Simply lancing them will solve nothing. This is a variant of viral herpes, he explained. And with a swift motion, he pinched a pustule, causing the old man to shriek in agony. Mr. Tang stared completely dumbfounded by the sight. Stand aside, Chinli commanded. But Tang roared back. This is my patient, you have no right, in response. A sharp slap echoed through the clinic. You treat your patients like tools to build your reputation, Chinli raged. Men like you are unworthy of the title of doctor. Without another word, Chinli retrieved his acupuncture needles. He feared Tang's reckless actions had already damaged the man's vital energy. Was it too late? He carefully inserted the first needle into the elder's head. The situation was worse than he imagined. Not only did poison ravage the man's system, but Tang's clumsy treatment had allowed a deep internal chill to invade his heart meridian, draining his life force by the second. This was the only way. Moments later, the old man's eyes fluttered open. Chinli turned his eyes, burning with fury. You, he spat at Mr. Tang, are a disgrace to the medical arts. Tang's face twisted in rage. How dare you, he bellowed. On a matter of life and death, you dare question me. The stakes were set. Whoever made the first mistake would be banished from the world of traditional Chinese medicine forever. Chinli accepted without a hint of hesitation. In moments, a crowd began to swarm the clinic, sensing a legendary battle was about to unfold. What's going on? A passerby asked, only to be told that the clinic's young doctor was facing the renowned Tang Bohei from Yongking in a medical showdown. Oh, this is going to be a spectacle, a woman in the crowd declared. Soon the crowd split into two lines, one for the legendary Tang Bohei, and the other for the challenger Chinli, both sides hoping for a miracle. One of Chinli's patients couldn't help but sing his praises, shouting how incredible he felt after his treatment. I can't believe it, another person chimed in. This young Dr. Chin, he's the real deal. Meanwhile, Tang Bohei sneered inwardly. With over 30 years of flawless practice, he was certain he'd never made a single mistake. He called his next patient, diagnosing him in a heartbeat. But on Chinli's side, a woman with striking green hair stumbled forward, complaining of dizziness and a crushing pressure in her chest. I can't take it anymore, she cried desperately, grabbing Chinli's hand. Chinli gently removed his hand, his voice calm and steady. Do not worry. First, let me check your pulse. He felt her pulse, but found it was steady and strong. Her organs were in perfect harmony, showing absolutely no signs of illness. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the other side. Tang Bohei's patient was writhing in unimaginable pain, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. What's his condition? A doctor yelled. It's critical. He needs to be hospitalized immediately. A girl frantically dialed for emergency services. Tang Bohei's patient, gasping for air, pointed a trembling finger. Take me to Kangun Clinic. I don't trust this so-called doctor. Another woman agreed, her voice laced with fury. He's unreliable. We should have gone to Kangun Clinic from the start. At that exact moment, Chinli's patient, the green-haired woman, suddenly gasped. Her eyes rolled back and she collapsed unconscious. A bystander shouted for someone to help her. Tang flashed a cruel smile, warning Chinli not to get cocky. He believed that if Chinli failed, their duel would end in a draw. Chinli's eyes scanned the situation. There was only one way to treat her, and it required a massive needle. He knew he had to be flawless. 1 millimeter off the slightest mistake, and she could be crippled for life. As he took a breath ready to begin, the woman's eyes shot open and she sat bolt upright. I'm not actually sick, she confessed, trembling. Dr. Tang sent me. Can I just go now? Chinli slowly turned his gaze to his opponent. Well, doctor, have you lost? Tang Bohei blustered. Don't be a fool. I'm a famous doctor in Yongking. Even Lu Zheng has to bow to my authority. Chinli's voice dropped to an icy whisper. A famous doctor who stoops to such dirty tricks, you don't deserve that title. He promised, I will remember this, and you will pay for it. A short while later, Chinli was back in his clinic when his assistant Lang Qing approached. Allow me to handle the Tang situation, she offered. He asked if her recovery was complete. Thanks to you, I am fine, she replied with deep respect. Just give me the order, she said, her loyalty unwavering. Chinli told her to focus on healing at the clinic for now, but added that he would have a mission for her in just a few days. Right on cue, Chinli's phone rang. The voice on the other end explained, Mr. Zhang asked me to provide you with information on the source of the raw stones. The shipment will arrive in Yongking within a week, she continued. But there's another matter I wish to discuss, one that could be mutually beneficial. He agreed to meet. She confirmed she would text him the time and place before ending the call. Across town, Tang Bohei sat in his darkened home watching the news in horror. The reporter announced that after a medical challenge, the owner of Tang's Chinese medicine had been soundly defeated. Tang Bohei had not only publicly admitted his loss, but had also announced his permanent retirement from the medical profession. As a result, the entire Tang family was facing a backlash of unprecedented scale. Consumed by fury, Tang smashed a cup against the wall and roared for someone to turn off the television. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Is Dr. Tang home? A voice asked. It was Ming Hao. Tang Bohei yelled that he wasn't there and told him to leave. But Ming Hao's reply stopped him cold. I can offer you a path to revenge, a way to utterly destroy Li. With that, Tang Bohei opened the door. Ming Hao handed him a single piece of paper, explaining it contained a method that only Tang Bohei could execute. What is this? Tang asked, his eyes narrowing. A prescription. Meanwhile, Li suggested a walk, telling Liang Qing it would aid her recovery. He also hoped she was ready for the small task he had assigned her. Liang Qing thanked him for his kindness and swore to complete her mission. Li simply told her not to stress, as it was only about purchasing an apartment. After a moment, he asked her softly, Liang Qing, how old were you when you started your training? And what about your parents? Her past was a mystery. She'd been raised in a training camp since she was 3, with no memory of her parents. A wave of empathy washed over Li. He understood her hardship and insisted the cold floor was no longer a place for her to sleep. She simply agreed. As they walked, Li's gaze locked onto a unique dagger at a nearby stall. Liang Qing noticed his interest. The shopkeeper seized the moment, claiming it was a new discovery he'd sell for $500. Li bought the dagger without a second thought. Liang Qing wondered if it was a hidden treasure, but he just smiled, promising she'd soon understand. Then he did something shocking. He pulled out a lighter and set the dagger ablaze, leaving her completely stunned. She gasped, realizing this was no ordinary weapon. He asked if she liked it, then declared the dagger was now hers. She thanked him, her heart filled with gratitude. But the moment was cut short by his phone. It was Qin Yanu. The news was grim. Chuatan had been captured. He pressed a card into Liang Qing's hand. There's an emergency at home, he said urgently. Find a house on your own. He added, the password is 628. You want me to choose? She asked, surprised. I trust your judgment, he confirmed before disappearing into the night. On the phone, his voice was a steady anchor. Don't be afraid, he told Qin Yanchu. Tell me every detail. Meanwhile, at a desolate racing circuit, Fang Zhao gloated over his captive. This is your own fault, he sneered at Chuan. I warned you not to play innocent with me. Now, he continued, I want more than just you. I want the entire Chu family's fortune. She could only call him shameless. Just then, a goon shouted a warning as a car screeched to a halt. Li stepped out, announcing, I'm here to pay the ransom. Fang Zhao's men sneered amongst themselves, thinking this was the guy they were waiting for. Chuan stared in disbelief. Why was her useless brother-in-law here? What could he possibly do against all of them by himself? Fang Zhao scoffed loudly. You came all this way just to drop off the money, leave it and get lost. Li dropped the bag. I thought paying the ransom meant she would be released. Or is there no honor even among kidnappers? The entire group erupted in mocking laughter, treating him like a complete joke. Fang Zhao grinned cruelly. The Chu family is bold, he said. But I'm taking both the money and the girl. He nodded to his lackey. Grab the cash. The man snatched the bag, smirking. You came all this way for nothing. Now go home. Then he went too far. We'll take good care of your sister-in-law, he taunted. A storm of rage erupted from Li as a single vicious kick sent the man flying. The shocked group turned furious. Get rid of him, Fang Zhao roared. They charged in to attack, but Li took them all down with terrifying ease. Fang Zhao stammered, What kind of monster are you? Li grabbed him by the throat and slammed him to the ground. Fang Zhao begged, not the face, but Li's fist connected without mercy. Chuan watched her world turned upside down. Was this really the same useless man she knew? When did he become so overwhelmingly strong? He had just dismantled her ex-boyfriend's entire crew like it was nothing. He walked over to her and began to untie the ropes. You should leave quickly, he said softly. Your family is worried. She thanked him, wincing as the ropes came loose. As he stood to leave, she called out his name, stopping him in his tracks. What is it? He asked. She hesitated for a second, then blurted out, There's a sorority event at my school next month. Would you like to come? She quickly added, Don't overthink it. I'm just afraid these guys will seek revenge, so I need you to come with me. He was genuinely surprised she would invite him to something like that. He simply told her, I'll be there on time. The next day, Li headed for the clinic. Liang Qing reported that the task he had given her was already done. He could review the results at Tian Hao's office today. He was impressed by her speed. Then a thought struck him. It was time to bring Qing Yanchua home. Living with her family wasn't a long-term solution. He went outside and found her. Come with me, he said. She followed without a word and got into the car. His phone rang again. It was Mr. Zhang Jun who announced he had some good news. He had purchased 10 stores in Jiangchen to establish traditional Chinese medicine centers, and they were already in Li's name. Li, who had been watering plants, started coughing in shock. 10 stores, he sputtered. Don't be surprised, the man chuckled. They're just under renovation. Li thanked him, but Mr. Zhang Zhen insisted he was the great benefactor of the Jiang family. He was also reminded that they were still eagerly awaiting his visit to Jiangchang. I'll even buy you a villa, he offered. Li quickly explained that he'd already bought one and didn't want him to waste his money. They finally pulled up to the Tian Hao building, where the entire staff was lined up to greet them. Mrs. Yang rushed to Liang Qing's side. Why the sudden visit? And where is Mr. Chin Li? Liang Qing simply smiled and introduced the man standing right beside her. He declares himself her superior, the very man who purchased the magnificent Villa Sky One. A look of disbelief crosses Ms. Yang's face. Did he truly acquire the legendary Villa Sky One? She clearly saw him as nothing more than a fraud. With a smirk, she reveals that a Mr. Zhao also desires Sky One, even offering a staggering $500,000 as a gift. She coldly informs them that the villa has already been sold, telling them to leave after she returns their meager deposit. Liang Qing's frustration boils over. She reminds the woman that she was the one who paid the deposit first. She demands to know by what right the villa was sold to another. Ms. Yang merely scoffs. Sky One is their crown jewel reserved only for their most elite and honorable guests. She dares to question Chin Li's status, sneering that a pretender like him isn't worthy to step foot in their villas. But just then, Zhang Chuku, the half-sister of Tianhao Villa's own director, Zhang Zhen, makes her grand entrance. She enters with a chilling question. Is it true Tianhao only caters to the so-called noble and powerful? Ms. Yang demands to know her business, but Zhang Chuku ignores her, striding forward and delivering a sharp, resounding slap across her face. With ice in her voice, Zhang Chuku announces that Mr. Chin Li is the most distinguished guest Tianhao has ever had before, respectfully greeting him as the director. She explains she'd seen his photograph at Zhang's residence and reveals she was the one who called him about the raw stone source. Chin Li is taken aback, realizing the truth of her identity. Zhang Chuku apologizes for the disgraceful behavior of her staff. He graciously accepts. Ms. Yang sputters, trying to ask how a man like him could possibly know Ms. Zhang. Chin Li steps toward Ms. Yang, his voice low and dangerous. Who he is irrelevant, but he warns her to never ever sell his villa to another soul again. Trembling, she swears it will never be repeated. He declares he will return when the paperwork is finalized and turns to leave. Jung Chukshu calls out, apologizing for the chaos and promising to personally oversee the villa's preparations. After his departure, her gaze turns to ice. Seize her! She commands her guards, declaring that from this day forward, she never wants to lay eyes on Ms. Yang again. The guards waste no time dragging the screaming woman away. Meanwhile, chaos erupts at Chin Li's clinic as a woman arrives with police, creating a massive disturbance. She screeches that this clinic sold her counterfeit drugs that utterly destroyed her face. Another woman chimes in, claiming a similar horrifying experience. Indeed, the faces of all the women present are covered in a horrifying rash of pimples. Just then, Chin Li arrives, demanding to know the source of the commotion. The first woman points a trembling finger, screaming that the fake doctor has arrived and must be arrested. The fraudulent medicine seller is finally here, she cries. Chin Li can only wonder what this nonsense about fake medicine is all about. She claims her once beautiful face was ruined by his skincare products, showing off her now disfigured complexion. The mention of skincare products triggers a memory he'd given 200 units to Luan. He immediately senses a connection. The woman accuses him of being a swindler, a thief preying on innocent people, and demands his immediate arrest. As the police move to apprehend him, Liang Qing bravely stands in their path, questioning their intentions. They state their duty: a swindler of this nature must be brought in for interrogation. Another officer commands him to raise his hands. Chin Li remains calm, explaining he's simply trying to contact a witness regarding the products. He offers his phone to the officer, who demands the witness's identity before beginning the call. The officer introduces himself and clarifies the situation, stating that Chin Li is being accused of selling fake skincare products. On the other end, Liu Wan is utterly shocked. Fake skincare products. She rushes to the clinic in a flash, immediately asking Chin Li about this supposed new skincare line. He's bewildered. He had already given her his entire supply of the ointment. She laughs, explaining she'd already used it all, and was simply admiring her flawless skin, wondering if he'd crafted a new miracle. She then turns to the accusers, asking if they could truly afford a product of such divine quality. An officer approaches Liu Wan, asking her to confirm the testimony she gave over the phone. As a lawyer, she swears on her honor that every word is true, presenting her official business card. The police accept her card, assuring her that a thorough investigation will commence. They declare that if any party is found to be lying, they will face the full wrath of the law. Fear flashes in the accuser's eyes as the officers demand a full confession. The lead woman finally breaks, agreeing to explain everything as she presents a prescription. She reveals a man named Tang gave them the script and promised a reward of $100,000 to frame Chin Li's clinic. A single name echoes in Chin Li's mind: Tang. The scene cuts to Dr. Tang Beloy, deep in a game of chess with Ming Hao. Ming Hao places a piece on the board. Checkmate, he declares. Dr. Tang Beloy smiles, complimenting his opponent's masterful skill. He declares his next move, taking care of that pest Chin Li immediately. Ming Hao just smirks, boasting he's a step ahead. He brags about his devious creation, an ointment that erupts faces and pimples in just half an hour. A truly twisted masterpiece. The two of them share a sinister laugh, but their moment is shattered by a sudden insistent knock at the door. Dr. Tang moves to answer it. Outside, Chin Li is laying on the doorbell, his patience clearly wearing thin. He yells that he's coming. Squinting through the peephole, he demands to know who dares to disturb him. But Chin Li doesn't wait for an answer. With a single kick, the door splinters open. He shoves Dr. Tang aside and calmly steps inside. That looks like a serious injury. Should I take a look? Seeing this, Ming Hao panics. Weren't you arrested by the police? He sputters, desperately reaching for his gun. Li reveals the truth that the mastermind was him all along. He rises his own pistol, now aimed squarely at Ming Hao's head. Before he can react, Liang Qing lunges forward, landing a brutal punch that sends Ming Hao sprawling. Who did this fool think he was playing with firearms? He turns to her, asking for her next move. Li calmly approaches her. Don't be nervous, he says smoothly, just testing his reflexes. Just then, sirens wail as police swarm the scene, arresting the two culprits. An officer approaches Li, bowing his head in apology. He admits they almost made a grave mistake today and promises such a thing will never happen again. Li accepts with a simple nod and turns his attention to his phone. A message from Jiang Chushu awaits. Not only is his new villa ready for him, but she has also reserved a place at the Merlin residence this afternoon as a token of her apology. He informs Liang Qing that he has business to attend to. The case and these two scumbags are now in her hands. She agrees without hesitation as he departs. The scene shifts to the luxurious Merlin residence. Li knocks and the door swings open to reveal Miss Jiang Chushu herself. She welcomes him inside with a warm greeting, gesturing to a seat and a pot of exquisite French black tea prepared especially for his visit. Please have a taste, she insists. Then she gets down to business. The villa's paperwork is complete. She presents him with a folder thick with documents. She explains that all it needs is his signature and the final payment, and the villa will officially be his. Li offers his thanks. She then introduces her companion, Jiangzi, the general manager of the Jiang Group's Yangcheng branch. Jiangzi rises, immediately bowing deeply to Li. A surprising show of respect. Li cuts to the chase. Cooperation. What's this about? Jiangzi explains his position, clarifying that he is a subordinate of the young master Jiang Zhen, just as Miss Jiang is. He reveals he was recently transferred to Yangcheng to oversee the Jiang Group's entire entertainment division. Jiangzi humbly asks Li to look after them in the future. Li accepts the sentiment, but his focus remains on the mysterious cooperation. As he presses for details, Miss Jiang elegantly pours him a cup of tea. Accepting the cup, Li listens as Jiangzi finally reveals their purpose. Word of his miraculous ointment has reached them, specifically how it cured Liu Zheng's cousin's face. Now the mighty Jiang Group wants to partner with him to develop it further. They lay their cards on the table. With the Jiang Group's immense resources and their top-tier brands across the entire province, his ointment could become a legend. Li states his terms plainly. If a new company is formed, he will hold the majority of the shares. But he needs a number. How big of a majority are we talking about? Jiangzi clarifies their proposal. The Jiang Group wishes to acquire the rights to produce and market his formula. In this partnership, Li would retain a staggering 80% of the shares, while the Jiang family would take only 20%. He asks what Li thinks of their generous offer. Li processes this. Jiangzi used Liu Zheng's name directly, a clear power move. He knew the Jiang family's influence in the province was absolute. With their network behind him, the ointment's potential would be limitless. He carefully considers his response. Jiangzi watches him, noticing the slightest hesitation. Could it be, does Li think his share is too small? He gives a subtle cough, a clear signal to Jiang Chushu. Jiang Chushu takes her cue perfectly. Mr. Li, she begins, we sincerely wish to atone for our previous transgression. She presents another document. With young master Jiang Jin's personal approval, they are offering him ownership of the largest casino in all of Yangcheng. She implores him to please accept this monumental gift. However, Li politely refuses. Young master Jiang Jin is far too generous, he states. I cannot accept this, especially when you've already resolved yesterday's matter. A flash of worry crosses her face. His refusal could be seen as a sign that he hasn't truly forgiven them, and that would displease the young master. But Li stands firm in his decision, placing his cup back on the table with quiet finality. She reads the gesture and concedes. I understand. I will not press the issue further. Instead, Jiang Chushu offers a different token, a gold card granting him unlimited free access to all of the Jiang Group's exclusive entertainment clubs. This Li graciously accepts with a nod of thanks. With the pleasantries concluded, Jiangzi returns to the main topic, their collaboration. As Miss Jiang gracefully refilled his tea, Li laid out a game-changing proposal. The Jiang Group would handle production and marketing, while they split the shares 50-50 with his wife as a key shareholder. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangzi enthusiastically accepted the deal. She promised the contract would be ready by morning. But just then, a sudden call shattered the moment. A raw stone supplier from Jiang province was arriving tonight, staying at their very own Tianhao hotel. She knew he'd be interested. His eyes lit up. He decided to seize the opportunity, telling her he wouldn't disturb her any longer. With her approval, he departed. The scene shifts to a vast warehouse where a worker confirmed the arrival of his goods, presenting a scan code. Li gave his thanks for their hard work and immediately began the arduous task of cutting the raw stones. Hours bled into one another. As exhaustion set in, he truly understood the sheer difficulty of this craft. He stared at the mountain of stones, reminded of how impossibly rare true blood jade was. He recalled his last triumph and wondered, could he still sense the jade's hidden aura? Focusing his energy, he unleashed his unique power across all the stones. And there it was, a faint yet unmistakable jade aura. Clutching the treasure in his hand, a profound wave of accomplishment washed over him. But back at home, Qingshu's patience had worn dangerously thin. Would he even return tonight? The entire household waited on pins and needles. The moment he walked through the door, every eye locked onto him. Seeing their grim faces, he asked why they were all still awake. Qingshu's voice dripped with venom. She demanded to know what kind of spell that woman from the clinic had cast on him to make him forget his own family. He was completely baffled. A little vixen at a medical clinic. What was she talking about? With a sharp gesture, she pointed to a spread of photos on the table, her voice cold as ice. Take a look for yourself. Han Yingchu exploded with rage, accusing him of betraying their daughter and demanding he leave the Chu family at once, before he stained their reputation forever. He picked up the photos, his confusion turning to realization. They were pictures of him, with Liang King. Chuaten's voice rose, challenging him. Do you have anything to say for yourself? He calmly asked where she got the photos. She shot back, ignoring his question. Just tell me the truth. Who is she? He explained that this girl was injured and alone. After he saved her, she offered to work at his clinic to repay him. He told them to simply call her, and the truth would be revealed. Handing over his phone, he dialed Liang King's number right then and there. She answered, and in front of everyone, addressed him respectfully as her boss. After a tense 10 minutes, Qing Yinchu finally understood the full picture. He confirmed the woman was indeed Liang King. An orphan trained by a shadowy organization since she was a child, she truly had nowhere else in the world to go. Qing Yinchu conceded he should have told them sooner. But Hai Yingchu assured him it wasn't about trust. They knew the situation was complicated. He finally let out a breath, relieved that the storm had passed. Qing Yinchu gently took his hand, suggesting they head upstairs and let her parents get some rest. As they left, Yingchu urgently whispered to her husband to hide the special torture kit she had prepared for Qinli. Later, Qinli revealed his big news. The mighty Jiang group had officially formed a partnership with them and would be visiting tomorrow to sign the contract. Qing Yuncha was stunned. The Jiang group was the #1 family conglomerate in the entire province. This was huge. The very next day, Jiang Zi arrived as promised, ready for Qing Yunchu to sign the historic contract. With her signature, it was done. He congratulated her on becoming the new company's CEO, expressing his excitement for their future collaboration. She humbly replied that it was a daunting task and she might need his guidance as she learned the ropes. He smiled, remarking on her kindness, something Qinli had mentioned. She realized he might see her as too soft and whispered that Qinli had left for Jenkin again. She then asked if his trip was for the company's grand opening. But Jiang Zi revealed the true shocking reason. Qinli had once sold a blood jade worth hundreds of millions, and now Jiang Zhen of the main Jiang family needed him to find another. The scene cuts to Jiang City Airport. Jiang Zhen himself was waiting, calling out to Qinli as he arrived. A buzz went through the onlookers, their whispers filling the air. Could this man be the reason the great Jiang Zhen had come to the airport personally? Jiang Zhen clapped a hand on Qinli's shoulder, amazed. I never expected you to find the blood jade so quickly. That must have been incredibly difficult. Qinli simply smiled. It was nothing. Together, they made their way to the legendary Jiang family estate. Once there, Jiang Zhen shared that his father had cleared his entire schedule of social events, just to personally thank Qinli for coming. Qinli noted the immense respect being shown, something he'd never seen from Jiang Zhen's father before. He could only hope the blood jade would live up to Uncle Zhang Lim's expectations. Zhang Lim's eyes widened as they entered, immediately asking if this was the miracle doctor who saved his father. Stunned by his youth, Qinli humbly replied that his skills were merely from studying ancient medical texts. Jiang Zhen then shifted the conversation, inquiring about the fabled blood jade. Qinli's face lit up, confirming he'd found a legendary 7-colored jade for the Jiang family, a treasure unseen for decades. Zhang Lim gasped, asking if it was the same gem rumored to be worth $10 billion at auction. His father nodded gravely, affirming its immense rarity and how he never dreamed of seeing one in his lifetime. He explained that the last time a 7-colored jade appeared on the market, it fetched a price that could topple nations. Zhang Lim declared that Qinli was a true guardian angel to their family, having bestowed upon them another monumental favor. Qinli simply replied with respect, glad that Elder Jiang found his small gift acceptable. Later, as he and Jiang Zhen left, the conversation turned to Qinli's most pressing quest, finding his parents. Jiang Zhen presented him with an envelope, urging him to examine the contents within. As Qinli broke the seal, Jiang Zhen warned him that the information was shrouded in mystery and might not be entirely reliable. And there was one more thing. A recent whisper that his parents had been seen in Kumijio within the last 2 years. Qinli questioned the lead's credibility, and Jiang Zhen admitted it was fresh intelligence still undergoing verification. He promised to share more once the truth was confirmed, and Qinli calmly accepted, understanding the delicate nature of the search. Their journey then took them to the dazzling Kanji Hotel, Jang Gen proudly introduced the establishment as his sister's creation, one of the most renowned places in the city. He offered to treat Chinli to the hotel's finest signature dishes. But just then, a sharp voice interrupted them. It was Jang Ran, his younger sister, demanding to know about their shopping plans. Jang Gen, looking utterly defeated, tapped his head sheepishly. He confessed to Chinli that the Blood Jade's discovery had completely wiped his memory of a promise he'd made to his sister. He then formally introduced the two powerful individuals. The name clicked for Chinli. He'd read about her in a journal. Jang Ran, the 20-year-old prodigy who built a catering empire that dominated the entire Zhongcheng market. Chinli politely offered his name in greeting. But she turned away with an icy glare, snapping at him to find a private room and order on his own. She made it clear she had no desire to go shopping anymore, but felt trapped into accompanying him now. Jang Gen leaned in, whispering to Chinli that his sister carried a heavy burden and had difficulty being around men pleading for his understanding. Meanwhile, Jang Ran stewed in irritation, wondering what dark secrets they were whispering about her behind her back. Suddenly, manager Nu Bei rushed towards them, his face pale with panic, calling out to Jang Ran about a dire emergency. She chided him for causing a scene, but he leaned in, his voice trembling. An employee was on the roof about to jump. Security was already there. The color drained from Jang Ran's face. Shock quickly turned into resolve. "We have to stop this," she declared, bolting for the elevator, while dialing the police to report the crisis at Quanji Hotel. Jang Gen apologized profusely to Chinli, explaining this chaotic turn was the last thing he expected when offering a simple meal. He told Chinli to drop the formalities, saying, "If you see me as a brother, let's go help." On the rooftop, the head of security told Chinli to ask for anything he needed, assuring him Jang Ran was on her way to take control. Another voice screamed for Chinli to hurry. The woman was on the very edge, moments from falling into the abyss. Jang Ran arrived, her voice pleading with the desperate woman not to do anything reckless, promising to grant any wish she had. The woman stared back with empty eyes, her voice laced with disbelief. "Are you being serious?" At that moment, Chinli arrived, but his eyes saw something else entirely. The woman's eyes were crimson, and a sinister dark aura was coiling around her. He shouted for Jang Ran to stay back, realizing this was far more than— In a flash, the possessed woman's hand shot out, grabbing Jang Ran's wrist. With a terrifying grin, she shrieked, "I've got you!" and lunged off the roof, dragging Jang Ran down with her. But in that split second, Chinli moved like lightning, lunging forward and seizing both their hands, halting their deadly plunge. With a surge of strength, he pulled them back onto the rooftop. Jang Ran tumbled right into Chinli's arms, who grunted from the impact. But the possessed woman was already rising, moving towards them with menacing intent. "Watch out!" Jang Jun yelled. Chinli unleashed his needle magic in a flash of light, striking the possessed woman, and leaving Jang Ran staring in absolute awe at the impossible scene. He turned to her, asking if she was all right, his hand accidentally brushing her waist. She scrambled to her feet, commenting on his touch, forcing a quick apology from him. Jang Gen then rushed to Chinli's side, his eyes wide with amazement, asking how in the world he did that. Chinli humbly replied it was nothing, explaining that he sensed a malevolent presence the moment he arrived, which prompted him to act fast. Jang Ran and her brother demanded answers. What could he have possibly seen? Chinli hinted that there were darker forces at play. He theorized a master of metaphysics had trapped the entire building in a sinister formation, pointing to the eerie red mist he'd witnessed. She scoffed, calling it mere superstition. But he was adamant the hotel was cursed. She shot back playfully. "Did you save me just to scare me to death?" Jang Jun grew serious. He sensed a dark, malevolent presence, and admitted metaphysics was beyond his understanding. Jang Ran turned to the manager, asking about the woman. He reported she was simply unconscious. Without hesitation, Jang Ran called for an ambulance. Jang Jun told Chinli to trust his sister with the aftermath. He confessed, without you, she might not have survived. But Chinli simply brushed it off. "You've helped me plenty," he said. "Don't mention such a small thing." He then subtly hid the jade gourd in a potted plant. Not long after Jang Lim arrived, with the renowned Master Chung in tow, explaining the hotel's recent string of disturbing incidents. He pleaded with Master Chung to investigate the matter. Master Chung surveyed the building's aura and confidently assured Jang Lim, "If there is a curse on this hotel, I am the one who can break it." But as he examined the swirling red energy, his face grew grim. "The one who cast this formation is no mere amateur." He declared that in all of Zhongcheng province, only 2 masters could possibly dispel such a powerful curse. With that grim assessment, Master Chung and Jang Lim entered the hotel. Inside, Jang Ran was on the phone, fast-tracking test results and marking the costs as a work-related injury. Her father appeared, asking why she was present. She explained she'd heard rumors of trouble at her hotel. Suddenly, Master Chung's eyes landed on the jade gourd. He recognized its significance immediately. Where did this come from?" Liu Beiji piped up. "Perhaps it belongs to the man who was with young Master Jang." Jang Ran sighed, annoyed. "Why is it always him?" But Master Chung's voice was grave. "Without this artifact, everyone here would have met a terrible end." Jang Ran silently scoffed at his dramatics. If her father weren't there, she would have thrown him out. Jang Lim pressed for an explanation. Master Chung looked worried. "Only the one who placed this gourd can truly shatter this death formation." Jang Lim immediately asked, "Where is Mr. Chinli now?" Jang Ran shrugged, clueless. My brother took him somewhere. At her father's insistence, a baffled Jang Run dialed her brother's number. Moments later, Jang Jun returned, demanding to know the reason for the urgent summons. His father explained that Master Chung had assessed the situation, but needed a word with Mr. Chinley. Master Chung stepped forward. I saw the hotel's malevolent aura leaking out. I knew something was deeply wrong. He presented the jade gourd. I found this artifact. Chinley's eyes widened. Isn't that the gourd I left in the planter? What's so special about this gourd? Jang Jun asked. Master Chung let out a laugh. I never imagined the hero of this tale would be so young. The new generation is truly full of wonders. He added solemnly, without this treasure, another catastrophe was certain. Jang Lim proposed that if the gourd could suppress the formation, then there should be no more incidents. But Chinley shook his head. The root of the problem hasn't been dealt with. He recalled the overwhelming deathly aura that had ensnared the woman on the ledge. He'd tossed the jade gourd into the formation's core as a temporary seal. With that, they all ascended to the rooftop. Chinley identified it as the formation's weakest point. Then he turned to Master Chung. Master, may I borrow a few coins? Master Chung offered them without question. Please be my guest. With a word of thanks, Chinley began his spell. He infused a coin with his power, unleashing a torrent of deadly energy. Vengeful spirits shrieked and scattered in every direction. Master Chung watched in awe. To think a mere formation could manifest such potent evil. But Chinley's ritual was not yet complete. Jang Jun could only stare dumbfounded at the swirling vortex of spiritual energy surrounding Chinley. Finally, Chinley lowered his hands. It is done. The woman will now be safe. Master Chung sighed, deeply impressed. Today, this old man has truly seen something incredible. Jang Lim knew just how crucial Chinley had been. Without you, He leaned later at the Ming Palace. Jang Jun apologized for not being a better host. But today, he promised, I've brought you somewhere special. And as the grand doors opened, he demanded a private room from Manager Jai. But the manager could only apologize profusely, letting them know the Ming Palace was booked solid. Young Jun's eyes narrowed. Was this place truly full, or were they being deliberately disrespected? Manager Jai leaned in, his voice a nervous whisper. The real problem wasn't the booking. It was a VIP they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Young Jun scoffed in disbelief. I'm the customer trying to spend money here. Then, with a sneer, he addressed the man responsible. Young Master Ju. Young Master Ju smirked, a look of pure condescension on his face. He claimed to enjoy mingling with commoners, saying a small city like Jiangchen was the perfect stage to flaunt his status. Fury blazed in Zhang Jun's eyes. You honestly believe your family is some big shot in Shangjing? You're far from being celebrities. Young Master Ju simply shrugged. Perhaps we're not on the level of the legendary Ju family. But we still command respect in Shangjing. His words turned to venom. Far more than the Zhang family's pathetic attempts to enter the capital, only to be kicked out every single time. A dangerous aura flared around Yongjun. Take that back. He reminded Ju of the beatdown that landed him in a hospital bed just 1 year ago. From the sidelines, Chinley observed his opponent. This young master had a solid presence. But if Zhang Jun had already hospitalized him once, Chinley couldn't help but question Ju's true strength. Suddenly, Ju exploded forward with a powerful strike. Do you really think I'm the same weakling from a year ago? Zhang Jun barely managed to block the vicious attack with his arm. The impact sent a shockwave through his bones. Zhang Jun realized with horror. Ju had grown terrifyingly strong. Ju pressed his assault, a vicious grin on his face. It's too late for regrets. Not even begging and calling me grandpa will save you now. He spat on the ground, mocking the Zhang family's exile. Even if you were my grandson, I'd disown a disgrace like you. He then declared his new purpose to help the Ju family by cleaning up some of the Zhang family's trash. Starting with you giant piece of garbage. But just as the blow was about to land, a shadow moved. Chinley appeared between them, effortlessly swatting Ju Soul away like a fly. Young Jun's jaw hit the floor. Chinley, when did you learn to fight like that? You're a doctor. How is this possible? Ju staggered back, clutching his chest. For Zhang Jun to have such a powerful ally, he reasoned Chinley must be on par with his own cousin, a hardened military veteran. Ju sneered. You got lucky today, Zhang Jun. You brought a bodyguard. He shot a final glare at Chinley. This isn't over. And with that, he retreated. Young Jun let out a shaky breath, turning to Chinley. He offered his sincere thanks, knowing the outcome could have been disastrous. Without his intervention, he would have been the one leaving for the hospital this time. Chinley just shrugged it off. I couldn't just watch you get beaten up, he added calmly. Besides, I thought you were just sparring, not fighting to the death. Changing the subject, Zhang Jun quickly invited him for a meal, reminding Chinley about his flight later that afternoon. He explained his sister was also flying to Yongqiu to meet a friend, so he'd booked her on the very same flight to watch over her. A short time later, Chinley was settled into his seat on the plane. An announcement crackled over the intercom as cabin service began. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air. It was Jang Ran, who had spotted Chinley trying to go unnoticed behind a magazine. Why do I see you everywhere I go? She muttered under her breath. Chinli simply lowered his magazine and offered a polite greeting. She gave him the cold shoulder and walked past without a word. But then a hand slapped her playfully on the back, belonging to another passenger, Lausan. Jang Ran let out a sharp cry, drawing a flight attendant's attention. She accused the man of harassment, but he just laughed it off. Relax, it was just a little touch. So what? He sneered dismissively. Just then, the captain arrived, his expression grim, and demanded an immediate apology. He laid down the law, apologize now or be reported to the airline, and get placed on a permanent no-fly list. But in the next instant, everything changed. A punk emerged, pressing the cold steel of a gun to the captain's back. Well, well, look who it is, the big boss. He coolly asked what the captain intended to do now. The punk smirked at Lausan. Nice acting, by the way. Lausan grinned back. You weren't so bad yourself. And with that, the two conspirators slipped into the washroom together. Chinli turned to a pale Jang Ran. I'm going to deal with those robbers, he said simply. She looked at him like he was insane. They'll kill you if you make them angry, she pleaded. Inwardly, Chinli sighed. This woman was incredibly noisy. Meanwhile, in the main cabin, Lausan was rummaging through the passengers' belongings. He grumbled in frustration, finding nothing of value. His patient snapped at a crying child, and he aimed his gun. Shut up, kid, or I'll shut you up permanently. In that very moment, a fist connected with Lausan's jaw, sending him flying. It was Chinli. The other punk spun around, weapon raised. Who the hell are you? Don't move. Chinli immediately ducked behind a seat for cover. He analyzed the situation in a split second. The distance was too great. A reckless move would endanger the hostage. So in a blur of motion, he closed the gap. The punk, startled by his speed, fired a wild shot. Sometime later, Jang Ran was carefully bandaging Chinli's shoulder. Why couldn't you just stay hidden with me? She demanded, her voice trembling. Why did you have to play the hero? She couldn't understand it. Do you have some kind of death wish? Or just a massive hero complex? A flight attendant approached Jang Ran, her voice filled with relief. She said without her boyfriend's heroic actions, the entire plane would have faced disaster. But Jang Ran instantly shot that down. He is not my boyfriend. The moment the plane touched down, Chinli made his exit. Jang Ran scrambled after him, asking, Hey, where are you headed? Home, he stated plainly. After taking a bullet for everyone, what other destination made sense? She pouted, claiming she was totally lost in Yangchang. And since I'm your friend's little sister, she declared, it's your duty to take care of me. She then announced she'd be visiting him tomorrow, and he'd be in charge of her food. He was stunned by her audacity. Suddenly, Jang Jun's perpetually tortured expression made perfect sense. This girl must give him absolute hell every single day. Later at the clinic, Liang Qing looked at him with awe. I can't believe you subdued that gunman with your bare hands, she said. It was an emergency, he replied calmly. And I was unarmed. Her eyes widened. Even an elite special forces unit couldn't have handled that better. He deftly shifted the topic. Have you ever considered, he began, that your teammates might still be out there, and that I could find them? Find them? What do you mean? She asked, her voice trembling. I can help you locate them, he confirmed. You mean, I could actually see them again? Hope flickered in her eyes. How will you know if you never try? He challenged gently. Tears streamed down her face as she nodded. Okay, I'll give you everything I have on them. He mused to himself, so this hardened soldier had a vulnerable side after all. She handed him a worn bag. I've held onto these files for so long, she confessed. I never thought they'd see the light of day. I promise, he said with conviction. I will do everything in my power to find them. Later that evening, he returned to his villa. Qing Yin Chu, engrossed in her laptop, looked up as he entered. You're back, she greeted him softly. You look exhausted. He managed a small smile. It was a long day, but everything's resolved now. You're the one under immense pressure, he countered. Launching a company from scratch, you're pushing yourself to the limit. Her face lit up as she turned her laptop towards him. Actually, things are going great. I have some amazing news to share. Our new trial product. It just launched, and it's already creating a huge buzz online. He grinned. See, you have a natural talent for the cosmetics business. Thank you, she said, her gaze sincere. But none of this would be possible without you. You gave me the chance. Her expression then shifted to one of concern. There's a business meeting in Yongqiu tomorrow afternoon. The organizer says the head of my old company specifically requested my presence, she explained. Honestly, he's the last person I want to face. Do you want to go? He asked directly. I have to, she sighed. It's Yongqing's most important business exchange of the year. This could be a huge opportunity to network for the company's future, she admitted. But I'm afraid they'll just try to humiliate me. He scoffed lightly. Their only goal is to watch you fail. Are you still worried that the Jang Group can't compete with the Sky Eagle company? There's not just a difference, she stressed. There's a massive gap between us. Don't worry about it, he said, his voice firm. I'll go with you. A short while later, Chinli was in his room channeling his energy into his gunshot wound. It was almost fully healed. At that moment, Qing Yin Chu entered without knocking. Her eyes immediately locked onto his injury. You're hurt. It's nothing serious, he brushed it off. Please be more careful out there, she pleaded softly. My father, He's still hoping we'll give him a grandchild. He nodded in understanding. I know, he said, but starting a family at Ansia, that's a separate issue entirely. He then looked at her seriously. Do you like women? She hesitated, unsure how to respond, but decided to tell him her story. Before I met you, she began, I was deeply in love with a senior from university, but he cheated on me. The betrayal left a deep scar. I became terrified of any physical intimacy with men. After that, she continued, her voice heavy with pain, I decided I would only date women, but I was deceived again. I see, he said, his voice soft with understanding. Don't worry anymore, he vowed, pulling her closer. I'll never let anyone hurt you again. I'm so sorry for everything I did, she whispered into his chest. He held her tightly. The past is the past. Let's leave it there. The sun rose on a new day. A lone street sweeper was diligently cleaning the pavement. That wind last night was something else, he grumbled to himself. Now I have to do this all over again. Inside, Ching Yun Chu called out to Chinli. Come wash up, it's time for breakfast. He noticed a slight hesitation in her. Are you all right? Do you need help? No, I'm fine, she insisted with a smile. Don't forget, he reminded her, we have that business exchange later. Right, she agreed. But a short time later, they weren't at a conference hall. They were standing in a luxury car showroom. She looked around confused. Aren't we going to the meeting? Why are we at a 4S store? We're going to be traveling a lot for the company, he explained. I figured it's time we bought our own car instead of always borrowing your father's. Her eyes landed on a beast of a vehicle. How about that one? Do you like it? A nostalgic smile touched his lips. When I was a kid, he confessed my dream car was always an off-roader. He casually walked over to inspect it, pulling the door open. Suddenly, a slick salesman, Mr. Ma, rushed over. Hey, who said you could open that door? Don't move. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? He sneered. If you put a single scratch on it, you couldn't afford the repairs in 100 lifetimes. Chinli sighed internally. Here we go again? It's always this same tired script. Chinli calmly apologized. My mistake, I was just looking. Then he met the salesman's glare. So is a test drive possible? The salesman sneered, declaring that for a test drive, a deposit was non-negotiable just in case the car was damaged, and they couldn't buy it. Besides, this was a limited edition, a true collector's piece. Chinli simply asked, and how much would that be? The initial price was $80,000, but seeing his sincere interest, they had graciously knocked it down to $60,000. Chinli calmly verified if he needed to pay half of that, and the salesman smugly confirmed it was the absolute minimum. He weighed his options, but the desire to drive that machine was strong. He wondered, how long could this charade last? Just then, Ching Yin Chu cut in, her voice cool as ice. If we're not welcome, we'll leave. Chinli simply replied, I'll follow your lead. She declared that if this dealership didn't want their business, they would happily take their money to the next one. Mr. Ma scoffed from afar, as if they could afford anything here in the first place. He muttered that since they were leaving, there was no point in even looking. Their clothes were so pathetic, even a beggar would turn them down. His colleague noted that a couple from across the street seemed genuinely interested in their rival's showroom. He found it impossible to believe. How could those two paupers have possibly walked into that store? Meanwhile, inside the New York showroom, Manager Wang gestured to a beast of a machine. What do you think of this model? He explained the Aventador was priced around $800,000 and casually asked if they wanted to take it for a spin. Just then, Mr. Ma stormed in demanding to know why Manager Wang would let them test drive such a priceless vehicle. He sneered, insisting these two had just come from his dealership, unable to afford a $100,000 car, let alone this monster. Manager Wang remained calm. It's fine, he explained. Treating every customer with respect is our most basic duty. Jinli's voice turned cold. And how are you so sure we can't afford it? He presented his card. Forget the test drive. I'm buying it, full payment. Manager Wang accepted the card, confirmed the transaction, and promised to escort them to the VIP room immediately. Mr. Ma's world crumbled. He couldn't believe he'd just gift-wrapped such a massive commission for his rival. Manager Wang had them relax in the VIP lounge, promising to personally expedite all the necessary paperwork. With a polite smile, he turned to Mr. Huima. Thank you for sending such a distinguished customer our way. That evening, the scene shifted to the Xiangtu building. These clothes you picked out, Chinli told Qingchu, they have style. She scoffed lightly. Your old wardrobe was a disaster from another era. You desperately needed an upgrade. In that moment, his phone rang. It was Zhang Ran, a name that made him freeze. He'd completely forgotten about her. I need to take this, he told Qing Yinshu. Wait here for me for a moment. Stepping away, he answered the call. I'm at the Yongqiu Business Exchange. What is it, Zhang Ren? Zhang Ren's voice was sharp. Why weren't you here to pick me up? He replied calmly. I'm on the top floor of the Shungu building. Suddenly, Qingchu appeared beside him. Looks like we're both here, she said. He apologized and asked for a favor, admitting his unfamiliarity with the area. Could you pick someone up for me? She asked who it was. Her name is Miss Zhang Ran, he explained. A member of my Zhang family. She's on the second floor of the Shangtu building. She agreed instantly, her mind racing. When did a member of the Jiang family arrive in Yongqiu, and did the family even know she was here? As she left, a new figure approached Qing Yin-chu, Director Lu Xian. I called for you, Lu Xian said with a venomous smile, and you actually came. Her eyes raked over Qing Yin-chu's outfit. How provocative, she sneered. Which rich old man are you trying to seduce tonight? Watch your mouth, Qing Yin-chu warned, but Lu Xian struck first, a sharp slap cracking across her face. Know your place. You don't give me advice. She leaned in, whispering a threat. Just because you quit doesn't mean I'm finished with you. At that exact moment, Qinli returned. What's going on here? He demanded, his eyes locking onto the red mark on Qingchu's face. Liu Zijian laughed. Isn't this your useless husband? You should teach your woman some manners. Qinli's voice dropped to a lethal whisper. Did you hit my wife? She proudly admitted she had. In a flash, Qinli's fist connected, sending her flying. Who gave you the right to touch my wife? He roared. Luijin shrieked, crying that Qingchu and her husband had assaulted her. Manager Chen rushed over, demanding to know the cause of the commotion. It was them, Liu Zijian sobbed. Qingchu had her husband attack me. The manager turned on Qing Yin-chu. How dare you kneel and apologize this instant? Qing Yin-chu conceded. I should apologize. I started this. But I no longer work for Sky Eagle, she added. Manager Chen just laughed. Starting a new company doesn't make you important. He puffed out his chest. We just signed a massive deal with the Jiang company. We're practically family with the Jiangs now. He pointed a finger at her, his voice dripping with arrogance. Don't you dare cross me, or you won't survive in Yongku. A commanding voice cuts through the chaos as Zhang Ren demands to know the reason for the uproar. Director Liu Shijian sneers. And who do you think you are? Jiang Chu's calm reply hits them like a thunderclap. She's the young miss of the powerful Jiang family. Manager Chen freezes, his arrogance vanishing into thin air. Director Liu scrambles to introduce herself and her manager to the imposing young miss of Skyhawk Company. Jiang Chuchu's eyes narrow with cold fury. Were you the one scolding our young Miss Jiang? Panicked, Liu Xi frantically denies it, insisting it's all a terrible misunderstanding. She weaves a story about a business meeting, painting Qin Li as the aggressor. Manager Chen chimes in, pointing to her bruised face as proof of their supposed suffering. They desperately try to appeal to Jiang Chuchu's sense of reason. Pleading with her as a business partner, they beg for her help. Jiang Chuchu's voice is dangerously calm. Your company is Sky Eagle, correct? When Manager Chen confirms, her judgment is swift and brutal. Then our contract is terminated. The Jiang group will even pay the penalty for the breach. Liu Xian is stunned. Have you mistaken us for someone else? Manager Chen argues that they are the victims, but Jiang Chuchu cuts him down. I am not mistaken. You insulted Miss Jiang Ran. You offended our second largest shareholder. And you disrespected a friend of our young master. The truth hits Manager Chen like a physical blow. He can't believe it. His former subordinate, a major shareholder. It was impossible. A cold dread washes over him. If only he had known the powerful background of the people he was dealing with. Jiang Ran smirks, noting this is the first time an outsider has dared to scold her. She casually tells Zheng Chuchu to handle the trash. Zheng Chuchu issues a final ultimatum. Will you leave on your own? Or must I have security throw you out? With the troublemakers gone, Zhang Ran turns to Qinli, a smile playing on her lips. Your timing, as always, is perfect. He thanks her for her timely intervention, but she has a different kind of gratitude in mind. Pour me a glass of wine first, she demands. But before he can act, Qingchu steps forward. Zhang Ran raises a curious eyebrow. And you are? The words land, and Zhang Ran remembers her brother's warning. He really was married. Qing Yanchu doesn't miss the sudden shift in Miss Jiang's gaze toward Qinli. Zhang Ran's demeanor turns cool as she brushes off her help as a small favor, telling Qingchu not to bother with the wine. But Qing Yanchu politely insists, wanting to properly thank the woman who stood up for her husband. Watching the subtle war of words unfold, every instinct in Qinli's body screamed at him to run. He tries to excuse himself, but both women immediately stop him. He quickly blurts out that he just needs the restroom. Slipping out of the hall, he mutters under his breath, These two women are going to be the death of me. Zheng Chuchu appears at his side. Is something troubling you, Mr. Qin? He sighs, admitting he doesn't understand why they suddenly became so upset. She suggests playfully, Perhaps it's because you are simply too outstanding. Changing the subject, he gets to his real purpose for being there and hands her a small data drive. I need to find the people on this he explains, asking if she can use Jiangxi's resources to gather information. He stresses that their identities are confidential and of the utmost importance. Thanking him for his trust, she promises to deliver it personally to Mr. Jiang. Are you returning to the banquet? She asks. He tells her he'll be back in just a few minutes. Later in the car, Qinli finally breaks the silence. So she replies with a perfectly straight face. He sputters, insisting on his innocence. She finally breaks into a smile, admitting she was only joking, and that Miss Jiang was actually very nice. However, she adds with a glint in her eye, Miss Jiang did say you owe her a meal, and she seems quite taken with you. He quickly steers this conversation back to her friend in Yongchang, reminding her of his promise to look after her. I just never expected things to turn out like this, he admits. Qingchu reminds him they had already discussed it. She then reveals that Mr. Jen approached her after he left, offering a business trip to Yongqing. He asks for her opinion. She confesses her uncertainty, but admits she doesn't want to limit herself. Not forever, she says. The opportunities and resources waiting in Yongqing are on a whole different level. He reveals he'd thought about it too, but found the decision difficult. She then asks the real question. Are you planning to go with me? His answer is unwavering. If you want to go, I'll join you as soon as I finish my business at the clinic. Arriving home, they find Chuan waiting anxiously outside, exclaiming that she's finally returned. Chuan's eyes are wide with awe as she looks at their home. Did Qin Li really buy this villa? It's unbelievably luxurious. Even the wealthiest kid in class couldn't dream of a place like this. Chuan playfully knocked his head, scolding her own rudeness before calling him brother-in-law. She chimed the title again, and a wave of surprised joy washed over Qin Li. It was the first time she'd ever called him that. She immediately started teasing him about his lavish lifestyle. Where did this mountain of gold come from? She hoped he hadn't destroyed his health earning it. Qin Li quickly reassured her, promising it was an honest profession. He pleaded with her not to get the wrong idea. He realized she still hadn't revealed the reason for her sudden visit and smoothly offered her a drink. "Oh, I almost forgot," Chuan exclaimed. "Their school was hosting a sorority in just a couple of days." She leaned in, reminding him, "You promised you'd go with me, didn't you?" She explained how he'd vanished for days. Her sister just kept saying he was busy forcing her to track him down all the way here. It finally clicked for Qin Li. She was serious about that sorority. He'd completely brushed it off as a joke. Chuan's eyes narrowed. Was he trying to ditch her again? She worried he was planning to bully her for revenge. Qin Li smirked, telling her that if she was truly afraid, she could just back out now. But Chuan stood her ground, declaring that if he hid like a coward, her reputation at school would be ruined. Just then, Qing Chu intervened, pointing out that since he'd already made a promise to Chuan, he truly had to help her this time. Qin Li finally relented. Chuan beamed at Qing Chu, exclaiming, "Isn't this amazing?" Yu Tan then tried to bring up a past incident, but Qin Li just waved it off, having no idea what she was even talking about. Bubbling with excitement, Chuan suddenly declared her craving for pork ribs with savory slices. "What are you mumbling about?" Qin Li asked with a smile. He then invited her to assist him, announcing he would cook for her tonight. Qing Yin Chu added that Chu Tan could lend them a hand as well. 1 month passes in a flash, and we find ourselves at Qin Li's medical clinic. He steps inside while Qing Yun Chu waits patiently for him outside. He mused to himself how incredibly skilled Liang King had become, practically running the clinic on her own. And since she hadn't heard from her old comrades in so long, now felt like the perfect moment to discuss something of great importance. Liang King's voice was laced with concern. "What will become of the clinic once you're gone?" "Don't you worry," Qin Li assured her. He explained that renowned Chinese doctors would arrive in a few days to take over. Then he casually added that he'd already dispatched someone to find her teammates. He gave her his word to contact her the second he had any news. She looked at him with profound gratitude. Qin Li then presented her with a set of keys. He told her the villa was hers to live in after he finished his preparations, and he would even accompany her to Jiangqing. But Liang King shook her head. "Boss, you've already done too much." She felt she owed him her life itself, vowing to stay and manage the clinic for him. But Qin Li simply said, "I consider you a friend. You owe me nothing." At that exact moment, Qing Yin Chu appeared at the door. "Qin Li, it's time to go," she warned, "or we're going to miss our flight." He sighed, acknowledging that his time here had finally come to an end. The scene shifts, transporting us to Qin Li's new villa in Jiangchen. Movers carefully carried his belongings inside their leader barking orders to handle everything with extreme care. "So you've finally arrived," Zheng Chu said with a welcoming smile. Qin Li nodded, replying that it had indeed been a long time. Qing Chu warmly thanked Yongjun for managing everything for them in Zhongcheng and for helping them settle in so smoothly. Zhongjun just smiled. "Sister-in-law, there's no need for thanks." He declared that since Qin Li was his brother, a favor like this was the very least he could do. Besides, he added Qing Yin Chu was a valued partner of the Jiang group, so she shouldn't give it a second thought. Qin Li replied that he'd be in Jiang Zhen's care from now on. His friend just laughed, telling him there was no need for such formalities between brothers. "Ah, by the way," he said, "I have an appointment with a colleague today. I'd like to introduce you to him." Qin Li mentioned he had to get going, and she replied that she would handle everything at home. "If you have important business," she said, "don't let me stop you." A short while later, Qin Li and Zhang Zhen stood before the Grand Ming Palace. Yongjian explained that this man wasn't just some highly educated doctor. He was a famous figure in the Jiangchong medical world. The man had even established a massive clinic in his hometown, the renowned Xingfang Tang. Zhang Zhan figured since Qin Li planned to open a clinic in Jiangchen himself, an introduction to this influential figure would be invaluable. Qin Li was intrigued, but then Zhang Jun spilled the real secret. This doctor had been desperately pursuing his sister, but she rejected him flat out because of Qin Li. Shock registered on Qin Li's face. He asked if he was truly the reason. Zhang Zhan confirmed it without a doubt. His sister viewed Qin Li as her ultimate idol. Any man who wanted to win her heart had to reach his legendary level. With that revelation hanging in the air, he pushed open the door and announced their arrival. A woman named Jang Ran greeted him warmly. It's been a long time. He agreed that it had been far too long. A new voice cut in. So you must be the legendary Dr. Chin Li that Miss Jang Ran admires so greatly. Chin Li simply offered a polite greeting confirming his identity. Dr. Xia Wenbo scoffed with open contempt. I was expecting someone magnificent, he sneered, but you're just a nobody from the countryside. Chin Li could feel the tension radiating off Dr. Xia Wenbo, wondering what on earth Jang Ran had told him to stir up such a storm. Dr. Xia Wenbo declared that a nobody like Chin Li wasn't even worthy of being his rival. Chin Li's mind raced. What in the world did she say about me? This man's prejudice runs deep. Dr. Xiaowenbo puffed out his chest, announcing his medical degree from America's Aerobridge University and a glittering collection of international awards. Then his gaze fell dismissively on Chin Li. He challenged Jang Ran, questioning if she truly believed this boy could ever compete with him. He boasted about curing the President of the United States, a man who suffered from a stubborn polycystic tumor. He then scoffed, asking what miracle Chin Li could possibly perform. Jang Ran fired back, asking how he could be so certain Chin Li wasn't his superior. She suggested that perhaps the great Dr. Xiaowenbo still had much to learn from him. Dr. Xiaowenbo's face began to burn with rage, but a sudden phone call cut through the tension. He answered, annoyed that his day off was being interrupted. But the voice on the other end was frantic, telling him to get back to the hospital now. The patient in room 903 was crashing. He cried out, "What did you say?" with a hurried, "I'll be right there." He rushed out, telling Jang Ran that a patient emergency meant he had to leave. Jang Ran replied coolly that it was perfectly fine. A doctor's duty always comes first. Then she proposed that the great Dr. Xiaowenbo should take Chin Li along to observe his genius at work, adding that perhaps Chin Li could even offer some assistance, still oozing arrogance. Dr. Xiaowenbo sneered at Chin Li. Come along, if you have the guts. Okay then. Jang Ran agreed instantly. She reminded Dr. Xiaowenbo that he was the one who made the challenge. She continued that if Chin Li could cure this patient, perhaps Dr. Xiaowenbo would finally see his true worth. But if he failed, he was to stop bothering her forever. Chin Li smirked. The girl was clever, using him as the perfect shield. Soon they all arrived at the hospital. Dr. Xiaowenbo immediately demanded to know the patient's condition and if the medicine had been administered. The nurse's face was pale. She reported that the patient's condition was critical. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from Grandfather Jang. You finally show your face! His men instantly seized Dr. Xiaowenbo, who panicked and demanded to know what was happening. Grandfather Jang roared that their young master Shu Jinran's life was hanging by a thread. What have you done? He grabbed the doctor by his collar, accusing him of breaking his sacred promise to save their young master. Dr. Xiaowenbo desperately tried to calm the furious man. He insisted his treatment was flawless and begged to be released so he could examine the patient, vowing to accept any punishment if he was wrong. The man raised his hand to strike, but in a flash, Chin Li's hand shot out, catching his wrist and stopping the blow cold. Chin Li's voice was firm. Stop! Violence will not heal your young master. Let Dr. Xiaowenbo go inside and assess the situation first, he urged. The man snarled, and who the hell are you? A friend of this quack doctor. Do you want a beating too? Chin Li released his grip, his eyes unblinking. Just let him go. I'm telling you, he said calmly, this moment could be the turning point. Intrigued, the man asked what he meant. Chin Li explained that the patient's condition was already dire. No one could guarantee whether he would live or die from this point on. The man paused, the young man's logic cutting through his rage. He finally released the terrified doctor. Dr. Xiaowenbo was stunned. He'd shown Chin Li nothing but contempt, yet this boy had just done him an enormous favor. But Grandfather Jang grabbed him again, shouting, What are you waiting for? He shoved Dr. Xiaowenbo toward the room, warning him that he couldn't promise he wouldn't finish the beating later. Inside the room, Dr. Xiaowenbo rushed to the bed and immediately took the patient's pulse. Meanwhile, Chin Li's senses told him the venom in this man's body was incredibly complex. His life force was nearly extinguished. I must have missed something, Chin Li thought, his focus sharpening as he moved in for a closer look. Dr. Xiaowenbo could feel Grandfather Jang's burning stare on his back. He knew he could not afford a single mistake. He risked a nervous glance over his shoulder, telling himself to focus and stay calm. He had overcome countless medical challenges before. This should be no different. But just then, Chin Li's voice cut through the silence. Stop, right now. His eyes were like ice as he asked, Doctor, are you trying to kill this man? Dr. Xiaowenbo froze, a horrifying realization dawning on him. He admitted that if he had proceeded with the needle, he might have ended the patient's life. He tore open the patient's collar, revealing a grotesque lesion beneath. Look at this, he stammered. When did this tumor appear? Chin Li murmured, shocked. I never imagined the disease would spread this fast. He delivered the final grim diagnosis. To save him now would require replacing every... In an instant, the patient's condition took a nosedive. Save him! Grandfather Gang roared in desperation. Why are you just standing there? But Dr. Xiaowenbo was frozen in fear, stammering that it was already too late. Chin Li's voice cut through the panic, ordering the doctor to assist him. They had to secure the patient's limbs immediately. What are you doing? Grandfather Gang demanded, his voice trembling. That is our family's young master. Dr. Suwenbo tried to protest, babbling. There's nothing I can do? Don't you see whose hospital this is? Silence, Chinli commanded with a chilling glare. And watch! In a flash, he unleashed his divine needle technique, and the horrifying wound began to seal itself. His voice calmed the room. Everything is fine now. He'll wake up soon. A quick check confirmed it. There would be no lasting problems. Staring at the monitor in disbelief, Dr. Jia Wimbo saw the heartbeat had returned to a perfect, steady rhythm. Just then, the patient's eyes fluttered open, and Grandfather Gang broke down in tears of relief. Young Master Jujin, you're finally awake, he cried. I thought you were gone. The young master looked around confused and asked where he was. We're at Jiang City's hospital, Grandfather Gang explained, pointing toward Chinli. And this is Dr. Chinli, the man who just saved your life. The patient's gaze fell on Chinli. Why are you here? He asked. The question caught Chinli off guard. What did he mean? Did this man not recognize him? The young master quickly apologized, explaining he'd mistaken him for a friend from Beijing. Beijing again, Chinli thought to himself. That name just keeps appearing. It couldn't be a simple coincidence. Grandfather Gang anxiously asked if the young master was truly out of danger. The crisis has passed, Chinli confirmed, but I'll need his medical records to prescribe some restorative supplements. The grandfather handed them over immediately. As Chinli reviewed the files, one thought consumed him. He had no memories of Beijing whatsoever. He had to find a way to go there and investigate his past. Seizing the moment, Dr. Xuanbo asked if Chinli would consider being the deputy chief doctor at Chengfang Hall. Chinli shot back a sly reply. It seems Chengfang Hall is also missing a chief master. Young Master Xu Jin Ran, still in awe, expressed his profound gratitude. You've done me a tremendous service today, he said. Once I leave this hospital, I will find a way to repay this debt. Chinli just gave a slight smile. You're too kind. It was merely fate that I was here today. The young master turned to his grandfather. Book the private room at Heaven and Earth in Jiang City for 3 days. After his grandfather left, the young master looked at Chinli again. I sincerely hope you will join us when the time comes. You should focus on getting some rest, Chinli advised before turning to leave. I won't disturb you any longer. A short while later, sitting in a car with Youngjun Chinli, was asked the inevitable question. Who was that man you just saved? He's from the elite, Chinli replied thoughtfully. Definitely no ordinary person. And the bodyguard, Zhang Jun pressed. His name was Xu Jin Ran, Chinli recalled. They all had northern accents. That man? He's likely from the Xu family in Beijing. Zhang Jun's eyes widened at the mention of the name. Chinli elaborated, just like my own Jiang family, the Xu family is one of Beijing's great aristocratic houses. However, he continued, they were crushed and exiled by Beijing's ruling power. That's why I was ordered to find a blood jade for the house owner's grandfather's birthday next week. But I never expected to hear that the old lady had fallen so gravely ill. He let out a heavy sigh. For now, our family has no solution. But I don't want to burden you with my troubles, he said. Chinli looked at him sternly. Have you forgotten that we are brothers? Zhang nodded. I remember our bond, but you were also the one who told me you could handle her illness yourself. We are sworn brothers, Chinli stated firmly. And regarding your sister, I've already spoken with the CEO of that cosmetics company. Do not worry. A wave of immense relief washed over Zhang Jun as he offered his deepest thanks. 3 days later, the scene shifted to the magnificent Heaven and Earth Hotel. As Chinli arrived, young Master Xu Jin Ran greeted him with a wide grin. If it weren't for you, Dr. Chinli, he boomed, I wouldn't be able to stand here and share a drink with everyone tonight. He raised his glass high. Everyone, let's give a toast to the brilliant Dr. Chinli. Chinli, however, politely raised a hand to decline. I've only just recovered myself. I shouldn't be drinking alcohol. Xu Jinran simply laughed. With a divine doctor like you present, what is there to fear? His expression then turned serious. Tell me, Chinli, are you not surprised by my true identity? Chinli's reply was calm and measured. To me, you are simply my patient. But Xu Jinran leaned in closer, his eyes gleaming with intent. You are an interesting man, Chinli, and I want to be more than just your patient. I want to be your friend. Hey, don't just stand there in the corner, come join us, a voice called out. It's not every day the great Mr. Xu Jinran honors us with his presence. But just then, the atmosphere turned cold. The doors burst open and members of the notorious Serious Gang marched in. Their leader immediately slammed into one of Xu Jinran's friends. Are you with his crew? He snarled, pointing a finger. You just spilled wine all over me, you bastard. The startled friend frantically shook his head, insisting he hadn't spilled a single drop. Xu Jinran calmly stepped forward. Is there some sort of misunderstanding here? But the gang leader cut him off with a vicious glare. He broke our rules, the leader spat. If you don't want to face the consequences, get out of my sight, now. One of Xu Jinran's companions leaned in his voice a tense whisper. That's the Serious Gang. He explained that while the Jiang family might rule Jiang City on the surface, the Serious Gang was the true power lurking in the shadows. Their influence stretched across the entire city, and they were even considered a top-tier organization in all of Beijing. This wasn't just some street gang. They were formidable warriors, practitioners of a unique martial art known as the Dark Power. This power made them terrifyingly difficult to handle, and no one in their right mind dared to provoke them. Shujin-ran, we need to leave, another friend urged. But the accused man pleaded with the gang members. I just dropped some money near the wine cabinets, he stammered. I wasn't trying to listen in on anything. Shujin-ran intervened once more, trying to de-escalate. Let's settle this calmly. I will reimburse your friend for his loss. How much will it take? The gangsters just roared with laughter. Do we look like beggars to you, pretty boy? They sneered. If money could solve this, what comes next? Instead, they proposed, take one punch from my man and we'll let this go. Shujin-ran's eyes narrowed. This was clearly a deliberate provocation, but a calm voice cut through the tension. You'll let it go after one punch. Then how about I take that punch for him instead? Shujin-ran turned in shock. Chinli, he was still here. Chinli offered a reassuring smile. Don't you worry, go ahead, aim right at me. He promised there was no danger, explaining he would just play along a little and wouldn't escalate things. With an easy smile, Chinli stepped forward and politely asked the gang, please show me some mercy. They just laughed, mocking his words as useless chatter. One of them taunted, let's see how you handle this. The thug lunged forward, throwing a vicious punch. But Chinli stopped it effortlessly, a thought flashing through his mind. This kid, he's familiar with dark energy just like me. He then remarked that simply blocking the attack wouldn't count. Chinli channeled his own power to neutralize the blow, saying, if you truly understand dark energy, then there's no need for politeness. Chinli challenged him to witness his true power and launched his own devastating attack. Fists met with a thunderous impact, a shockwave of energy rippling through the air. At that moment, Shujin-ran stepped forward, his voice ringing with authority. I am from the Shu family of Beijing City. I demand you show my family some face. The gangsters scoffed at his arrogance, but then paused, a flicker of recognition in their eyes. Someone from the military. Shujin-ran confirmed their suspicions. That's right, I am young Master Shujin-ran. The declaration instantly put an end to the entire conflict. Shujin-ran mentioned that his identity wasn't widely known, and he hoped his brother could keep it that way. His brother quickly reassured him, saying it was no big deal, and there was nothing to worry about. The serious gang member was stunned to see a young master of such caliber. His gaze then shifted to Chinli. And you, which master taught you your skills? Chinli, ever so cool, just shrugged. I'm a simple doctor who does some exercises in his spare time. The gangster chuckled, clearly impressed. If you ever decide to join our serious gang, you come find me and we'll get it sorted. Shujin-ran could only stare, amazed by Chinli's hidden physical prowess. Chinli modestly suggested that his opponents had likely held back, which was the only reason he seemed so strong. Shujin-ran just laughed heartily, clapping him on the back. My friend, you are far too humble. Shujin-ran mentioned he'd been away from the capital for a while, but was planning to return to Beijing in a couple of days. He extended an invitation. You must visit the Shu family estate, we have to hang out. Chinli simply replied, okay, sure. The scene shifts to Chinli's home where he's on the phone. Zhengjian's voice was urgent. Remember our promise. We head to Beijing together. There are only 3 days left until Monday. He stressed the importance of their mission. We have to be perfectly prepared. The Zhang family is one of Beijing's most powerful clans. They had agreed to meet at 8 a.m. sharp. After hanging up, Chinli gazed at his jade gourd, his mind already on the road ahead. The journey to Beijing was about to begin. A strange anxiety crept into his heart, despite having already met the young master Shujin-ran. Placing the jade gourd on the floor, a bitter thought surfaced. He hadn't trained in ages. He fell into a deep meditation, his mind tracing the ancient exercises the old man had taught him. A chilling fear gripped him. What if the immense price he paid was for nothing more than common, useless techniques? The identities of his parents' captors remained a terrifying mystery. Their power an unknown abyss. He knew with chilling certainty that he had to get stronger. Because even if he found his parents, he feared the reunion would be a battlefield, not a homecoming. The next morning, Zhang Jun arrived at Chinli's doorstep. He called out, asking if his friend was prepared, and offered his help. Chinli's voice came from inside, promising he was almost ready. He just needed a moment more. Soon after he emerged, his arms laden with several packages. What's all this? Zhang Jun asked as Chinli loaded the car. He explained it was just some clothes Qin Yanshu had bought him along with a bit of food for the road. He suddenly remembered leaving a pair of shoes behind, but Zhang Jun waved him off. Don't worry about it, he insisted. Anything you own here, we can find a better version of in Beijing. And with that, they sped towards the airport, their destination the capital. Cruising through the streets of Beijing, Zhang Jun declared his sworn brother needed a new look and vowed to take him to the city's most famous clothing stores. Chinli's eyes widened at a price tag. A single piece of clothing cost 10 million RMB. After the shopping spree, they found a restaurant to grab lunch. As Chinli scanned the menu, he couldn't help but comment. The prices in Beijing are astronomical. No ordinary person could ever afford this. Zhang Jun just laughed, a knowing glint in his eye. My friend, this is just a normal place. He hinted that he would soon show his brother what true luxury looked like. Their next stop, an exclusive snooker club. A woman with striking gray hair immediately spotted the young master of the Zhang family. A warm smile spread across her face as she welcomed him. It's been too long. She quickly assured them a table was free and ushered the two inside for a game. But as they played, the gray-haired woman quietly made a call, inquiring about a certain young master Juo. She informed the person on the other end that Zhang Zhen had arrived. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhen was impressed, praising Qinli for picking up the game so quickly. Qinli simply smiled, admitting he was truly enjoying himself. But after losing the first 30 games straight, Zhang Zhen's offer for one more was met with a polite refusal. Zhang Zhen's expression then turned serious. "About the birthday party tomorrow," he began. Qinli took a deep breath, sensing his friend's unease. "What is it? What's wrong?" "It's the gifts for tomorrow," Zhang Zhen admitted. "I have a feeling they won't be so easy to return." His gaze sharpened. "Has someone been obstructing your path?" Qinli nodded grimly, revealing that his father was framed years ago, leading to a tragic car accident. That single incident was the reason he had been cast out from his own family. Qinli confessed that even though the true culprit was found, he was never given a chance to clear his father's name with his grandfather. "That's why I'm so worried," he said. "I don't know how to face them. And there's something wrong with my body." Qinli then promised he would find an opportunity to examine Zhang Zhen the next day. Just then, the door burst open, and a man named Juo strode in, flanked by police officers. He feigned surprise. "Well, well, if it isn't young Master Zhang Zhen." "Juo!" Zhang Zhen spat his name like a curse. Juo turned to the police chief with a smug grin. "Chief, this is the man who was causing a disturbance and damaging property." Without hesitation, the chief barked an order to his men. "Take them all to the station for questioning." Qinli moved to intervene, but Zhang Zhen held him back with a firm hand. "Stay out of this," he warned. "You need to leave." "Juo's family is here for me and me alone," Zhang Zhen explained urgently. "I need to find my father and sort this out." "How powerful is this Juo family?" Qinli asked. Zhang Zhen's face was grim. "They may not be a first-class family, but in Beijing their influence runs deep." Zhang Zhen seemed taken aback by Qinli's question about the Zhu family. "Yes, I'm talking about Juo's family in Beijing," he clarified, then lowered his voice. "But even a family as powerful as theirs is nothing compared to the real Zhu family." A flicker of confusion crossed Qinli's face. Why was Zhang Zhen bringing this up now? "Don't you remember?" Zhang Zhen urged. "Back in Jiang City, you saved someone. Someone from that very same Zhu family." With a sense of purpose, Zhang Zhen whipped out his phone and dialed Zhu Jinran's number. Juo burst into mocking laughter. "Look at this outsider, just arrived in Beijing and already scrambling to call for backup." The chief chuckled along as Juo sneered at Zhang Zhen's apparent weakness. "No matter what tricks you pull," he declared, "you are not walking out of here today." He puffed out his chest, his voice echoing with arrogance. "This is Beijing. There is nothing and no one I need to fear." Even if someone from the main Zhu family themselves showed up, he boasted, they would still have to show me some respect. At that very moment, a cold voice cut through the air. "What seems to be the problem here?" Zhu Jinran had arrived, and the look on Zhou's face was one of pure, unadulterated shock. Zhu Jinran, known as the Little Leopard, was a name whispered with fear. No one dared to cross him. Zhuo's blood ran cold. Why was he here? Zhu Jinran's voice dripped with ice. "Are you implying my Zhu family fears yours?" In a heartbeat, Zhuo was on his knees, his face pale with terror. "That's not what I meant at all, young master." He stammered that his family only held the deepest respect and fear for the main branch. A vicious kick sent him sprawling. "You truly enjoy your little deceptions, don't you?" Zhu Jinran sneered. "I don't care what filth you spew behind my back." He continued, his voice dangerously low. "But setting a trap for the man who saved my life, that crosses a line." The chief's face went white. He realized helping Zhuo's family was an act of treason against the main Zhu household. Trapped, his only thought was to flee. But a sharp voice cut through the air. "Chief Zhao!" The chief froze, turning to face Zhu Jinran with a bow. Zhu Jinran smirked. "Tell me, were you planning on arresting me too?" Fear gripped Chief Zhao's heart. "Young master, you must be joking." Zhuo scrambled to his feet, changing his tune instantly. "I was confused. He was the one threatening me." Then, pointing at Zhang Zhang, he roared at the chief. "You traitor!" Zhu Jinran had heard enough. Another brutal kick sent Zhuo flying. "Get lost before I lose my patience." The crowd scattered like rats. In the sudden silence, Zhang Zhang wondered, could this be the brother Qinli's mother spoke of? Making them family? He turned to Qinli. "When did you get to Beijing, and why didn't you tell me?" "I just arrived," Qinli explained, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you for that." "It was nothing," Zhang Zhang replied. "So what brings you to the capital?" Qinli revealed he was attending the Zhang family matriarch's birthday banquet with Master Zhang Zhang, and was also tasked with giving her a medical checkup. Zhu Jinran chimed in ominously. "According to our intel, the old master may not be the only one in poor health." Later, at the magnificent Shang Jingjiang family estate, Zhen Lim asked, "Zhang Zhang, did you bring the gifts?" Zhang Zhang smirked, patting a large box. "Of course, they're right here." "Let's head inside and see what kind of storm is brewing," Zhang Zhang said. Qinli nodded in agreement. Inside, Zhang Jiang, the eldest son, was fawning over a guest. "It is a tremendous honor to have you grace us with your presence." After accepting a lavish gift, his eyes fell on Zhang Zhang. As he moved to place his own gift on the table, Zhang Jiang's voice snapped. And what do you think you're doing? A contemptuous sneer spread across Zhang Jiang's face. Even the priceless treasures I present each year are barely worthy of the old master. He loomed over Zhang Jiang, his voice dripping with scorn. Don't you dare think you can show up with some worthless trash for her. Take your pathetic presents and get out, he commanded. Do not disgrace our family name here. From the crowd, a man in a brown jacket watched with great interest. He whispered, Isn't that the Branch family that was cast out more than 10 years ago? Still, his companion admitted, he has Jiang family blood. He has the right to attend the birthday banquet. Qinli stepped forward holding the gift. Perhaps you should see what it is before you pass judgment. Zhang Jiang scoffed loudly. As if there's anything worth seeing, the family master has no need for a beggar's gift. But as the box opened, a wave of shock silenced the hall. A gasp went through the crowd as they laid eyes on a piece of jade so beautiful it seemed to glow. An elder's voice trembled. By the heavens! It's a 7-colored blood jade. To think I would see such a legendary treasure in my lifetime, another guest exclaimed. The Jiang family must have paid an astronomical price for this. Someone immediately shouted, If the Jiangs don't want it, I'll buy it. Zhang Jiang stood completely frozen, his face a mask of disbelief. He finally understood. This was the legendary artifact said to grant its owner a longer life. He quickly forced a smile, his attitude shifting completely. Ha ha, I was merely joking with my dear cousin, he announced loudly. This blood jade is a wonderful token of his filial piety, and we will gratefully accept it. Zhang Jiang's face was like stone. So are we allowed inside now? Zhang Jiang's eyes darted greedily to the treasure. Yes, just leave the blood jade here and go right in. Once inside, Zhang Jiang muttered, The Jiang family is not to be trusted. Zhang Lim gently nudged him, whispering, Be careful, the walls have ears. Qinli, find us a good spot, Zhang Jiang instructed. Zhang Lei and I are going to pay our respects to the family head. Understood, Qinli replied. I'll be waiting for you. As he waited, Qinli observed the powerful figures filling the hall, contemplating the Jiang family's complicated and dangerous standing in Shangjing. He recognized people who held the reins of the nation's military government and economy. The Jiang family's influence was absolute. He worried what trials awaited Zhang Jiang's returning branch. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. It was Zhu Jingren waving with a wide grin. Qinli was startled. Zhu Jingren, what on earth are you doing here? My family has some joint ventures with the Jiangs, he explained cheerfully. So they sent my older brother and I to represent them at the old master's birthday party. Qinli's face lit up. He gladly agreed to meet his new friend's siblings. A short while later, Zhu Jingren made the introductions. This was his sister Zhu Shouyu and his imposing older brother Zhu Chang. Zhu Shouyu's eyes widened. Are you the doctor who saved my brother? Qinli simply confirmed with a nod. But Zhu Chang's gaze was sharp as a blade. Is there something on my face? He asked, his voice cold. My apologies, Qinli said smoothly. It's a professional habit of mine to observe. Zhu Chang scoffed. And what do you see, doctor? Do you think I carry the same sickness? Qinli's response was unexpected. If I'm not mistaken, you've just returned from a dangerous mission. Zhu Chang's smirk faltered. He was right. Go on, he challenged. Qinli explained that while Zhu Chang appeared full of vigor, it was a fragile facade. Years of accumulated battle wounds had caused severe internal damage, birthing a chronic hidden illness. Because of this looming threat, undertaking any more dangerous missions in his current state would be courting disaster. Is he truly sick? Zhu Jingren asked, worried. Qinli's reply was grim. Wait any longer, and this will become an incurable lifelong affliction. Zhu Chang sneered, his disbelief clear. I thought you were a skilled doctor, not some boastful charlatan. Qinli merely shrugged. Since you refuse to believe me, there's nothing more to say. Zhu Jingren pleaded. Brother, I've seen Dr. Qin's miraculous skills. Why won't you let him at least examine you? But Zhu Chang's patience snapped. Shut your mouth, Zhu Jingren, he roared. This is my body and my business. It's not your place to command me. Inwardly, Zhu Chang seethed. Rival families were watching them like hawks. He could not under any circumstances reveal a hint of weakness now. Well, I've met your family, Qinli announced, turning to depart. I'll be on my way. But Zhu Jingren quickly called out to stop him. Qinli paused. What is it? Is there something else you need? Zhu Jingren explained apologetically. My brother. He has a harsh temper. He's like that with everyone. Please don't take his words to heart. It's fine, Qinli reassured him. It's clear he's dealing with his own hidden struggles. Thank you for understanding, Zhu Jingren said, relieved. I have some matters to attend to today, but let's meet again soon. As he walked away, Qinli couldn't shake the feeling. Was Zhu Chang truly hiding something so severe he'd rather risk his life than seek treatment? A little later, Qinli wandered the estate thinking that Zhu Chang had been secluded for some time, so everything should be fine. But suddenly a sinister energy washed over him. He froze. What was this place? And why did it reek of such a potent evil aura? He never imagined that a malevolent force was lurking deep within the Zhu family's mansion, something akin to black magic or a cursed artifact. Peeking into a secluded room, he found an old man, Master Jing, lying on a bed enveloped by a suffocatingly evil aura. His eyes widened in realization. This was a deadly evil spirit formation. Without a second thought, he drew his divine needle and began to dismantle the corrupting energy. As he worked, a chilling thought struck him. The aura from this evil formation. It felt eerily similar to the one he encountered at Zhongran's hotel. Why did these sinister traps keep appearing? He recalled his master's words in this world. Nothing is a coincidence. Everything is connected by the threads of fate. Fortunately, his master had drilled him in countless methods for shattering even the most complex spiritual formations. The moment he pinpointed the core of the malevolent entity, Qinli struck with precision, shattering the curse completely. Qinli had to admit the creator of this formation was highly skilled. But thanks to his own relentless training, he was a master in his own right. Still, the question remained. How did a powerful figure like Master Zhang become ensnared in such a potent evil formation? Checking the old man's pulse, he realized how close to death's door he'd been. It was pure luck he'd arrived in time. He placed a special needle on Master Zhang's forehead, drawing out the last vestiges of dark energy from his body. Master Zhang's eyes You're finally awake, Qinli said gently. I'm merely one of the doctors attending the birthday banquet. The old man understood, shocked he'd nearly perished. You are Master Zhang, correct? Qinli asked. Today is the day of your grand birthday banquet. Master Zhang sighed. I feel so old and muddled. I never thought I'd be brought to this state by those I trusted most. Qinli's interest was piqued. What do you mean by that? If it weren't for my own son, Master Zhang confessed with a heavy heart, I would never have ended up in this wretched state. The pieces clicked into place for Qinli. He recalled that Mr. Zhang Lei and his family had also placed their complete trust in him for treatment. He added that they never held a grudge, and in fact searched tirelessly for a cure, hoping to one day be welcomed back into the Zhang family. Master Zhang nodded grimly. I see I cannot hide anything from you. He admitted he wished to bring back the families of Lim and Xiajun, but feared his failing health wouldn't allow it. Qinli assessed him. The evil spirits had clearly caused severe nerve damage in his legs. To fix this, he would have to use the third layer of the Fuyan Divine Needles. If your goal is simply to regain basic consciousness and motor functions, Qinli began, that should be well within my abilities. Master Zhang's eyes widened with a flicker of hope. Are you saying I can fully recover? I didn't say basic recovery, Qinli clarified. Master Zhang's hope faded. I thought so. It was wishful thinking. So many famous doctors have tried and failed. But Qinli smiled, his confidence absolute. I mean a complete recovery back to your peak condition. In fact, how about we make a bet on it? Qinli brandished his unique needles, laying down a monumental wager. If he could perform a complete recovery, Master Zhang must reinstate the exiled family. But should he fail, his own fate would be in the patriarch's hands. A flicker of interest in his eyes, Master Zhang accepted the audacious bet, but added a condition. To bring the Lim family back, officially a formal clan assembly would be required. Soon after, the air in the Zhang family's private meeting room was thick with tension. Zheng Chang's eyes narrowed. Why did the old patriarch suddenly seem so revitalized? And why summon the disgraced Zhang Lim family now? Master Zhang addressed the tense assembly, his voice echoing with authority. He declared his intention to welcome Zhang Lim's family back into the fold. Zhang Xiang immediately challenged his grandfather's decree. Had he forgotten their past transgressions? Or was his illness clouding his mind? Zhang Chengzi quickly backed him up, venom in his voice. How could he allow those who disgraced the family to return so easily? Another member voiced his agreement, stating that their proud Zhang clan had never faced such a dishonorable situation. Master Zhang's gaze fell upon Zhang Lim. Explain to them, he commanded, what truly happened all those years ago. Zhang Lim nodded. Yes, esteemed uncle, the truth of that incident is right here in the documents Xiaoyang provided. A heavy silence fell as everyone began to read. Young Chongzi was the first to speak, his voice laced with suspicion. Even if the patriarch wished for their return, the clan elders still questioned the document's authenticity and demanded a thorough review. At that moment, Qinli entered, offering an apology for his tardiness and the documents he'd almost forgotten. And who are you? Zhang Xiaoyang demanded. Qinli calmly clarified that these papers were separate, sent by the young master Zhang Zhen directly for the family head. Then we must scrutinize these documents with extreme care, Zhang Chongzi insisted. Someone else questioned how a mere outsider like Qinli could bypass their guards and enter their sacred home. Master Zhang cut through the noise, revealing that Dr. Sun was his personal invited guest. Zhang Chong's froze, a flicker of shock in his eyes as he noticed the patriarch's legs. Master Zhang simply stated that he felt a wheelchair was no longer necessary. A mask of joy spread across Zhang Chong's face. There is nothing more joyous than seeing you on the path to recovery, he exclaimed. Then he leaned in his voice, a menacing whisper. But don't forget, I know everything you've done. His tone shifted back to normal. Now take a close look at what Dr. Qin has brought. As Zhang Chongzi scanned the document, a chilling realization dawned upon him. The old patriarch, that cunning hawk, had been playing them all along. Master Zhang then asked, after reviewing the evidence, what say? Young Chong's suspected Master Zhen's motives were far from pure. He hinted that while the Lim family might be allowed to return, it would come at a very steep price. A man in red scoffed. No one had reached the level of a true martial artist in decades. A bald elder added that if the Jiang family could produce such a figure, they might finally ascend to the status of a first-class family. A woman with brown hair conceded that Lim's family had been wronged, but insisted they still had a duty to the clan. A man in a blue coat agreed, declaring that if a martial artist could restore their honor, then no one would ever dare to oppose them again. Master Jiang let their words hang in the air, explaining that becoming even a junior martial artist was a monumental achievement. It required immense natural talent and at least a decade of relentless, brutal training. He turned to Jiang Lim, and his gaze sharp. "And what level has young Jun reached in his training?" Jiang Lim sighed, admitting that despite his son's youth and vigor, reaching the martial artist realm would still take another 10 years of grueling effort. Just then, Jiang Jun stormed in. "Father, why do we endure this humiliation?" he demanded. "They are clearly trying to make things impossible for us." Jiang Chongzhi sneered, suggesting that perhaps young Jun was ready to abandon all hope of his family's return. Young Lim's shoulders slumped in defeat. It seems returning to Beijing in this lifetime is but a distant dream. Later, Qinli Zhongjun and Zhang Lim sat together over tea. Zhongjun couldn't hide his frustration over the impossible task of finding a martial artist. He wondered aloud if there was any other path for them to take. Qinli considered the dilemma, then casually asked, "Have you ever heard of the Serious Gang?" Youngjun was taken aback by the sudden question. Qinli simply replied that he'd had a small run-in with them at a bar. Youngjun stared into Qinli, just smiled, reassuring him that if anything, he joked that he wasn't the brightest, but Jiang Lim's eyes widened. "Does this mean you are a martial artist?" Qinli gave a cryptic reply, saying he wasn't entirely sure, but he was incredibly curious about the true power that martial artists wielded. As the conversation deepened, Jiang Jun recalled something a friend once told him. That hidden from the world, another society existed right alongside their own. He explained these were the martial artists, their power ranked across 9 distinct and fearsome stages. Even the weakest his friend used to say a stage 3 martial artist could shatter a bowl, and the power of the true masters was simply beyond imagination. Back then, he dismissed those tales as wild fantasies. He had to ask, were the Tenling members truly that formidable? Qinli brushed it off, saying they were nothing special, just a cut above the average person. But Youngjun pressed on, wanting to know if he could crush a boulder with his bare hands. Qinli admitted he'd never tried, but reaching a level where stone yielded to flesh wasn't entirely impossible. Seeing their interest, Zhang Lim asked if he had any methods to help them. A sly grin appeared on Qinli's face as he suggested that if they truly wanted to walk this path, he had something that just might give them a fighting chance. Later that night, as Zhang Jun prepared for sleep, a peculiar aroma drifted into his room. "Where is that coming from?" he muttered. It was past midnight. Who could possibly be cooking at this hour? In the kitchen, Qinli was meticulously brewing a strange concoction. "Perfect," he whispered, observing the rich color and fragrant scent. "Just like the old master used to make." Just then, Jiang Jun burst in, demanding to know what he was up to. Qin simply offered him a bowl. "See for yourself." But Jiang Jun recoiled in disgust, asking what in the world this sludge was. "Don't tell me," he gagged, "you pulled this out of your own body." Qin rolled his eyes, dismissing such a ridiculous idea. Yet as Youngjun took a hesitant sniff, he noted the surprisingly pleasant aroma and asked what it was. Qinli explained that to become a true martial artist, one must first be purified. His master used to create these very cleansing pills to aid his training. Jiang Jun took a bite and was shocked. The cleansing pills were unbelievably delicious. "You only ate 2, right?" Qinli asked cautiously. Jiang Jun scoffed, confirming he had. What was the big deal? "I'm a tough guy," he boasted. "No need to be cheap with me." But Qinli's face paled. It wasn't about being cheap. He had taken far too many at once without the proper medicinal meal to balance the power. The next morning, Zhang Lin found it strange that Zhang Jun was nowhere to be seen, especially this early. He found Qinli and asked if he knew where Zhang Jun had disappeared to. Qinli simply replied that he was likely still deep in his martial arts training. A moment later, Zhang Jun staggered out, groaning that he never expected those pills to be so potent. The power had nearly torn him apart last night. Qinli defended himself, pointing out that he had to endure the same process himself. But just outside the door, Zhang Lin overheard their conversation, as Zhang Jun urged Qinli to continue complaining that the discomfort still lingered. Pushing the door open, Zhang Lin walked in to find Qinli giving Zhang Jun a massage. "What are you doing?" Zhang Jun yelped, but Qinli calmly explained he was clearing his meridians. Embarrassed, Zhang Jun told everyone it was fine and that they could leave. "We're almost finished," Qinli insisted. He explained that while using external force to quell the inner fire is difficult, Zhang Jun's body had been completely reforged by the ordeal. Young Jun's eyes widened. "Does that mean I've succeeded?" But Qinli tempered his excitement, explaining the pill only reshaped the vessel. His true talent would be revealed in the training to come. Fired up, Young Jun urged him to waste no more time and get. Just then, Qinli's phone buzzed. He answered quickly. "Understood." Young Jun's ears perked up. "Was that the Ju family? Does this have something to do with me?" Chin Li confirmed that Ju Jingren had invited him to a military banquet that very afternoon. Yoongjun was stunned. The Ju family invited you to their military banquet? Chin Li nodded, asking what the big deal was. Yoongjun explained this was no mere party. It was a battleground for the great families of Beijing. Chin Li then asked about the ring matches. Do you know why Jui is so terrified of young Master Ju? Zhang asked. Chin Li guessed it was because of the Ju family's power. No, Zhang Jun corrected him. The family is just a facade. The one he truly fears is Ju Qing. Not only did Ju Qing become a commander at an impossibly young age, but he was a legendary warrior. Yoongjun realized. Chin Li agreed, admitting he had no idea the situation was so complex. Meanwhile, in a sparring ring, Ju Qing sent an opponent flying with a single brutal strike. Ju Jingran and another quickly rushed to the fallen fighter's side. As level 4 martial artists themselves, they couldn't comprehend the immense gap in power. Even beginning to doubt if Commander Ju's legendary status. At that moment, Chin Li arrives on the scene, finding Ju Jingran and Ju Shou desperately tending to a wounded Ju Chang. Ju Jingran pleads for his brother to hang on, shouting that the military doctor will be there any second. Chin Li steps forward asking, what happened here? Ju Jingran explains that his older brother was in a martial arts competition and suffered a terrible blow by accident. He begs Chin Li to take a look, but Ju Chang waves him off, insisting it's a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Ju Jingran insists, exclaiming, this is the perfect opportunity for Brother Chin to display his legendary medical arts. He's seen Chin Li's miraculous abilities with his own eyes. Ju Shu agrees, adding that Dr. Chin once saved her younger brother from the brink of death. After a moment, Chin Li's eyes narrow in on a deep crimson wound on Ju Chang's chest. He declares it's an old festering injury. Chin Li explains it should have been healed through deep. A horrified Ju Jingran asks, keep your voice down, Ju Chang snaps. They're just old wounds not worth mentioning. Ju Jingran is floored, shocked that his seemingly invincible brother was hiding such a weakness. Without a word, Chin Li presents a single potent pill to Ju Chang. I have some marrow cleansing pills, he says calmly. This should help your condition. Ju Chang's eyes widen in disbelief, while Ju Jingran whispers in awe, the legendary Ziwi pill. Ju Chang says he's only heard tales of the Ziwi pill, how it can instantly restore vitality and repair broken meridians. It's considered a divine medicine in the martial arts world. After returning to Beijing, he searched for it everywhere but found no trace. He marvels that Dr. Chin could refine such a treasure, calling him a true genius. But Chin Li humbly tells him not to consume the pill directly. Instead, I will provide a prescription to accompany it. Ju Qiang bows his head in gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Chin. Chin Li's gaze then drifts toward the stage. How much longer does the Ju family plan on tolerating Chin Muse's arrogance? On stage, Chin Muse stands triumphant. If there is another challenger, I will fight, he bellows. If not, then I will accept your surrender, he sneers. Can the great Ju family not even send out one respectable warrior? Ju Qiang glares at the stage, muttering, that man's deception is infuriating. Ju Shu declares she'll face him herself. Chin Muse scoffs at her slender frame, mocking that her fragile bones couldn't withstand a single one of his strikes. He taunts her, one hit and your very soul will scatter. A second hit will send you straight to the heavens. As Ju Shu charges, he continues to jeer, calling her the flower of the army. Jujo launches her attack, but he effortlessly catches her leg mid-air, his voice turning cold. You shouldn't have done that. I am not known for my mercy, he warns before brutally kicking her away. He rushes in for a final punch, but in a flash, Chin Li appears blocking the blow with ease. Chin Li looks him dead in the eye and asks, who gave you the delusion that you were something special? Defeat me. Chin Li challenges. Then you can apologize to my sister. The man scoffs. Apologize. I think he's just impatient. To die. Ju Shu desperately warns Chin Li not to be reckless, crying out that he's no match for Muse. Staff Wang turns to Mr. Ju and asks, this friend you invited, what kind of master is he? He seems incredibly formidable. The commander replies that he is simply a doctor and a friend of Ju Jingran's. They had not inquired about his background. Staff Wang muses that for this young man to challenge Chin Muse, he certainly possesses incredible courage. Chin Muse seethes with rage, shouting that Chin Li has provoked him. I will show you what a true warrior is, he roars, charging forward. But Chin Li calmly sidesteps the attack with barely any effort. Chin Li smirks, taunting him. How are you enjoying this little warm-up? It seems your speed is pathetic. He then reflects, even with my own limited strength, you amount to nothing. Enraged, Chin Muse unleashes a furious kick. Chin Li dodges by a hair's breadth, and Muse's foot smashes into the stage, shattering the floorboards. Chin Li coolly retorts, so this is the so-called strength of the strong. Do you? Muse gathers his energy for another, but Chin Li catches the powerful punch with one hand, and with his other, he prepares his counter. A single blow sends Chin Muse flying out of the ring. The sudden turn of events leaves the entire crowd frozen in absolute but Chin Li simply downplays the praise. You are giving me far too much credit, he states. I am just a lone individual unconnected to any school or... General Staff Wang of the Beijing military couldn't hide his astonishment. He never knew Qinli had any military ambitions. As he approached Xu Kang and his siblings snapped to a sharp salute, Qinli offered a respectful nod. General Wang mused that if Qinli's own family wouldn't grant him power, then he was interested. Qinli inquired about the available position. General Wang confirmed with a smile that his command team had an opening. He dangled the offer, asking if Qinli was tempted. Qinli in turn asked just who this man was. The general warned that an opportunity like this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, urging He then laid out the grim reality of the situation. As an outsider, Qinli had publicly humiliated the Xu family's rival Qinmu. If the Qin family discovered his identity, things would get dangerous. Qinli's brow furrowed in confusion, asking what he meant. The general explained the military banquet was a hunting ground, a place for the Yangtze army to scout for hidden talents. By defeating Qinmu, Qinli had proven himself worthy not just to join, but to become a commander. He would even be given the name Xu, making him a true member of their family. Qinli hesitated, claiming he was just an ordinary man who valued his freedom. The weight of such a responsibility was immense. But General Wang simply brushed his concerns aside, revealing that all the arrangements had already been made. Staying in Chongqing wasn't safe, and no other post would be assigned. Qinli realized with a start. This man had planned out his every move. The general then challenged him. Was he unwilling to serve his country, or was the position offered beneath him? Serving the nation was a heavy responsibility. Qinli decided not to overthink it. He could at least attend the meeting. If he chose a different path, he could always turn back later. Just then, Xu Xuani stepped forward, pressing a gleaming badge into Qinli's hand. She offered her congratulations. The general nodded satisfied, declaring their task complete and that they would meet again very soon. Qinli pondered the general's cryptic words. Xu Jingren then spoke, praising Qinli's incredible talent. He then asked if he could see a particular item. Qinli's mind raced. Could the martial arts he practiced be connected to the destiny Xu Jingren spoke of? He handed the item over, struck by how the elder's presence reminded him of the legends of Master Qin. Xu Jingren declared that they would become family, offering Qinli a place to stay in Jing. The elder asked for his thoughts, and Qinli replied that it was no great matter. His real issue was with Qinmu, the former head of the Qin family. He stated bluntly that Qinmu was a poor master, and asked if Xu Jingren knew the man. Xu Jingren admitted he only met him once many years ago when he was still with his family. He had sought Master Qin's help for his late brother's grave illness. Qinli immediately apologized for his harsh words, but Xu Jingren reassured him, saying the past is in the past. His curiosity ignited. Qinli asked if the elder had any recent news about Master Qin. Xu Jingren recalled the man's powerful aura. His clothes and his bearing were not of a common person. He was clearly a warrior. However, the elder confessed that he hadn't heard any news of him in a very long time. Xu Kang then interjected, suggesting the badge in Qinli's hand was the key to finding Master Qin. Intrigued, Qinli asked what the badge truly represented. Xu Kang explained the military emblems had 4 levels: iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Anyone holding a silver emblem or higher gained access to hidden places within the martial arts world. Qinli pressed for details. What was this martial arts world and what places did it hold? Xu Kang offered an example: a secret warriors bar on Taiping Road in Shangjing. To enter one had to possess a certain level of martial skill and obey their strict rules. He'd heard that powerful martial artists gathered there to exchange secrets and information, though he himself had never been inside. Qinli knew then what he had to do. This warriors bar was his first clue to finding Master Qin. A few nights later, a hulking guard blocked his path, telling him to leave the restricted area at once. Qinli simply flashed the badge. The guard's eyes went wide with shock, stammering that it was a commander-level military emblem. "Is this enough?" Qinli asked coolly. The guard bowed low, immediately granting him entry. As Qinli strode past, the guard's mind reeled. He'd stood post for years, but never had he witnessed an emblem of such staggering authority. Reaching the party entrance, Qinli stepped into a scene of pure spectacle. A man named Xiaom was effortlessly hoisting a massive dumbbell with a single finger, leaving the entire crowd breathless. One of the onlookers practically screamed, his voice filled with awe. "That's the power of Xiaom!" But a man in a black shirt scoffed. "Please, that's just the baseline for a level 2 martial artist." Qinli's eyes scanned the room, locking onto a photograph on the wall. The face in the picture. It sparked a flicker of recognition. Just then, he spotted a figure in the crowd and called out, "Do you remember me from the Serious Gang?" Qinli offered the man a drink as a sign of respect. "It's an honor," he said formally, introducing himself as a member of the Serious Gang. The man, who was none other than Kaolai, accepted the glass. "I never expected to run into you here," he replied, thanking him. Their hands met in a firm grip. "Congratulations on defeating Qinmu," Kaolai said. "And on your promotion to commander." Qinli offered a humble reply, but inside Kaolai's mind, questions swirled. Could the rumors about this man's power actually be true? His dark energy felt leagues stronger than their last encounter. A level of growth that should be impossible. Kaolai felt the undeniable crushing power radiating from Qinli's grip. He thought to himself, if we could recruit him, the Serious Gang would gain another monster-class warrior. even as his own hand throbbed with pain. Chinli pulled away, his focus returning to his mission. "I must find someone," he stated, so he had to leave. Intrigued, Kaolai asked who he was searching for. Chinli explained his only clues: a martial artist with the surname Chin, who had vanished without a trace years ago. He admitted the trail was cold, but his voice burned with resolve. "No matter how difficult, I will find them." Kaolai knew it was a near impossible task. "But," he said, a glint in his eye, "I may know someone who can pierce through the shadows." "If you trust me, follow me," Kaolai offered, leading Chinli toward a private elevator. "Where are we going?" Chinli asked, his guard still up. Kaolai replied, "To meet an information broker, someone who unearths secrets hidden from the world." The elevator doors slid open, revealing a world entirely different from the one they had left. "Is this still part of the martial artist's bar?" Chinli questioned. Kaolai smirked. "This is far more than a simple bar." He explained, "What you saw from the sky was merely the tip of the iceberg. This is the domain of the Serious Gang," he declared, "spanning 10 whole floors. The deeper you go, the more impenetrable the security." He then added that the martial artists below the 6th floor had been moved to a secret location for intense training. Opening a heavy door, he proclaimed, "Welcome to the heart of the Serious Gang." In that instant, Chinli's entire perception of the underground group was shattered. Kaolai gestured towards a man focused on a monitor. "That is Xiang," he said. "The man I told you about." "My friend here has a request for you," Kaolai announced. Chinli stepped forward, explaining his quest to find a martial artist named Chin, who felt strangely familiar. "The leads are thin," Chinli confessed. "But I must ask, can you help me?" Xiang's eyes widened. "What a coincidence," he mused. "I too am searching for a martial artist with the surname Chin." "Do you have any idea where they were last seen?" Xiang asked. "Any event they might have attended." A memory flashed through Chinli's mind, the Zhu family begging him to save their young master. "That's a strong lead," Xiang confirmed. Chinli stood in thought, wondering if he could truly find someone with so little to go on. His gaze then fell upon a badge pinned to Xiang's chest, and it looked intensely familiar. But when he asked to see it, Xiang respectfully declined, saying it was a personal item that could not be touched. Then Xiang's question cut through the air like a blade. "Are you one of the 19 as well? Do you know Liang Qing?" A shadow crossed Xiang's face. "Everyone knew of the genius Liang Qing," he said grimly. "But tragically, she passed away recently." The news struck Chinli like a thunderbolt. "No," he gasped. "I've been searching for all of them." Desperation colored his voice. "Is there any possibility she could still be alive?" Chinli then produced a photograph of her. "She came to my private clinic for treatment," he explained, his voice trembling. "She helps me run the place now." Xiang was utterly stunned that she was alive. "She is far more resilient than I ever could have imagined." He confessed, "I promised I would help her find the others, but I've been tied up with my own affairs. I never dreamed I would run into you." Then he wondered aloud, "But if she's safe, why hasn't she tried to find the others herself?" Xiang looked away, the weight of his situation clear. "My boss has done a great deal for me. Some things are difficult to speak of." Kaolai stepped in, reassuring him. "Brother Chin is our friend. He saved your friend. Helping him is the right thing to do." Xiang nodded in agreement. Uncovering any information would take at least 2 more years. And who knows if any of the 19 are even still alive? A dark memory from his past resurfaced, a chilling reminder of how close he himself had come to death. He'd finally found a formidable ally. Now his path was clear: hunt down the traitor and settle the score. But this group operated from the shadows, their only known contacts being the commander and a 9th-ranked martial artist named Chin. Xiang revealed he'd already investigated this man. Chinli immediately demanded to know what he'd found. Xiang explained that his own target possessed an incredibly high-status identity, likely the very same person Chinli was searching for. He said their intel was sealed behind a top-tier security system, making a quick breach impossible. "A high-level security system?" Chinli questioned. It was Xiang revealed a clandestine security network used exclusively by the Yangtze military. A digital fortress utterly impenetrable to any outsiders. Chinli pondered the revelation. Military ties, just who was this mysterious figure? But at last he had a solid lead to follow. Kaolai confirmed his thoughts, acknowledging just how difficult that kind of system was to crack. But he pointed out that while difficult, finding someone wasn't impossible. After all, how could the Serious Gang have earned its reputation if it couldn't handle missions like this? Taoli then projected a screen displaying the Serious Gang's private intelligence network. At that moment, Chinli understood this was no ordinary street gang. They were a powerful underground force with serious combat strength. Eagerly, he offered his full cooperation, assuming the terms were already decided. But Kaolai was straightforward, telling Chinli there were no formal terms. He was simply glad to have him here, and hoped Chinli would officially join their cause. Chinli agreed, thinking to himself that even if Kaolai's motives were unclear, his respect for Xiang felt completely genuine. Chinli offered his aid for any legal matters they might face. They sealed the deal with a handshake as Kaolai gave him a warm welcome into the Serious Gang. Chinli noted the late hour, saying he didn't want to impose on them any longer.
But Zhao Ai insisted he remain as their honored guest, promising to share any new intel immediately. With that, Qin Li departed.
Xiao Weng then questioned if this Mr. Qin was truly worthy of their attention. Koei simply clicked his mouse and asked, "With his vision and power, how do you think Qin Li reached his current position?" After reviewing Qin Li's file, he noted that their new ally was truly impressive. Even the mighty Ju family treated him with deference, a level of respect their own gang could only dream of. Kawai believed that in the days to come, the serious gang would desperately need a powerful backer like him. A short time later, Qin Li sent a message to King Liang. He'd found a teammate and would arrive in a few days. He imagined King Liang's overjoyed reaction. But just then, Ju appeared out of nowhere, ambushing him with a challenge for the ring. Startled, he dropped his phone, but she snatched it from the air before it hit the ground. "Here," she said, handing it back to him. "Take it." He was stunned. "What are you doing here?" She explained she had traveled a great distance just for a chance to see him. Glancing at his phone, he asked if something was wrong. She took his hand, insisting this was not the right place to talk, and pulled him along. Once they were outside, she turned to him with desperate eyes and pleaded with him to leave Shangjing. Confused, he asked her to explain. He didn't understand the sudden urgency. She revealed she couldn't bear to see her Ju family dragged into his war with Qinmu. He swore to her that he would never allow the Ju family to suffer because of his actions. But she insisted. "You're still young." The Qin family rose to power in Shangjing through their cunning and merciless strategies. She stressed that she was only warning him for his own safety. He apologized, but told her he had duties to fulfill. Leaving Shangjing right now was not an option. She accepted his choice with a solemn nod, saying she would not press the matter any further. Then she discreetly drew a mystical needle, suggesting they should return to the Ju family estate. There, Ju Jingran appeared with Ju Xiu, surprised to see Qin Li. He hadn't been able to reach him by phone. But Qin Li was the one who was truly shocked to see two Ju Xius. Ju Jingran stared in utter confusion. "Do I have another sister? Or am I seeing double?" Ju Jingran demanded an explanation. Why were there two of his sisters standing before them? He approached the fake Ju Xiu. "You said you would wait for me. Why did you come alone?" The real Ju Xiu screamed a warning. "Don't go near her. She's an advanced fighter, a master of disguise." But the fake Ju Xiu just smiled calmly. "I am the real one," she claimed. She said she'd come to discuss the recent military banquet with Qin Li, remarking on how challenging it had been. The thought was terrifying. An advanced fighter who could perfectly mimic anyone in minutes. Was there anyone in the world they couldn't impersonate? Qin Li's mind raced. He recalled intelligence reports from the serious gang files that spoke of elite warriors who could steal any face, any identity. To have infiltrated the Ju family's heavily guarded military banquet? This imposter was no ordinary martial artist. But he holds his ground, wary of her true intentions. Ju Jingran's voice cuts through the tension. "You dare claim to be my sister!" A sly smirk plays on her lips. "I remember when you used to wet the bed, until you were 7. A direct hit to his pride. His face flushes red. "Why would you say that in front of everyone?" he hisses. She coolly replies, "The Ju family annals record everything from birth. It's public knowledge for those who know where to look." He couldn't argue with that. Then both women began a coordinated attack, revealing one embarrassing childhood story after another, much to his utter dismay. Ju Jingran desperately tried to silence them, while the first Ju stared in shock, wondering how this stranger knew so much. The second Ju's eyes glinted with determination. "I don't know what your game is," she declared, "but you won't succeed." In a flash, the two women clashed, but Qin Li moved faster, placing himself right between them. Gripping his mystic needles, he spoke. "If there's no other way to find the truth, we'll do it my way." He bowed his head slightly. "Forgive my intrusion." Ju Jingran then revealed, "Qin Li, I met my real sister just yesterday." The real Ju felt a strange warmth spreading through her, a complete absence of pain. Qin Li explained, "If not for Miss Ju's damaged meridians from the banquet incident, telling you two apart would have been nearly impossible." He checked her pulse, his expression firm. This specific injury is the one thing an imposter could never replicate. The fake Ju Shou's friendly mask dropped. "My original goal was to make you leave Beijing. But now that you've uncovered my secret, you're never leaving," Qin Li retorted. "Even without my intervention, your own reckless actions were bound to expose you." "Perhaps," she admitted with a chilling smile, "which is why I still have a few aces up my sleeve." She lunged a gleaming needle aimed for his heart, but Qin Li effortlessly blocked her attack, sending her staggering back. In a blur, she vanished, her parting words echoing in the air. "With your current power, you won't last long in Beijing." Qin Li knew she was right. To get the answers he sought, he had to get stronger. Her speed was unbelievable, proof of her terrifying power. Ju Shu murmured, her mind racing. That level of skill? It's like a top-tier warrior from the hot summer gangs. Could there be a hidden connection between the Qin family and those factions? She wondered aloud. She promised Qin Li the full support of the Ju family in their investigation. He agreed, acknowledging the imposter's strength far surpassed his own. He then turned to Ju Jingran. "How did you know I was here? And what is going on?" Ju Jingran explained, My elder brother had an urgent matter, but we couldn't reach him, so we tracked him to this location. Ju gestured to their car. It's getting late. Let's go home for now and visit Big Brother first thing in the morning.
From the shadows of a nearby tree, the imposter watched them depart.
She had completely underestimated him. He wasn't just clever. He was already a 7th-level martial artist, a formidable foe. Since you're so determined to stay in Beijing, she whispered to herself, perhaps I'll lend you a hand. Later, Ju Chang approached Qin Li. How goes the search for the person you seek? I have some promising leads, Qin Li replied, but I still need more time. Ju Chang offered his family's full assistance. After thanking him, Qin Li noted, I heard young Master Ju was also searching for me. Ju Chang confirmed it, then asked, have you noticed any changes in your body recently? Qin Li was puzzled. Perhaps I'm just tired. But Ju Chang insisted, come closer, let me take a look. Ju Jingren watched from a distance amazed. It was the first time he'd ever seen his older brother be so familiar with anyone. Qin Li's mind raced. Was Ju Chang referring to the Zizui pill's effects? Could a breakthrough be imminent? Did Commander Ju mention I was on the verge of reaching the 4th level? He asked. But Ju Chang shook his head. I wasn't talking about that. He gestured to the scar on his own face. Qin Li was confused. Is the scar not a good sign? Why the worried look? Ju Chang sighed. Our new trauma medicines were a disaster. Our partners issued a total recall on every single shipment. The root of the problem is a new miracle drug that appeared in Shangjing. It's completely dominating the market. I even bought some to test it myself, Ju Chang confessed. The results are what you see on my face now. As a doctor of Chinese medicine, he continued, I am desperate to understand its formula to improve our own creations. He presented a small cream jar to Qin Li, making an incredible offer. You'll have access to our entire medicinal inventory, and a handsome reward awaits you. Qin Li felt Ju Chang was placing far too much faith in him. Yet a thought sparked within him. Using the Ju family's priceless herbs to cultivate his own power? It was an irresistible opportunity. He opened the jar. One deep inhale was all it took. He knew this formula, because he was the one who created it. I wrote the original recipe for this ointment, Qin Li stated calmly. My wife was producing it before I left for Shangjing. Ju Chang stared completely stunned. What are you saying? Qin Li elaborated. If I am not mistaken, this product belongs to my wife's company. Guang's mind was absolutely blown. To think a man so young could develop a scar cream this revolutionary. But still a single question lingered in his mind. Ju Jing cuts in asking if Qin Li is truly married, and Ju agrees, pointing out how young he seems. Qin Li simply confirms it, explaining he met his wife in college, they graduated, and then started their life together. And then he drops the final bombshell. He is the son-in-law of the Ju family. Awed by Qin Li's incredible talent, Ju Chang makes a monumental proposal. He tells Qin Li to simply speak his mind, whatever the request. Ju Chang admits that while the Ju family dominates the world of military medicine, some of their formulas can't compete with what's on the market. So he asks Qin Li to become their special medical consultant. He swears they will meet any condition Qin Li names. Qin Li lays out his terms. If his wife ever decides to expand her business into the Shangjing market, the Ju family must use all their power to help her. He makes it clear he can set 3 conditions, and they will abide by them, bound by honor and law. Qin Li considers this. To achieve his goals and continue the search for Master Qin, he might need to establish a base of operations right here in Shangjing. Chu Qiang weighs the man before him. A martial artist of terrifying strength and medical skills that border on divine. Faced with such power, their only option is to do everything in their power to get him on their side. He shudders, imagining the catastrophe of making an enemy of someone like Qin Li. He knows that accepting this offer isn't just a good move. It's the only move. This young man he muses is a true dragon among men. Sometime later, at Zhangjun Villa, a message pings on Qin Li's phone. Zhong has arrived. Just then, Zhangjun strolls in wearing shorts, wishing him a good morning. Qin Li gives him a questioning look, and Zhangjun immediately catches it. He asks what's wrong, awkwardly covering his legs, and explains the pills were so potent they made his body feel like a furnace. Qin Li checks his pulse, noting that the time was near. He announces that today, he will teach Zhangjun a true martial arts technique. Zhangjun's eyes light up with pure excitement. Qin Li presents a stack of ancient manuals, telling him to pick one. He snatches a book, but then hesitates, asking if Qin Li is absolutely certain this technique won't drive him mad. Qin Li calmly reassures him to just focus and practice. Trusting him, Zhangjun gets to it. At that moment, Qin Li opens the door to find Xiaong waiting. What are you doing here? Qin Li asks. Xiaong smirks. Is it a crime for a teammate to visit? He tells Qin Li to get in the car. A flicker of doubt crosses Qin Li's mind. How did Xiaong even know he was at this villa? A short while later, they're driving down the road. Qin Li breaks the silence, pointing out that this is not the way to the airport. He notes that airports are built on flat, open ground, but this path leads only toward rugged mountains. Xiaong casually says it's just a shortcut. But Qin Li's instincts are screaming that something is terribly wrong. He changes the subject, asking if Xiaong has any new information on Master Qin's whereabouts. The man replies that Master Qin's trail has vanished like mist without a single trace. Qin Li adds that it's as if he disappeared from the face of the earth. Then Zhong reveals something interesting. Just yesterday, he clashed with a highly skilled martial artist who was in disguise. Qinli's eyes narrow. He knows who he's talking about. A legendary artist who vanished years ago? He never expected him to reappear now. And in that instant, everything clicks into place. The voice, the story. He realizes he is in a car with the very man who subdued him before. The imposter disguised as Xiong. The fake Xiong asks Qinli to grab his eye drops from the glove box. The moment he opens it, a thick, disorienting smoke billows out. The driver covers his face, but the trap was meant for only one person. Qinli's world fades to black as he loses consciousness. Later, the imposter removes his disguise and drags Qinli's body into an old, dilapidated building. He mutters to himself that Qinli shouldn't blame him. One day, he will understand this was all for his own benefit. But when Qinli's eyes flutter open, the very first thing he does is reach up and tear the mask from his own face. The imposter is stunned. He can't believe Qinli saw through his perfect disguise. Qinli explains that the moment the man arrived, he sensed his aura was identical to the person who impersonated Ms. Ju. Besides, he adds the real Xiong would never be so foolish as to come see him without a disguise of his own. The imposter admits he was too careless, and in the next instant lunges forward to attack. Qinli is shocked by his blinding speed. There's no time to dodge. The man's hand closes around his throat as he hisses, "You should not have ignored my advice." In response, Qinli, "I never asked for your advice." Qinli sneered, a mystical needle suddenly appearing between his fingers. With blinding speed, he plunged it deep into the imposter's hand, drawing first blood. A flicker of triumph. The imposter's right hand was now completely useless. But the monster just exploded forward a brutal punch, cracking against Qinli's jaw and sending him hurtling through the air. A clever little trick, the imposter mocked, a cruel smile on his face, but utterly pointless in the end. Qinli's mind reeled in disbelief. Just how powerful was this man? His right arm's kai was sealed, yet he could still unleash such devastating force.
Enough talk. It was time for magic. As Qinli focused, he felt the imposter's energy, a crushing, overwhelming aura that dwarfed his own.
This was going to be a battle for his life. He frantically scanned his surroundings, searching for any advantage. His eyes darted across the desolate landscape. Barren graves surrounded by rolling hills. This was a natural nexus point, a place where Yin Kai gathered. The imposter suddenly turned as if to flee, then paused. "Am I running?" he mused. "Or is everything proceeding exactly as planned?" Seizing the apparent opening, Qinli lunged forward to attack, but his opponent Qinli halted his assault, concealing a glowing needle in his palm. He closed the distance in a flash. At the exact same moment, he summoned the 7 deadly spirits. Ethereal phantoms materialized from the shadows, completely encircling his foe. "My retreat was a feint," Qinli declared, his voice ringing with newfound confidence. "All to lure you into the heart of my formation." The imposter scoffed. Did this child truly believe such a simple trap could bridge their immense power gap? "I'll admit he smirked. "You have a certain low cunning." "I was just lucky you didn't see through my little trick." Qinli replied "Perhaps I did underestimate you," the imposter conceded. But meanwhile, bound and gagged in the suffocating darkness of a car trunk, lay the real Xiong. The car had been stopped for some time now. Master Qin was probably safe. Xiaong knew he had to warn the boss, and fast. With a grunt of effort, he began to maneuver his hand, inching it slowly toward the phone, tucked away in his pocket. Back at the graveyard, the fake Xiaong obliterated another spirit with a casual flick. "I told you," he sneered. Qinli stared in horror. How is this possible?" The imposter blurred into motion, closing the distance instantly. "To get the results I truly desire, I must push this brat to his absolute limit." He moved like a phantom, his fist connecting with a sickening crunch that sent Qinli spiraling away. Another brutal blow landed squarely on Qinli's chest. "Today," the imposter roared, "I will show you the meaning of true power." He saw the deep crater in Qinli's chest. Breathing should be an agony for him now. Qinli gasped for air, each breath a searing white-hot pain. "Why?" he choked out. "Didn't you just kill me?" "To think you can remain so lucid after such a beating," the imposter mused. "My goal isn't your death. It is to shatter your meridians and drive you from Shanjing forever. Drive him out of Shanjing." The words echoed in Qinli's mind, a chilling revelation. Could this be the works of the Qin family? The imposter gathered his energy for the final decisive strike. "I hope the boy can survive this and isn't beaten into oblivion." Just then, a masked figure appeared from the shadows. A blade sliced through the air, forcing the imposter back. "Do not interfere," he bellowed. "Qinli, run," the newcomer cried out. The imposter laughed, a dark and menacing sound. "Your meddling only seals his fate." He shoved the masked warrior with immense force, sending her tumbling onto Qinli. In the chaos, her mask clattered to the ground. "Liang King, are you all right?" Qinli gasped, his eyes wide with shock. "It's you," the imposter smirked. "There, no one left to disturb us." "I agree," the imposter said, his aura beginning to swirl violently. "I too wish to see the true limits of your power." The imposter's eyes narrowed, studying his opponent. To be struck at the Tanjong point and still command this much energy? This boy is a true genius. Both warriors braced for the final clash. You've impressed me, Chinli, the fake Xiang declared. But this is where your story ends. In a flash of movement too fast to see the imposter struck a vital point on Chinli's neck. Darkness immediately consumed him. The figure vanished, his last thought hanging in the air. This is all I can do. The rest is up to you. The scene then shifts, focusing on Jiang Zhen deep in meditation. He contemplated his form. Am I performing these martial techniques correctly? The ones Brother Chinli taught me. The posture feels slightly off. He adjusted his stance, recalling a passage from an ancient book. Is this new form correct? Or should I have stuck to the original? He sighed in frustration. I must ask, but then a sudden realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. 7?
At that very moment, Chinli sat meditating, his mind racing. There's no doubt about it, he thought. That man was trying to kill me.
So why did he transfer his power to me in the end? What could his true motive be? Right now, I can't even begin to refine this immense aura. He feared he might never learn the truth. Just then, Qing Yin Chu appeared outside her arms, full of supplies. Zhang Zhen stared, asking what all of that was for. She explained that while the doctors gave Chinli a clean bill of health, she knew Zhang Zhen was still consumed with worry, so she brought these as a precaution. A wave of relief washed over Zhang Zhen. His sister-in-law had truly thought of everything. He asked if anything strange had happened to Chinli in their absence. He shook his head, reporting that he'd been watching Chinli closely, but there was nothing out of the ordinary.
Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy blasted from Chinli's room, instantly seizing their attention.
Yongjian stumbled, his eyes wide. What was that, an earthquake?
He pointed, shouting that it came from Brother Chinli's room.
Chinli assured her he was fine, then asked what brought her to. She explained it was a call from Liangqing last night. Their new ointment was a massive hit in Shangjing, selling out everywhere. In truth, she was planning to arrive in a few days to give him a real surprise. Just as Zhang Jun tried to greet him, Liangqing grabbed his collar and yanked him from the room, demanding to know what she was doing.
Chinli explained he'd simply been too caught up in things to return and see her. But she countered, saying he'd done so many dangerous things without a word to her. He asked if she ever truly thought about him. At that moment, a searing pain erupted in his chest and he coughed up a spray of blood.
She rushed to his side, her voice trembling. What's wrong? Is your old injury acting up again? He held up a hand, telling her not to panic and to let him check his condition first. She reluctantly agreed. He realized the aura from his recent breakthrough was still unstable and untamed. It seemed that to truly assimilate this new power, he would need to find the heavenly treasures the old man once possessed. She watched him, terrified, thinking she had somehow angered him. He forced a smile, telling her it was a normal side effect. He'd probably just been pushing his training too hard lately.
She then added that, speaking of training, she had helped Master Jiang Zhan step onto the path of cultivation.
He looked at her, asking if she wanted to cultivate as well. She met his gaze, declaring she was his wife, and she wanted to one day stand beside him as an equal, a promise she made to herself long ago. He considered her words for a long moment. All right, he said softly. Let's give it a try. Later that night, Chinli slipped out of the room while she slept, making his way downstairs. He found Liangqing there and asked why she wasn't asleep. She explained she'd just come from Zhao where he was going. He replied that he had to pay a visit to the old man from yesterday. She offered to come with him, but he refused. He had his own way of handling this, and he needed to see if the old master was truly involved.
A guard at the Qin estate declared that only the head of the family could enter the secret chamber, and it was under constant surveillance.
The second guard nodded in solemn agreement. Meanwhile, deep inside that very chamber, Chinli scanned ancient texts, realizing the strongest martial artist in his family's history had only ever reached the 5th level. It confirmed his suspicions. The old man had absolutely no connection. The note promised that once Chinli reached the high, Chinli's mind raced. Was there truly a realm beyond the 9th level for a martial artist? At that moment, Qin Muse and his father passed by the chamber exchanging greetings. Qin Muse asked if Staff Sergeant Wing had mentioned who would. Chinli pointed out that the books inside the chamber were disturbed, meaning he wondered if his own intrusion had been discovered. But no. Chinli was hinting at someone else who had been in the room.
Qin Muse quickly clarified that it was him. He had entered yesterday hoping to find any texts that might advance his own training.
His father immediately warned him to never enter the secret chamber again. He explained there were countless secrets within that he was not yet ready to touch. Qin Muse bowed his head, saying he understood. Chinli then pulled out a painting, stating he would have it sent to Staff Sergeant Wang in the morning. That way, he could inquire about the tournament himself. Qin Muse simply said, okay, but Chinli pressed, is that all? Qin Muse spoke of a family legend, about ancient elixirs left behind by their grandfather, powerful enough to instantly boost a warrior's rank. A cleansing pill? Chinli mused silently. His father confirmed the legend was true, making greed flash in Qin Muse's eyes. If such a treasure exists, then why not let me have it?
But his father issued a grave warning. That pill was an unstable, half-finished product cursed with horrifying side effects.
To prevent disaster, your grandfather destroyed it. But Chin Muse was suspicious, believing the elixir was simply hidden away. As they exited the secret chamber, Juwani stepped out from the shadows. Indeed, she smirked. But I doubt Commander Chin could find his prize, no matter how— That lingering presence? It must be Chin Muse. Chinli simply offered a calm apology for the intrusion. A sudden noise echoed. And there he was, Chin Muse skulking through the room. What devious plan was he plotting now? Shoving a pile of books aside, Chin Muse sneered. Finally managed to get that old fool to leave. His eyes landed on a small vase. So the old man lied, claiming the medicine was destroyed. Good thing I'm not so easily tricked. He reasoned, what's a minor side effect compared to absolute power? Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. Chinli watched in horror. What kind of unholy elixir is this? It was forcing foreign genes to violently fuse with Chin Muse. I never imagined its power would be so immediate, the monster roared. A voice in his head asked if he wanted it to answer his calls. Chinli grabbed Shu's hand. We need to go— This isn't the time to reveal my true power, Chinli. She remembered the old man's words. Place this paper in the Chin family house, and it will lead— She never dreamed it would turn into this chaotic mess. Suddenly, he pushed her down another street, but her ankle twisted and she fell hard. This is it, she thought. There's no escape now. She cursed internally. Godfather was the secret to rapidly boosting her own cultivation. He's not the only one who's quick. I'm still in control, he growled. I can't afford to upset Officer Wong. From their hiding spot, she whispered, He can't see us. This must be the side effect the patriarch mentioned. Where are you? Chin Muse bellowed. As he charged blindly, she stepped out and slapped him hard across the face. Who dares strike me? He roared. His confusion is real, she noted. He then tore off in the wrong direction, screaming, If you have any honor, then face me like a warrior. As he vanished, Chinli's gaze hardened. I know of your connection to Officer Wang. Tell me, why are you really here? He accepted her clever deflection. Fair enough, she smirked. I like a man who knows when not to push. Just then her phone rang. It was Godfather. I'm heading back immediately, she said into the phone. Hanging up, but about Officer Wang's other request, he started. She smiled. Elsewhere, but another woman, he laughed nervously. Oh, I was so buried in files I accidentally slapped myself. Please don't tease me. Commander Wong chuckled, diffusing the tension. All right, niece, that's enough. He turned his serious gaze to— The chief himself has decreed that you four will represent our city in the martial arts competition next month in Tianai City. A knowing smirk crosses Commander Wong's face. He knew Chinli was too— And with that, he proclaims Shang Jing's official— In past tournaments, he was content with his team just gaining experience, but this year is different. This year, his eyes are— Is there something special about this year's trophy? Xuan asks, her curiosity ignited. Commander Wong leans in his voice, dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The grand prize is none other than the legendary priceless secret herb, the Fire Saint Lotus. Chinli's eyes instantly sharpen. The Fire Saint Lotus. His mind races. That was the legendary herb he needed to cultivate his spiritual energy. Commander Wong notices his reaction. What is it? Chinli breaks into a casual laugh. Commander Wong chuckles, suddenly remembering. Ah yes, Chinli, I am the weakest on this team, a mere third-rank fighter, she explains. How do you— A valid point, he agrees. Let's set a time for the entire team to meet and strategize. My daughter is in your hands, Commander Wong says with gravity. Chinli gives a firm nod of acceptance. Meanwhile, a cunning smile plays on Juswani's lips. Sooner or later, she schemes inwardly. He will become one of my people. Later that day, Juswani arrives at Chinli's home. Hearing her knock, Liangqing places her dagger on the table before cautiously opening the door to greet the visitor. Good morning, Commander, Juswani says. Liangqing's eyes narrow slightly. And who are you looking for? Juswani boldly steps inside her eyes, scanning the house. This is where Commander Chinli lives, is it not? Commander? So the boss is in the military now. Liangqing muses, a sense of familiarity nagging at her. And who is this woman? I feel like I've seen her before. Are you here for Chinli? Liangqing asks again. Suddenly, a woman's voice drifts down from an upstairs room. Chinli, be more gentle, the voice cries out. A thrill shoots through Juswani. The team captain is even more exciting than I imagined. She thinks. No wonder I'm so interested in him. He's good at everything, but upstairs the reality is far less scandalous. Chinli is simply helping Qin Yanshu with her physical therapy. How do you feel, are you okay? He asks, his voice full of concern. She confirms that she is. Chinli helps Qin Yanshu into the tub. Soak and relax, he advises gently. It will relieve the fatigue. As she sinks into the water, a sharp but pleasant soreness spreads through her. Just as Chinli walks down the stairs, he's met by a smirking woman. Captain, you're finally done. Why are you here? He asks, completely baffled. She just winks. He quickly holds up his hands. Wait, this is not what you're imagining. As if on cue, Qin Yanshu appears at the top of the stairs holding something out. You left this behind. Juswani's eyes rake over Qin Yanshu, a scornful thought flashing through her mind.
I never thought he'd be into someone like her. Qin Yanshu hands him some papers, then playfully pinches his side, whispering in his ear, while keeping her gaze locked on Juswani in a silent challenge. He glances at the papers, admitting his memory isn't the best. "Allow me to introduce you," he says. "This is my wife, Qin Yanshu, and this is my colleague Liangqing from my clinic." He then gestures to the guest. "And this is Juswani, a participant in the Shangjing martial arts competition." Wife Juswani thinks stunned. Why would he hide such a beautiful wife? A dark thought follows. Even if he's married, a divorce is always an option. Qin Yanshu gives a sweet smile. He's just a low-key person, not one for showing off. She thinks to herself, first it was Yongyan, that wasn't enough. Now there's another one. Just when I thought I handled one rival, another one pops up out of nowhere. Qin Li explains he wanted his wife to join him in Shangjing, but her company has kept her far too busy. He turns back to Juswani, handing her a folder. "I've created a training schedule specifically for you. Look it over and get familiar with the plan." As they all head outside, he sets the stakes. There's only half a month left until the martial arts competition. And for you, Juswani, the main goal is to break through to the 4th level of martial arts. Qin Yanshu and Liangqing, you can follow the training too, he adds. But Yanshu, without the basics, you'll need to focus on fundamental exercises. She stares back at him wide-eyed. Are you serious about such an intense workout? Juswani scoffs. Jumping 2 levels in just half a month is impossible. But he remains resolute. As long as you stick to my plan, it is entirely doable. A cold glint enters his eye. Be warned, during this training I will not go easy on anyone, regardless of who you are. An hour later, all 3 women are deep in their hellish training. Liangqing, he shouts, use your arms to amplify your power. Feel the flow of the air. He guides Juswani, telling her to rise slowly, then squat, focusing on the flow of energy through her core. But Qin Yanshu suddenly cries out, insisting she can't continue through the intense pain. Juswani admits she still can't sense the aura he described. He looks concerned, asking if something is wrong, prompting her to ask if he's a doctor who could examine her. He steps forward, taking her by the wrist. Let me have a look, he says. Just then, Qin Yanu calls to him, revealing she's felt a strange disturbance in her body since starting his exercises. She boldly suggests he should examine her as well. He agrees, reaching for her hand to channel his spiritual energy and diagnose her. In his mind, her training was the simplest. There shouldn't be any complications. But as his hand rests on her head, he senses something is deeply wrong. Her body shows no signs of illness. Yet he detects a sinister green wisp of energy. He extends his power to probe it. Where did this malevolent green aura come from? And why does it feel like it's disrupting the very flow of power inside his own body? He wonders what this dark energy could be, and then he sees it. A spectral shadow lurking behind Chinyanu. Why has such a thing appeared inside her? He tries to grasp the green energy, its familiar scent unsettling him, but it violently repels his power. The backlash was so strong. He was nearly overwhelmed, his own mind almost consumed. Chinyanu asks if she's all right, and he realizes this entity must be the source of her suffering. But he has no clue what it is. And it seems to have been dormant inside her for a very long time. She'd never once complained of any illness before. His training must have awakened the slumbering entity. Don't worry, he reassures her. It's nothing serious. You'll be fine after some rest. He knew his current level of power was not enough to face this entity. He had to become stronger. But he couldn't help but wonder, was that truly all there was to it? At that moment, Jung Jan approaches, asking about his own training. He explains that despite following the secret manual, he hasn't felt any change at all. He ponders why Jang Zhen isn't sensing any progress. Perhaps Jang Zhen has been training so relentlessly, he's become numb to the subtle changes within his own body. An idea strikes him, and he tells Jang Zhen to run a full lap around the grounds, surprising him. He confirms the command, encouraging him to run with all his might. Jang Zhen prepares himself a flicker of determination in his eyes, before bursting forward with incredible speed. Chinyanu asks if she should resume her practice just as Jang Zhen returns from his run, exclaiming how potent the marrow-cleansing elixir truly was. Jang Zhen excitedly suggests that more pills would surely bring greater results. But he calmly explains that the elixir's purpose is to reforge the body, and taking more won't enhance its effects. Curious Chinyanu asks what a marrow pill is. Jang Zhen proudly explains it's a legendary elixir, crafted by Qini himself, capable of transforming anyone into a martial arts prodigy. Jushuani marvels at the captain's high-grade elixir and eagerly asks for one for herself. He smiles, handing one to her. I have a few left. There's one for each of you. Jang Zhen leans in and whispers that the women won't experience the same embarrassing side effect he did. He clarifies that the elixir is rich in yin energy, but weak in yang, so women won't have the same intense fiery reaction. Jushuani secretly marvels at their boss's incredible generosity for sharing such a priceless treasure. Qin Yanu takes the pill, immediately recoiling from its shockingly bitter taste. Jushuani assures her it will dissolve, finding her own pill to be surprisingly sweet, a testament to the captain's skill. Later, he meditates in his room, feeling the new surge of power that has settled within him, his senses sharper than ever before. He wonders, could he convert the principles of the formation into a cultivation platform?
He focuses his energy and believes he has succeeded.
He realizes that with this powerful formation, they could all accelerate their training exponentially. Not only that, but it would allow others within its range to cultivate with incredible ease. A sudden knock at the door breaks his concentration. He rises, leaving a sleeping Chin Yanu behind. When he opens the door, he's stunned to find Ju Shueni posed seductively on the floor.
"Captain, please help me," she pleads, her voice laced with distress. "I feel so strange."
She leans back, her body sprawled on the ground as she claims a raging fire is consuming her from within.
"Compose yourself," he commands, attempting to shut the door. But she catches it, whispering, "I dressed this way for you, aren't you tempted?"
He sternly replies that he is a married man and appreciates the sentiment, but no. She scoffs. "So what? It's not like you can't get a divorce." She adds that she's heard the captain is tied to the Chu family, a family that has offered him nothing. Chin Yanchu and I, he tells her there are things she doesn't understand and orders Miss Ju Shuani to return to her room before firmly closing the door. But Ju Shuani presses against it, her voice a sultry whisper.
"A powerful man like you, Captain, surely needs more than one woman."
She even proposed becoming the elder wife if only he'd accept her as the younger. Before another word could escape, the door slammed shut in her face. Inside, he swore he would never betray Chin Yanu, who was now wide awake and had heard everything. Outside, Jueni pleaded with the captain, desperately trying to convince him she was serious.
He coldly told her to leave, warning her never to attempt something so foolish again. But Jueni silently vowed this wasn't over. 1 month later, they all gathered at the airport.
Chin Yanu gave Chin Li a grave warning, beware the women of Tianhai City. He simply nodded, taking her words to heart. Juani then cut in, promising Chin Yanchu she would take excellent care of the captain in her stead. Chin Yanu suspected Juani was just flaunting her martial arts status, but for her husband's sake, she offered a hollow thanks. Once aboard the plane, Chin Yanu summoned Jiang Zhen to her side. It was time, she declared, to get back to business. She then asked for Liang Qing's whereabouts, and he realized she had vanished just moments ago. Chin Mu felt a pair of eyes on them, and then he saw it. A figure hiding behind a newspaper. As everyone settled in, Liang Qing lowered the paper from her face, her resolve clear. She would follow the boss, no matter the cost. Juani saw her chance attempting a sly maneuver to sit beside Chin Li, but she stumbled, falling right into Commander Wang's lap instead. She instantly lashed out at Chin Mu, snapping at him to watch his step and demanding to know if he was blind. She then clung to him, apologizing profusely and asking if he was hurt. Zhuang gently informed Juani she had the wrong person, leaving her utterly stunned by her mistake. He then politely asked her to get up. Chin Li's voice cut through the awkwardness, mentioning that according to Staff Sergeant Wang Xianjing, had never actually won a real tournament. Yu simply replied that he had crossed paths with some truly formidable masters in his time. Chin Li reflected on the high-level martial artists he'd faced, himself wondering just how far he was from becoming a true level 9 master. He had no idea if his next foe would be a level 9, or something far more powerful.
After a long flight, they finally arrived in Tanhai City.
"We're finally here!" Juani exclaimed, her body aching with exhaustion from the journey.
She called out to the captain, urging him to look around. He thought to himself that the world of martial artists was infinitely more complex than he'd ever imagined.
In the distance, Tong Yi warned Xwen to stop his relentless bullying, but Ziwen just sneered, declaring he'd bully her too, before sending her flying with a kick. The other girls rushed to Tong Yi's side, crying out in concern. Saiwen, the captain of the arrogant Tianhai team, was just getting started. He reminded them this event was run by the city's military, and his brother was the commander. Tang shot back that he was violating the rules of the competition. Saiwen just laughed, declaring that the rules were meaningless when he held all the power. He made a vile offer he'd let her team go, if she agreed to spend the night with him. One of his lackeys voiced his approval. Another crony added that a small-town team's fate rested entirely on Zaiwen's whims. In a flash of fury, she lunged with a kick, screaming at him to shut his mouth. But he caught her leg with ease.
"Don't be so angry," he purred. "I'll make you feel much better later tonight."
"Go to hell," she screamed, throwing a punch.
But he blocked it effortlessly. "Your skills are pathetic," he mocked before kicking her to the ground.
A gray-haired man then spoke, his voice dripping with arrogance.
"A mere snake cannot challenge a mighty dragon. After all, I was last year's third-place winner." His partner smirked callously, pointing out that the girl was just getting what she deserved.
As Tangji charged him one last time, Chin Li felt a surge within him. The old man's methods hadn't just improved his cultivation. That very same aura was now flowing through him. Suddenly, Chin Li could see every move before it happened. "Block with your left hand," he yelled, "and channel your energy into your right." She snapped back furiously, telling the ignorant bystander to stay out of it. And yet, her body moved on instinct, perfectly following his command.
"Now use your right foot," he ordered. "Kick straight for his head." She obeyed without hesitation, and her foot connected, sending Zaowen crashing to the floor. Ziven stared in disbelief. She herself was stunned. Had she really won? She quickly told Chini to wait, thanking him for his guidance. She then turned to the newcomers, asking if they were just here to spectate the tournament. But Jug Shiwani corrected her. They were here to compete. Tang Yi scoffed at the idea of competing with only 3 people, but Commander Wong stated there were in fact 4 of them.
A thought crossed Qinli's mind. Where on earth was Qin Muse? Elsewhere, Qinli met with a shadowy figure who handed him a small vial.
Here is the item you requested. He took it as the figure delivered a final warning. It contains only a single pill. Do not use it, unless it is an absolute last resort. To Qin Yusei, the method didn't matter. Poison, so what? If it could skyrocket his cultivation, he'd take the risk. His mind was set. He would seize the Holy Fire Lotus no matter the cost. He refused to fail his leader. Zuko Shawani, however, was puzzled. How could Qin Muse's stomach be in such knots after just a few hours in the air? She never expected such weakness. But Qin Li, who wasn't even their captain, quickly set the record straight about his identity. The revelation caught Tang Yi completely off guard. Qin Li was the real captain. When Qin Li offered a handshake, she thought to herself, maybe not all men were as insufferable as the ones she'd met earlier. Bushani tried to intervene, but Tang Yi moved first, firmly shaking Qin Li's hand. Captain Tang Yi of the North Coast team, she introduced herself. Qin Li simply noted it was their first meeting, suggesting they let any misunderstanding slide with a laugh. Zhuan also rose intrigued by this newcomer. I've never seen his face before, she muttered. Just then, Commander Wong appeared, telling Qin Li he'd been searching for them all afternoon. He presented Qin Li with a card, explaining that Zhuge Xiuani would handle all their arrangements from here.
Qin Li expressed his deep gratitude, thanking Sergeant Wong for his invaluable help. But Zhuge Xiuani simply replied, "Of course, Godfather."
Jaiwen witnessed the exchange, his mind racing. What kind of insane luck did this guy possess to earn the personal favor of Wang Xiaoyi?
Captain Kaioshen remarked that the name Qin Li sounded familiar. With that, the scene shifts to their designated hotel.
Stepping out of the bath. Qin Li's thoughts drifted to Jaiwen, the third-place winner from last year. It made him wonder, who took the champion's crown? Meanwhile, Zhuge Xiuani was also bathing, pondering her godfather's intentions. Did he arrange all this because he already knew her heart's desire? She fumed at the thought of anyone disturbing her rest. Just as a sharp ring echoed from the doorbell,
Qin Li answered the door to find Jiwen, who clearly believed his own dashing looks and charm were enough to win any woman over.
Jiwen confidently slicked back his hair.
As the door swung open, he immediately addressed Zhuge Xiuani, asking, "Surely you remember me?"
Qin Li cut him off with a polite apology. You have the wrong person, he stated flatly, wondering why this fool was at their door and why he'd been the one sent to open it. Without another word, Qin Li slammed the door shut right in Ziwen's stunned face, just as Zhuge Xiuani emerged from her bath asking who was calling. Jaiwen burst into the room. He introduced himself grandly and knelt, offering her a single rose.
"Brother Jaiwen," she acknowledged coolly.
He was shocked she even recalled his name. He claimed he was there to offer his sincerest apologies. She raised an eyebrow. Apologize for what exactly? For not protecting you this afternoon, he declared, blaming his failure on the overwhelming crowd of strangers. He leaned in closer, vowing to take care of her from now on, while shamelessly admiring her. But she just scoffed. To think you're still the same arrogant jerk before sending him flying with a She seethed. How could a shameless toad like him even dream of courting her? Not unless he grew up to be a real man like her captain. Qin Li blinked in surprise as Jaiwen, now furious, pointed a finger at him. This country bumpkin, he sneered, puffing out his chest. She shot back that it wasn't his place to judge. After all, he wasn't worthy to even be compared to a level 5 martial artist like her captain. Jaiwen paused, the words level 5 martial artist echoing in his mind. A slow smirk spread across his face as he thanked her for the information.
"We'll see about that soon enough," he hissed before making a swift exit.
The scene changes to the Grand Arena, where a commentator's voice boomed, announcing that martial artists from across the nation had gathered in Tianhai. First to be introduced was the host of the event,
Captain Jiwen, leading the Tianhai City team. He was followed by the formidable Captain Kaioshen and his team from Jin City.
The announcer then presented the only all-female squad in the competition, led by the fierce Captain Tang Ying, before turning to the final team. A moment of confusion, and the commentator quickly corrected himself. The true captain of the Shangjing team was not Shu Qin, but a man named Qin Li. A murmur went through the audience. Who is this guy? Someone shouted. Never heard of him. The crowd erupted in chatter, calling him a nobody, a rookie. Some even joked he looked more like a physician than a fighter. They couldn't believe the legendary Shangjing team had fallen so far. The commentator then declared the rules for this grand tournament a one-on-one battle royale. The first combatant would be chosen by drawing lots. The warrior who draws the shortest straw will begin the fight.
From that point on, members from every team are free to challenge one another.
There are no restrictions on weapons. The ultimate champion will be the last one standing after defeating all rivals. And the prize. The winner gains a full year of access to the precious team, and the cultivation world's most divine treasure. The Holy Fire Lotus. A wave of absolute shock washed over the crowd. One man gasped, I never dreamed a sacred fire lotus would appear here. This legendary herb could neutralize any poison. and was a priceless artifact for any martial artist hoping to shatter their cultivation bottleneck.
The commentator's voice echoed as the captains stepped forth to draw their fate.
Tangi drew number 4, tossing it aside as she boldly declared she would lead her team. Jaiwen smirked, remarking on Captain Tangi's bravery as she stepped onto the battle stage. He met her in the ring, taunting her. I taught you how to beat me yesterday. Let's see who'll save you in this battle royale, Jaiwen warned. Don't expect your luck to hold out, she retorted. You're tough, I'll admit, but I refuse to lose to you. Then show me what you're made of, he challenged as a sinister green energy began to swirl around him. A voice from the crowd murmured, She gave him a hard time yesterday. He's definitely out for revenge now. Another spectator sighed. It's a shame such a beautiful lady must face such a monster. In a flash, Jaiwen closed the distance. She was stunned by his speed as a powerful kick sent her flying. Ju Chang watched in shock. A year? How did he get this powerful? Tahoe! He saw the phantom scorpion forming from Jaiwen's aura, and a dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could he have already reached the spiritual energy transfiguration stage?
Qinli asked in awe. Can all martial artists transform their aura into a tangible form like that?
The grim answer came, only warriors at level 6 or higher. Our team is in for a world of hurt.
Qinli agreed, her expression hardening. All we can do is give it everything we've got.
Jaiwen stalked towards Tangi. Just give up. Continued resistance will only bring you pain. Tangi just laughed. Why would I ever admit defeat? Bitter memory flashed in her mind, her father's cold voice declaring her worthless, saying everything belonged to her brother. She had always wondered why, especially when she had earned every single one of her achievements.
She remembered his final, furious words. If you walk out that door, never think of coming back. And so she had left her home behind forever.
Her father had dismissed her dream of becoming a martial artist. He called it the biggest joke he'd ever heard. Snapping back to the present, Tangi's eyes blazed. Who are you to tell me to lose? Her own energy erupted, and she launched her counterattack. Her fist, fueled by defiance, slammed into him, sending him hurtling through the air. Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. She actually fought back. The crowd gasped. A level 6 martial artist with the battle power of a 7th level fighter. Qinli was stunned, never expecting such a desperate struggle. Tangi dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. She had won, but she knew that level-breaking attack would take time to recover from. But Jaiwen pushed himself up from the ground, a menacing grin on his face. It's far too early to celebrate your victory. He scoffed at her power. You don't even have the right to scratch my back. Channeling all his might, he charged forward with a final devastating cry. She knew it was over. Her body was paralyzed, unable to move a single inch. Her teammates rushed in to protect her, but he swatted them aside like flies. You dare try a sneak attack on me, he roared. Do you have a death wish? Qinli's sharp eyes noticed his broken leg. Even injured, he's still a monster. Ju Chong's team was only a level or two weaker than this beast. No wonder Jay was so worried. His gaze then shifted, landing on Qinli. Zhou Sheni approached Qinli, her voice low. It's your turn to fight. Qinli asked her, you wish to represent Xiangjing in the first match? She confirmed it. He knew it was risky, but he realized if she could target his weak spot, she might actually stand a chance. Is that all right? She asked. He nodded slowly. I suppose so, but be careful if you're losing use the signal. Jaiwen laughed arrogantly. Is there no one left who dares to challenge me? Zhu Chang marveled. The captain! She predicted all of this.
Qinli stepped into the ring, her gaze unwavering. I will be your opponent for the second match.
She smiled playfully. You'll go easy on a girl like me, right? He shot back. I'll spare you, but I'm not responsible if I mess up that pretty face. She retorted, it's not yet clear who will be the one in trouble. Have you already forgotten the pain from yesterday? His face twisted in rage. So you want to play fine? I'll have some fun with you. He charged his fist, aimed to kill.
Guang watched nervously. I hope she can last a little longer. At least don't lose too badly.
But she dodged his attack with surprising agility. She aimed a swift kick between his legs, but he caught her ankle and she cried out, let go! He tightened his grip. There's no point in struggling. He raised his fist, ready to end it. Wait, I give up, she pleaded. But he refused. I'm not done playing with you yet. She suddenly purred. Be seductive and I might let you go. He froze, his eyes widening. Are you serious? She confirmed it with a nod. He released her leg, his mind racing. Even if he couldn't afford to offend Staff Sergeant Wang, she was the one who started this. It wasn't his fault, but in that instant of weakness, she struck his broken leg with all her might. A horrifying scream of agony tore through the arena as the audience watched in utter shock.
Jaiwen's acting was so flawless it was shocking. She couldn't believe her eyes. You didn't really injure your right leg.
He scoffed, revealing he had already completed his body's tempering. On the verge of a breakthrough, her feeble attack was nothing more than a joke. With a dismissive shove, he sent her flying. I was merely toying with you. The commentator's voice boomed across the arena. Ziwen from Tianhai City has successfully defended the ring. The challenge continues. Qinli rose to his feet, calmly setting his drink aside. I'll take care of this. But Ju Chang stood up first. No, I should be the one to handle him. Zhuang's eyes blazed with purpose. He intended to use this battle to finally shatter his cultivation bottleneck. Qinli gave a solemn nod. Be careful. As Zhu Kuani passed them, she felt the tension in the air. The old rivalry between the Zhu and Z families was about to ignite once more. Wang then stepped onto the stage, leaving Qinli stunned yet again. Zhu Xuani explained the bitter history. In a previous tournament, their captain Zhu Chang had suffered a humiliating defeat at Ziwan's hands. Though they were both military clans, the Zhu and Z families were anything but friendly. Try 100 times, you'll always be a loser, Ziwan taunted. Shut your mouth! Zhu Chang roared in defiance. Zhu Chang lunged forward with explosive force, but Ziwan parried the blow with ease. Pathetic. You haven't made any progress at all. A devastating blow landed on Zhuang's neck, sending him careening off the stage. Ziwan sneered inwardly. Did this fool really think he could break the immortal body of a 7th-level martial artist? Qinli glanced down at his drink. It was empty. Just as Ziwan gathered energy to finish off Commander Wang, Qinli flicked his wrist, sending the empty can flying. And it slammed right into Ziwan's face. Stunned into silence, Ziwan's eyes blazed with fury. Who dares interfere? Qinli calmly raised his hand. That would be me. Ziwan's voice dripped with contempt. Captain Qinli, did you see your man about to lose and decide to play the hero? Qinli's reply was cool and measured. In the ring, there are always winners and losers. There's no shame in Zhu Chang falling to someone of your current strength. He then added with a sly grin. Besides, I was just checking if that immortal body of yours was truly immortal everywhere. He gestured downwards with a mocking laugh, his words sharp as a needle. Commander Qinli finds my technique quite potent. At that very moment, a hidden needle pricked Ziwan's leg. Murmurs spread through the audience. He can't be serious, right? Laughter echoed in the stands. But Tongyi was deep in thought, contemplating Qinli's true power. She knew a fighter of his caliber wouldn't just joke around. To provoke such a reaction meant his opponent was completely outclassed. A knot formed in her stomach. She never expected to meet such a monster in this year's competition. What a pity, Captain Tongyi, sneered Tai and Shen. The taste of defeat is bitter, isn't it? Anyone who challenges the Tianhai City team is doomed to fail. She glared back. Don't assume your Jin City team will have the upper hand again this year. Her voice was filled with conviction. This time you'll be the one to suffer defeat. Just you wait and see. Tai and Shen simply scoffed. Such a stubborn woman. Qinli stepped forward. I'll handle this from here. Guang called out, Captain, please be careful. Zivan sized him up. A mere 5th-level martial artist. How does he plan to face me? Captain Ziwan? Qinli began. Please go easy on me. Zivan's arrogance was palpable. Since it's your first time leading the team, I'll grant you the first 2 moves. Qinli thought to himself 2 moves. It's impossible to break through his defenses like that. So he flipped the offer on its head. In that case, how about you let me have 2 moves instead? Zivan looked utterly baffled. You don't like my generous offer, fine. I can even give you a few more strikes if you want. The crowd roared. He's lost his nerve before the fight even started, another spectator shouted. What do you expect he's facing Ziwan? Okay, Qinli agreed with a smile. But for safety's sake, I think I'll wear these first, he said, revealing a pair of boxing gloves. Zhu Chang yelled, Don't hold back! Sergeant Wang observed the scene, noting Qinli's supreme confidence. A woman beside him agreed completely. Your eyes are as sharp as ever, Godfather Sergeant Wang. A spectator turned to his friend in disbelief. Did I hear that right? Who in the world is that guy? His friend shook his head. I don't know him, but the man he's with is Staff Sergeant Wang from Xiangjing. Sergeant Wang himself was thinking, to take down so many opponents so fast. Ziwan's strength has grown immensely since last year. Zhu Chang's faith was absolute. Our team leader will probably take him down in just 10 hits, just as our godfather wishes. Sergeant Wang nodded in silent agreement. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. The entire audience was on edge, waiting to see if Qinli could actually back up his bold claims. Someone shouted, Ziwan has already beaten him once before. This is the perfect chance to show Zhang Jing the might of Tianhai City. Zivan issued his final challenge, his voice booming with arrogance. Come, if you can force me back even half a step, I will consider it your victory. Qinli met his gaze, accepting the challenge. Even Ziwan had to admit, this newcomer had some serious skill. In a flash, Qinli landed a devastating blow, sending Ziwan soaring across the arena. Humiliation burned within him. His perfect defense had been utterly shattered. Impossible! He roared, his pride in tatters. In a desperate gamble, he uncorked a small vial and swallowed its entire contents. He refused to accept defeat. His strength had been waning, but he had been saving this trump card for this very moment. Qinli's eyes narrowed. So that was Tianhai City's secret weapon? An alchemist supplying them with these forbidden power-ups? An agonizing power surged through Ziwan. His very form twisted and warped, transforming him into a monstrous, formidable opponent. Come, he bellowed, his voice distorted. Qinli advanced without a shred of fear, unleashing a relentless barrage of powerful strikes. The crowd gasped in shock at Ziwan's sudden and terrifying power-up. But their shock turned to awe at Qinli's unwavering strength. How was he still standing? Even Zywin was stunned. This was no mere level 5 martial artist.
Chin Li braced himself for the final clash, but then Zywin raised a hand, admitting defeat.
I completely misjudged you, he conceded. Chin Li's gaze remained like ice. I want to see the power of those pills for myself. A cruel sneer crossed Ziwen's lips. You can have all the pills you desire, if you have the life left to claim them. With that, a sinister magic erupted from the ground, ensnaring Chin Li completely. In an instant, his world vanished. Chin Li found himself in an unfamiliar place, the air thick with a suffocating evil aura. This dark magic had hurled him back into his own past. His mother's voice called out, "Come and eat. Why are you just standing there, dear?"
What is this sorcery? He wondered, his mind reeling. As he took a hesitant step, a horrifying sea of crimson began to spread everywhere.
He saw a crowd gathered around a funeral. A cold voice whispered, "The Chin family finally got what they deserved for their sins." "I heard the entire house was painted in blood," another voice added with false pity. A shame about the little boy left behind.
Chin Li shoved through the phantom crowd, his heart pounding. "Let me through!" He froze, his eyes locked on the grave before him.
Just then, Qing Yin Chu appeared. "What are you doing here?" Chin Li demanded, his voice tight. "I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner," she said softly. "Your mother and father are gone from this world, but there is no need to be sad."
She moved closer, pulling him into a chilling embrace. "Because you'll be joining them, right now." A blade flashed, aimed straight for his back, but Chin Li's reflexes were like lightning. He seized her wrist and hurled the imposter away.
"You can mimic her face," he sneered, "but you can't hide that foul stench of yours." The illusion shattered, and the fake Qing Yan twisted into the form of Keelan. He understood now. To escape this nightmare, he had to destroy the darkness at its source. With enemies on all sides and no one to trust, he knew he had to seize this one chance to break through. He snatched the fallen knife, his eyes scanning the evil spirits lurking in the swirling shadows.
Chin Li plunged the blade deep into the phantom ground. Instantly, dozens of his own duplicates erupted from the earth, all screaming for his death.
He dispatched one with a single fluid strike. These illusions lack Zuyen's raw power, he analyzed.
But this mastery of illusion is treacherous.
He had to find the puppet master behind this, or be lost in this mental prison forever.
And just like that, the entire scene shattered like glass, returning him to the fighting stadium.
Commentator's voice boomed. Chin Li is the victor. Does anyone else dare to challenge him? Watching from the sidelines, Zywin was in utter disbelief. If even Keelan's mental attack had failed, then this was truly the end of the line. "If there are no more challengers," the commentator announced, "we will crown Chin Li the champion of this year's martial arts competition."
But a calm voice cut through the roaring crowd. "Hold on, I have yet to compete." It was his own teammate, Chin Muse.
The commentator was taken aback. "But your team has already secured victory. There is no need for further matches."
Chin Muse smiled faintly. "Our Shengjing team has indeed triumphed. But is there any rule that forbids teammates from sparring?" A wave of confusion and excitement swept through the stadium. "The tournament should have been over," someone muttered.
"Wait," another realized. "This means the final prize will go to the winner of this match." The commentator turned to Chin Li. "Captain, what is your decision?"
Chin Li's expression was calm.
"The grand tournament has its own destiny. We will follow it."
"The captain agrees," the commentator roared to the crowd. "An unprecedented showdown between teammates begins now." Already on stage, Chin Muse declared, "Let the match begin." "Captain, I know I'm no match for you. Please be merciful," Chin Muse pleaded, bowing deeply, as his body erupted into a grotesque monstrous form.
Chin Li's eyes narrowed. That scent? It was exactly the same as the one from the illusion. "I am no saint," the creature snarled, lunging forward to attack. Parrying the vicious blow, a single question burned in Chin Li's mind. Why did Chin Muse pretend to be blind all this time? Chin Li demanded an answer. "You can see me now, then why did you pretend to be blind last time?" Chin Muse's voice was grim. "If Miss Shu hadn't been there, I wouldn't have made it this long."
The name Sergeant Wang clicked in Chin Li's mind. He was shocked that a single pill could grant such an explosive power boost.
"I'm revealing this now," Chin Muse roared, "because today is the day you die." With that, he lunged forward. But Chin Li met his charge with a thunderous punch, sending him rocketing across the stage. A small bottle fell from his pocket and shattered. A single strange pill rolled out. Chin Li picked it up, his eyes filled. Without a moment's hesitation, Chin Li crushed the pill beneath his foot. Chin Muse's eyes widened in sheer terror. He remembered Sergeant Wang's words. "This is the last bottle. Save it for a true emergency." Desperate, he scrambled towards the dust, licking the crushed pill right off the floor. "I can't waste a single grain," he muttered frantically. The crowd gasped in horror as Chin Muse's body began to twist and transform into a monster. Juin stared in disbelief while Sergeant Wang simply smirked. "The drugs are finally kicking in."
"Go to hell!" the creature shrieked, launching itself at Chin Li. But our hero calmly stopped the attack, pushing him away with ease.
Chin Li analyzed the situation. The monstrous strength, the crushed medicine. What exactly was this substance? He couldn't fathom how a mere pill could warp a person into such an abnormal beast. The monster attacked again. Chin-Li resolved, if this is how it is, then I'll use my other powers too. In response, Chin-Muse's body swelled, transforming into an even larger, more terrifying creature. Chin-Li watched his senses on high alert. The qi flowing through Chin-Muse's body was growing at an incredible rate, raging completely out of control. He summoned his magical needles, realizing the pill's dark power had already spread to the vital Bi and Tanju points. If he didn't stop him now, the consequences would be dire. With that thought, Chin-Li launched his counterattack. His path was clear use acupuncture to seal Chin-Muse's energy points and halt the medicine's rampage through his body. At the same time, Juin recalled the last time he'd seen Chin-Muse emerging from the Qin family's secret chamber. He was totally blind back then, he realized. This guy is dangerously deceptive. As the monster's claw sliced through the air, Chin-Li saw his chance. Now, he threw his magical needles with pinpoint precision. The monster froze, then collapsed. Chin-Li believed the fight was over. The grotesque form melted away, revealing the broken man beneath, who struggled weakly to get back up. The commentator screamed into the mic. He was about to self-destruct, but now he's completely down. The countdown began, but Chin-Muse was unable to rise. Chin-Li has successfully defended the ring, the announcer declared. Does anyone else dare to challenge our champion? Juin playfully nudged his friend. Seriously, I thought these guys were supposed to be legendary fighters. His friend scoffed. They're nothing compared to Brother Wen. We would be fools to try. With no further challengers, the commentator roared. The winner of this year's martial arts championship is the captain of the Shengjing team. Chin-Li. Congratulations, Captain Chin. The grand prize is yours, the legendary Sacred Fire Lotus. Chin-Li gazed at the lotus, feeling its potent aura. Just standing near it made his own energy feel stronger. A scream of pure agony shattered the celebration. It was Chin-Muse. Chin-Li turned to see that the pill's power was now running haywire inside him. Chin-Muse bellowed with rage and greed. The Sacred Fire Lotus belongs to me. It's mine! He screamed again, leaping desperately towards the prize. Alarm bells rang in Chin-Li's mind, the sacred fire. Lotus contained a massive amount of pure yang energy. If that mixed with the pill's chaotic power, it would be a complete disaster. Chin-Li sent him flying back with a swift punch. Stop him, Sergeant Wang ordered his men. Chin-Muse glared at Sergeant Wang, his eyes burning with blame. He prepared to launch a final suicidal attack on the man responsible for his state. Watching them, everything fell into place for Chin-Li. Sergeant Wang was the one who gave him the pill. Chin-Li moved between them. The pill's effects had spread too far. The only way to stop this was to seal the veins near his heart. With a flick of his wrist, Chin-Li threw his magical needles. Just as Chin-Muse lunged for Sergeant Wang, he collapsed to the ground. Juin checked his vitals and declared grimly, "He's dead." But Chin-Li knew better. He won't die so easily, he thought. My plan worked perfectly. Sergeant Wang approached Chin-Li, a thin smile on his face. Do not worry, this is an arena of life and death after all. I will inform the head of the Qin family personally, he promised, and ensure he receives a burial with the highest honors. Take his body back to his family. He ordered a soldier who quickly agreed. Sergeant Wang offered his congratulations, but Chin-Li's mind was already racing. He had to keep Sergeant Wang alive, and Chin-Muse from truly dying until he could investigate everything. A short while later, Chin-Li walked down a quiet street and called out into the empty air. Liang King, you can show yourself. She appeared from the shadows apologizing. I was worried you might be in danger again, she explained, just like last time. That's why I followed. Chin-Li considered her words. With so many powerful martial artists in Tianhai City, her concern, he calmly reassures her, don't waste your worries on me. I'm only meeting with Staff Sergeant Wang, so what danger could there be? But since you're here, there is something you can help me with. Moments later, Chin-Li found himself seated in a car, riding alongside Sergeant Wang. Sergeant Wang spoke first. I'm sure you have a mountain of questions, but if you want answers, you'll need to wear this mask and meet someone. Chin-Li felt a flicker of doubt, but he understood the implication. Sergeant Wang quickly added, don't take it personally, it's just standard procedure. Without direct orders from the higher-ups. Any information about these places is a state secret. Chin-Li fastened the mask over his eyes and offered a light-hearted joke. I'm just not a fan of this whole blindfold trend. Sergeant Wang chuckled. Commander Chin, you certainly have a sharp sense of humor. But behind the mask, Chin-Li's thoughts drifted to Liang King. It had been a while, and he wondered what moves she was making. With her experience, her knowledge, and her immense strength, she had to be working on something big. It would be child's play for her to use his needle method on Chin-Muse. At that very moment, Liang King had found her target. She dispatched a guard in an instant, then plunged a mystical needle straight into Chin-Muse's head. Chin-Muse staggered to his feet, groaning. Where am I? Am I not dead yet? Liang King's voice was ice. You would be if it weren't for my boss. Chin-Muse demanded. Who is your boss? She replied with a single devastating name. Chinny. The name sent a shockwave of disbelief through him. Back in the car, Sergeant Wang broke the silence. Chinny, do you have any questions for me? Chin Li replied calmly. There's no need. I'm confident you'll give me the answers once we've arrived. He thought to himself that the cultivation-boosting pills they were using must have a critical flaw, otherwise they wouldn't still be trapped at the same level as Jaiwen.
Chin Li then asked about the pill Chin Muse had taken. Ying Hong, now joining them, confirmed it was an advanced version of the one he was holding.
He explained that the pill was designed to drastically enhance one's physical strength.
But I never expected it would drive Chin Muse into a berserk state. Ying Hong's voice grew heavy. My parents paid a terrible price to develop those pills.
What do you mean by that? Chin Li pressed.
Ying Hong revealed a hidden truth.
Their research was meant to forge more talent for the military, but it also attracted the gaze of those with darker ambitions. He then opened a secret door and stepped inside. If my parents were still here, the strength of this entire base would be on a completely different level.
Chin Li followed him into the room, his eyes scanning the photos that covered every inch of the walls. Ying Hong handed him a file explaining,
This is their legacy, the research my parents left behind. Chin Li began to read through the documents. They detailed how, at the peak of their medical research, they were ambushed by a mysterious outside force. Many researchers were killed or wounded, and his parents simply vanished after leaving this file, their whereabouts still unknown. Chin Li looked up from the pages. Do you know anything else about my parents? Of course, he replied. But if you want to learn more, you'll have to complete a mission for me first.
It's nothing illegal. I simply need you to safely escort a person to the US within 10 days.
This person is intrinsically linked to my parents' project. After that great disaster, the Institute suffered catastrophic casualties and immense losses.
Luckily, after years of painstaking effort, we have finally achieved a major breakthrough. But at the same time, certain people have become very interested in our results and have even sent assassins to sabotage the project again.
Chin Li deduced the person he had to escort was an alchemist. He wondered why choose him specifically. Surely there were countless stronger martial artists available. He thought to himself, did this kid see through my intentions so easily? As if reading his mind, Ying Hong stated, I have a keen eye for talent.
I've recruited all the previous tournament champions, but most of them rely on fleeting strength from drugs. Their power doesn't last. Otherwise, I would have never come to you.
Chin Li recalled his parents also researched pills for martial artists, and he sensed something deeply wrong with the auras of those so-called champions. But this was his only lead to finding the truth about his parents. He met Ying Hong's gaze. I promise to fulfill my end of the agreement. I hope you won't forget yours.
Ying Hong simply nodded. Of course, a good deal.
He tossed Chin Li a small bottle. Take these pills with you. You might need them if you run into any half-step masters.
Half-step masters? Chin Li asked. You mean martial artists who have surpassed level 9?
Ying Hong confirmed it. Yes, those above level 9 are considered half-step masters, and they possess an overwhelming level of combat power. He explained that the very person who provided these powerful pills was attacked because of how effective their creations were. Chin Li felt a new determination solidify within him. He needed to finish refining the remaining aura in his body, and he needed to do it now.
These pills were a masterpiece, an evolution of his parents' ancient formula, easy for him to absorb. But a word of caution followed a power like this must be handled with care.
Later, clutching the legendary Sacred Fire Lotus Chin, Li entered a state of deep meditation. His mind drifted to Master Chin's promise that all would be revealed after his breakthrough to level 9. He wondered, was the chief's presence also part of this grand, intricate design? He retraced his meteoric rise, the military honor, the grueling tournament, and the ultimate victory of claiming the Sacred Fire Lotus.
Every step, every challenge. It felt as if destiny itself was guiding his hand.
To unravel this conspiracy, he needed more power. Focusing his will, he began his training fueling his magical arts with the potent pills.
By dawn time had become meaningless. A profound change had occurred. The energy within him was pure, his entire being humming with newfound tranquility.
But a jarring melody shattered the peace. Startled, he shot out of bed,
wondering what in this world was happening. Hearing the commotion, Ju could only assume the captain had some bizarre new training regimen.
He snatched his phone and answered. A frantic voice on the other end, Chinchu, urged him to race home immediately. The words hit him like a physical blow. His mother, father, and Chuatan were in a devastating car crash. They were at Zhongcheng Hospital, and Chuatan's condition was critical, deteriorating by the second. He swore he was on his way. The engine roared as he sped into the night, his mind racing. How could such a horrific accident happen out of nowhere? Then a predator appeared in his rearview mirror. A hostile car closing in fast before slamming into his vehicle. He fought for control as the world spun. Thugs poured out of the wreckage, mocking his speed. In a hurry to save someone. They sneered their eyes, sizing him up like a piece of meat. Panic seized him. He was losing precious time. A bald-headed goon stepped forward, a nasty grin on his face. So you're the famous Chin Li, the so-called tough guy. Don't worry, the thug chuckled. After a few love taps from us, you won't feel a thing. Chin Li's voice was cold as steel. Who sent you? The punk merely smirked. We're the welcoming committee, here to... Then, cracking his knuckles, he taunted. So, are you ready for this? Without a flicker of fear, Chin Li's eyes hardened. You've got it backward. You're the ones who are about to get a beating. But a quick assessment told him this wouldn't be easy. These were trained fighters. Just then, one of them spotted his companions, sneering about two others who apparently had a death wish. Leon King spoke with calm resolve. "Boss, you go on ahead. We'll clean up this trash." The fool charged at Chin Muse, who met him with an icy gaze. "If you're that eager to die," he stated flatly, "I'd be happy to oblige."
A single devastating kick sent the thug flying. Chin Muse warned the others.
"Be careful, these are not your average street fighters."
With that, he and Leon King stepped out ready for war. Chin Li surveyed the scene. They were hopelessly outnumbered by a legion of martial artists. A quick victory was impossible.
He had to think of a strategy and fast. "If we don't break through now, we might not get another chance," Chin Muse yelled. The enemy commander roared. "Don't let a single one escape." The horde surged forward, a wall of flesh meant to block their path. Chin Muse locked eyes with Chin Li. "We can't beat them all. Focus on survival and breaking through." In a flash, Chin Li tossed a small bottle to Chin Muse. "Use this only when you're desperate. It will give you a surge of power." Chin Muse caught it, giving a grateful nod.
Meanwhile, at the hospital, the atmosphere was thick with despair as Han Chu and Ching Chu kept their vigil.
Chin Li burst through the doors, his eyes desperately searching for Han Chu. "How is she?" he demanded. Her voice trembled as she spoke of Chu Zatan. The doctor shook his head grimly, saying that even though young Master Jiang Jun had summoned him the injuries, they were simply too catastrophic. Chin Li gave a curt thanks to Dr. Jibno. "Is she in the recovery room?" The doctor nodded, his expression bleak. "She's fading fast. I fear she doesn't have much time left." But Chin Li felt something else, a powerful malevolent energy radiating from the room. His eyes narrowed as he saw faint wisps of black smoke coiling under the door. "I'm going in," he declared. "Hold this door. Don't let anyone follow me." But Han Ying Chu cried out in protest. "Stop right there." She gestured wildly. "Dr. Xiuno is a renowned physician who studied abroad. He came back home to save lives. Chuan has suffered enough," she sobbed. "I won't let you go in there and perform some quackery on her."
Chin Chu gently took her mother's arm.
"Mom, please, just let him try." Even Dr. Zai Webnow conceded. "We are out of options. Let him examine her. We can discuss it afterward."
Chin Chu's eyes, full of desperate hope, met his.
"She is my only little sister. If you can save her," she pleaded, "I don't care how you do it." Chin Li's response was simple and firm. "Rest assured." The moment he stepped inside, the oppressive evil energy washed over him. He pulled on his gloves, his senses on high alert. "Good. The spark of life hasn't been extinguished yet. There's still a chance." But as he drew back the blanket, he froze. On her chest was a bizarre, unnatural wound. "A car crash couldn't have done this," he muttered, his voice grim. What in the hell really happened here? Her life force was draining away. She already had one foot in the grave, especially the deep wound across her chest. But to heal her completely, there was only one way. He had to remove her clothes. He knew she would probably try to kill him when she woke up. Still, his thoughts shifted. What made Kai and Shen so arrogant? Then it hit him. They must have a powerful organization backing them. With no time to waste, he acted just as her eyes fluttered open. Hearing her voice, Chin Chu and her mother rushed in their faces, filled with joy that she was finally awake.
But when she saw Chin Li, her relief turned to rage.
"What are you doing?" she yelled as a sharp slap echoed in the room. She accused him of taking advantage of her. But Chin Li calmly explained he was saving her life with his needle arts, reminding her of the vicious car crash. She glanced down at her now-healed injuries, her face turning red. "Turn your back this instant," she demanded. Chin Li simply replied, "I turned around a long time ago. If you're okay, you should get dressed." Just then, his phone began to ring. She thought the ringtone sounded like an ancient fossil, realizing he still hadn't changed it. How boring, she thought, while putting on her clothes, feeling like she'd let the bad guy have his way this time. Chin Li answered this call. It was Lion King reporting that her investigation was complete. A hidden power was pulling the strings strong enough to subdue all the martial artists. They were already returning from Tianhai City. Chin Li absorbed the grim news. Meanwhile, in a speeding car, Kai Shen and his cronies were laughing. One of them sneered, mentioning the car crash that befell Chin Li's family, bursting into cruel laughter.
Kai Shen smirked, calling the incident a small lesson for Chin Li, a taste of the consequences for angering him. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through their celebration. "Is that so? And what consequences would those be?" Chin Li was sitting right there. Kai Shen's face went pale. "What are you doing here?" He could feel it. This brat's aura was even stronger than before. It had only been a short while. How could he possibly become so powerful so quickly? "What's next after your little trick running away?" Chin Li's voice was ice as he grabbed him by the collar. Kai Shen panicked, sputtering, "You can't treat me like this. I work for Junfeng." Ignoring his pathetic cries, Chin Li hurled him from the moving car. Roaring, "When you touch my family, you should remember who you're truly messing with." Sprawled on the pavement, Kai Shen spat, "You're just a pathetic brat for daring to hit me." He staggered to his feet. "Do you even know my real identity?" Chin Li charged forward, his voice like thunder. "I don't care who you are. You dared to touch my family, so now you will pay the price." As Chinli's fist flew towards him, he shrieked, "Stop! I'll give you money." "How much?" Chinli demanded. 10 million, he cried. "We can use money to fix this."
But Chinli just scoffed. This was never about money.
Kaishin launched a desperate counterattack, but Chinli moved like lightning, his strike shattering the man's ribs. A brutal barrage of punches drove him into the ground. As he struggled to get up, he admitted, "I was holding back before. It's time you learned the truth. I am the young master of the strongest assassin organization in the country." He then confessed, "I was the one who destroyed your martial arts corps back then. Let the real game begin," he declared. "From this day forward, you are my sworn enemy." As he spoke, Chinli's eyes spotted a ring on the ground. He was stunned. What was this? It was pulsing with the distinct aura of a martial arts treasure. He took it home, guessing it must be Kai Shen's secret weapon. He never dreamed that a lowlife like Kai Shen would possess something so valuable as a space ring, filled with endless treasure. So this was the source of their arrogance. He even found the 10 million they offered him. The entire amount was sitting inside. Chinli knew he had no need for that kind of money right now. So he decided to leave it inside the ring, a hidden fund for a future emergency. Just then, he heard Qing Yin Chu calling for him, saying it was time for dinner, and asking where he was. He popped up right behind her, reassuring her with a smile that he was right there. She jumped in surprise, then playfully punched his chest. "You scared me half to death, where did you go?" He held up the space ring, explaining he was just inside it. Taking her hand, he offered to let her take a look. Together, they stepped into the ring's dimension. Her jaw dropped at the mountains of treasure. "What is this place? Why is there so much gold?" He explained that this was the space he mentioned, but its only function seemed to be for storage. She reached out and touched a gold coin, whispering, "It feels so real." She then noted the lack of doors, meaning no one could get in. A thought sparked in his mind. Exactly. No one can bother us in here. This was the perfect time to investigate the strange energy flowing inside her body. He told her this was a good chance for him to check her condition, and she agreed. He focused his spiritual power, placing 2 fingers on her forehead to begin the examination. Seeing the storm of worry on his face, she wondered if the presence inside her was truly benign. Meanwhile, he knew he'd just reached another level. But could his newfound power even challenge the strange entity coiled within her? He focused his magic for another probe, only to be repelled once more by that tide of green energy. What was happening? As his consciousness dove deeper, her form shifted, melting away to reveal a completely different woman. "Who are you?" he demanded, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Had they met before? Then it hit him like lightning. It was her. A powerful instinct screamed that someone was waiting for him. But for now, he would follow this spirit and see where destiny led. She darted off into the ethereal space. "Wait, who are you?" he called out. "What are you doing inside Qingshu's body?" He had to know their connection to understand this impossible situation. He chased after her until she stopped at a central nexus of light. "Did you bring me here for help?" he asked. "Then at least tell me why." But her reply was in an ancient tongue he couldn't comprehend. The spirit lamented inwardly. She never imagined the seal would grow this powerful. It was completely cutting her off from the outside world. Desperate, a sudden idea sparked in her mind. She began to use gestures, pointing urgently at the glowing circles of light that bound her. Was she just pointing, expecting him to guess? "Are you saying those things are restraining you like a seal?" he ventured. He pieced it together. "Does that mean your existence is tied to Qing Yun Chu, and if you can't break that seal, you'll fade away in a few years, taking Qing Yun Chu with you?" Chinli's voice hardened. "How do I break it?" She grasped his hands, and an overwhelming surge of pure power flooded him. Whoa! What an incredible aura! She pressed an ancient book into his hands before his consciousness was violently ejected from her body. "What happened?" she cried, startled. He explained, "Your body is no ordinary vessel." Her eyes widened. "So that's what this is? I never dreamed something like this could happen to me." He took her hands firmly. "Don't worry," he promised, his voice filled with resolve. "I will shatter that seal for you. And the more you cultivate," he added, "the stronger your body's foundation will become." She nodded, her trust absolute. "I'll do everything you say." Suddenly, Chuan's voice echoed, "Hey, where are you guys?" She blinked. "Oh, right, Chuan, I totally forgot about her." In a flash, they exited the space ring, reappearing right at the dining table. Qingyi and Chu gestured to a dish. "Chinli, you have to try what Chuaten made." He smiled. "Of course I'd be honored." Chuaten huffed. "It's not a big deal. I just felt like cooking recently, that's all. Now hurry up and try it," she insisted. He mused to himself. These two just materialized out of thin air. A second ago, the house was empty. Qing Yin Chu ruffled her sister's hair. "You worked so hard for your brother-in-law. He'll eat every last bite, won't you?" She took a bite herself. This looks amazing." Chuaten just shrugged. "It's only a dumpling." Chinli praised, "The pork has a perfect texture, really delicious." But when Chuaten tried it, she immediately spit it out. "Are you crazy? This tastes horrible." He grinned, unfazed. "What can I say? I like my food a little burnt." She sighed. "As long as you like it, I guess." "Anyway," she declared,
I've been cooped up for days. I desperately need to get out and breathe some fresh air. Chingshu chimed in. I've just recovered and I have to look after mom and dad this afternoon. So why don't you take my dear brother-in-law shopping with you? She suggested with a sly glance at Chinli. Chuan threw her arms around her sister. You're the best. And so Chinli found himself trailing Chuan, his arms laden with bags. Hurry up, she called while he yelled back, Hey, wait for me. As they entered a luxury store called Carshire, a sales associate immediately greeted them. You have an excellent eye, she gushed to Chuan, presenting a special edition watch. Are you perhaps looking for a gift for someone special? Chuan nodded. Which color do you prefer? The associate asked. Chuatan pointed to a sleek timepiece in the display. I'd like to see that one. The salesgirl carefully retrieved the watch, beginning her well-rehearsed speech. 12 cut solitaires with rare gemstones, 26 timekeeping functions, and handmade by the finest artisans. A perfect choice for your boyfriend. Shueten's face flushed crimson. Oh, you're mistaken, she stammered. He's my brother-in-law. My apologies, the salesgirl said with a tight smile. Shueten, recovering, handed over her card. It's fine, please wrap it up. Of course, the associate said, her tone shifting slightly. As thanks, I'll upgrade you to a VIP customer. Just enter your password, please. Chuan typed in her PIN, and the machine blinked red. A harsh notification appeared, insufficient balance. Oh, sorry, Chuan mumbled, embarrassed. I must have spent all the money on this card. The salesgirl's polite mask began to crumble. I see, you're still a student then. The salesgirl's voice dripped with condescension. If you have so much free time, perhaps you should spend it studying. Her eyes scanned them with disdain. If you don't have the money, you shouldn't be wasting our time in a place like this. The salesgirl's face paled, stammering that she had meant no offense. But then with a heavy thud, Chinli dropped 2 solid gold bars on the counter. Who said we don't have money? He asked coldly, knowing these were a pain to use. The store manager immediately swooped in, trying to diffuse the tension and call it a misunderstanding. She claimed her coworker was brand new and still learning. The manager bowed in apology to Chinli, offering a generous discount and handing back their card. Duan accepted the card, thanking Chinli quietly and promising she would pay him back. Suddenly he yelled, Get back! Just as the manager lunged at Chuan. In a blur, Chinli yanked her out of harm's way. The manager's friendly mask vanished. My plan was to take you hostage, she sneered, revealing a wicked dagger. I just didn't expect you to be so fast. She declared, Even if this mission is a failure, I will drag everyone here down with me. You're from Jade Hall, aren't you? She demanded. He confirmed it. So I missed my chance, she seethed. But know this. This is only the beginning. She warned him to prepare for the endless revenge of her organization. A sinister red aura flared around her as she screamed, Young master, this servant will join you, before collapsing unconscious. The spectacle instantly drew a massive crowd. Back away, Chinli commanded the onlookers before kneeling to check on her. That's when he noticed a strange mark etched onto her arm. Jade Hall. He knew of their ruthless reputation. Just then, police sirens blared as they stormed the scene, demanding to know who called. Chuan hesitantly raised her hand, admitting she was the one. The officer turned on Chinli. How dare you murder someone in broad daylight? But upon seeing the mark on the woman's arm, his face went pale. An assassin from Jade Hall. He told Chinli that he was incredibly lucky she carried that symbol. Otherwise, he'd be spending the night in a cell. Chinli simply replied, Indeed, that was a close call. The officer stated that since he was safe, they needed his full cooperation for a statement. And with that, they all departed from the chaotic mall. As they walked, she wondered how she could possibly talk to Hishim, while he worried if she would accept the truth he had to tell. In that exact same moment, they both realized they had something critical to say to the other. Chinli finally broke the heavy silence, asking if she felt uncomfortable. She wanted to deny it, but the words wouldn't come. The idea of him as her brother-in-law felt so alien, a whirlwind of feelings she couldn't possibly explain. She remembered how deeply she used to despise him. Now that hatred was tangled with this new reality, leaving her utterly confused on how to face him. What's on your mind? Chinli asked. It's unlike you to be this silent. She brushed it off, insisting it was nothing. Then she turned the tables on him. Did you have something you needed to say to me? Just as he was about to speak, she cut in. You want to send me to study in the United States, don't you? He explained gravely. The people who attacked you are backed by immense power. As things stand, I can't guarantee the safety of those around me. And my parents? She asked, her voice trembling. He promised, I will help them recover as fast as humanly possible. I'll join you when the time is right, he continued. But this place is no longer safe. The best course of action is for you to leave the country. She reluctantly agreed, then asked about her sister. He replied that her sister had her own matters to attend to. He stated firmly, She is my wife. I will protect her with my life so you have nothing to worry about. Oh, really? That's good, she murmured before thinking to herself. Then why do I feel so pathetic? Believing that fate truly toyed with people, Chinli stepped closer, placing his hands on her shoulders. Don't be sad, he said gently. I'll bring you back as soon as I can. Chuan shot back. Who needs you to come get me anyway? I've been dying to leave this country for more freedom, but, she added with a sly grin,
Don't you dare forget to send my monthly allowance.
Chinli agreed with a smile. That's a small price to pay. Is there anything else you want to tell me? I forgot, she mumbled before turning and walking back home. A short while later they arrived.
Ching Yin-chu greeted them, telling everyone to get ready for dinner as she placed food on the table.
However, Chu Zitan just claimed she was tired and went straight to her room. Ching-chu turned to Chinli, asking, "What happened? Why does she look so heartbroken?" Chinli sighed, finally revealing his plan. "I've decided to send her abroad to study."
Hearing this, Ching-chu was shocked. She asked for confirmation, realizing that was the cause of all this tension.
Ching-chu then hugged him from behind, whispering, "Don't worry, I'm sure one day Chu-tan will understand your reasons." Chinli thought to himself, the family's safety is handled for now, but the seal within her body must be removed. And soon. He went to his room, pulling out the book she had given him. He wondered, could this really be the legendary Heavenly Heart Sutra? But a seed of doubt was planted. Could she be deceiving him? That doubt grew as he opened the book, only to find every single page was blank. He stared at the blank pages, perplexed. Maybe its secrets only revealed themselves under special conditions. What was the point of this gift if it was completely empty? As his mind raced, a sudden call shattered the silence. He answered. A voice on the other end simply said, "He did it."
It was Ching Yan-chu. She'd meet him after handling things with their parents, and she reminded him about his other duty taking Chuan to the airport.
Chinli assured her it was all under control and asked if she needed anything more, but she replied that everything was already taken care of.
They made their way downstairs, where Chuan was waiting impatiently.
"Finally," she quipped. "I thought you two would be up there until tomorrow." Ching-chu was taken aback by her comment. Chinli just shook his head. This girl truly had the nerve to say whatever she wanted. Ching-chu then told Chuan to message them once she landed safely in America and urged her to take good care of herself. She added one more thing. If Chuan ever needed help, Chinli was just a phone call away.
Chuan looked at Chinli, telling him not to worry. She promised she would look after herself properly.
Then she wrapped her arms around him tightly. "I really don't want to go," she whispered. Chinli gently reminded her that time was running out. They really needed to leave. Chuan nodded sadly, but when Chinli reached for her luggage, she insisted he not touch her things. "I can handle it," she declared firmly. With that, she grabbed her bag and walked away. Ching Yan-chu stared after her, completely bewildered. Just moments ago, Chuan seemed perfectly fine. Later, as Chinli neared his home, a terrifying sight greeted him, a thick plume of smoke coiling into the sky.
"What in the world happened here?" he gasped. "Could it be an attack from Jade Hall?" No, he immediately dismissed the thought.
If Jade Hall had truly made a move on the Jang family, there would be nothing but ruins left behind. Panic gripped him as he sprinted toward his house. Inside, he found a familiar face, Jang Zhen. Jang Zhen confessed that he'd once foolishly believed he could defeat Chinli in just a couple of moves. But now, he knew he never stood a chance. Chinli looked at the destruction. Was all of this Jang Zhen's doing? His friend admitted even he didn't expect things to escalate this far. Chinli grabbed Jang Zhen's wrist. "Don't move," he commanded, wanting to inspect his progress. Jang Zhen obediently agreed. Chinli recalled his own training from just the first part of the technique. If he had mastered the whole thing, just how powerful would he be? He looked at his friend expectantly. "So what are the results? Am I strong enough now?"
Chinli revealed he was now on par with Zhu Xiao's sister, reaching the rank of a level 3 martial artist. Jang Zhen's eyes widened in shock. Reaching level 3 this quickly was unheard of.
Suddenly it all made sense. This was why the old master had chosen him as the new young family head. Chinli had to ask, did I really get the position? Jang Zhen began to recount the story of what happened. The scene flashes back to a tense meeting of the Jang family council. An elder voiced his harsh dissent. He argued that Jang Zhen was just a boy. What could he possibly know about the main family's delicate situation, or the importance of seniority? He declared that the family head's decision was paramount. How could the master be so reckless with such a vital choice? But Master Jang saw things differently. He was deeply concerned by the blatant corruption rotting the family from within.
While Jang Jun had indeed reached level 3 and managed his business as well, Master Jang knew that Chinli's protection was the real game changer.
Plus, he continued, countless powerful figures in Shangjing are now seeking his favor. With a final booming voice, he declared the matter settled. Anyone who objects to my decision is free to leave the Jang family. From the side, Jang Lim simply muttered, finally the day has come. Back in the present, Jang Zhen finished his tale. And that was how it all happened. Now most of his days were consumed by the duties of a family head. He looked at his friend with deep gratitude, thanking Chinli for everything he offered him a cup of tea. Chinli's mind drifted back to Jang Chen. Jang Zhen was the very first person to extend him a hand of friendship, and had risked so much for him back then. He met his friend's gaze acknowledging his kindness. No matter how powerful he became, he would never forget the debt he owed Jang Zhen. Changing the topic. Jang Zhen brought up Jade Hall. He'd heard rumors about the recent conflict and asked what Chinli planned to do next. Chinli explained that Liang Qing was helping him gather intelligence. And once he had what he needed, he would personally hunt down every last member of Jade Hall.
Sometime later, at a remote campsite, Sergeant Wang introduced a man named Dr. Yu, the lead researcher.
He laid out their mission objective. They were to escort Dr. Yu safely to a laboratory in America.
Dr. Yu's eyes landed on Qin-Li, a flicker of surprise in them. He remarked on the uncanny resemblance, saying it was like traveling back 20 years in time.
Sergeant Wang added that he'd met Qin-Li's parents on a few occasions. This piqued Qin-Li's curiosity. He turned to Dr. Yu, asking what happened to his parents all those years ago.
But Dr. Yu simply turned away. He stated that it was getting late and he needed to prepare his things for departure.
Sergeant Wang then suggested they go meet the other team members. Intrigued, Qin-Li asked about who his new teammates were. A man named Chenlin spoke up, sizing him up. He pointed out that Qin-Li was just a rookie here. "Do you have any idea how dangerous this mission is?" he challenged. "Especially for someone with a head injury." Just then, a woman named Ka emerged from a tent, scolding Chenlin for his rude welcome. The man approached, introducing himself as Choo-ji, and looked Qin-Li over before confirming his name. Qin-Li gave a slight nod. Choo-ji smirked. "A level 5 martial artist at your age? Quite impressive." Qin-Li humbly replied that he'd do his best not to slow the team down.
He played his part perfectly, claiming to be a level 5 rookie, just some rich kid looking for a thrill. But Qin-Li had received a stern warning. He was to conceal his true power, unless it was a life-or-death situation.
Chenlin then gestured to another man, introducing him as Tani, their formidable team captain. He told them to get acquainted quickly, as they would be departing soon. Tani simply advised Qin-Li to look after himself. Kyoji leaned in, adding that their captain was a level 9 martial artist, a beast who could reach the half-step Grandmaster realm within 2 years. He casually mentioned that both he and Chenlin were already at level 8. Qin-Li's eyes widened in feigned excitement, remarking on the captain's immense power. Choo then introduced Chu Miawo, the team's only female member, a level 7 expert. Qin-Li noted her surname Chu was the same as his. Chu Mao rose, her voice laced with ice. "The world is full of high-ranking martial artists," she sneered. "If it wasn't for your family's money, you'd never have made it onto this team." Just then, Dr. Yu appeared, announcing he was ready to depart. Once everyone boarded the plane, Chenlin declared it was time to talk strategy now that they were alone. But Dr. Yu was already lost in his work, his fingers flying across his laptop. He explained that this was a mission of the highest importance, yet his own combat strength was negligible. Chumu Miawo scoffed. "He's just a spoiled rich kid with a bad attitude. Nothing but dead weight for our team." She stared Qin-Li down, stressing that he must obey the captain's orders without question and never act on his own. Her warning was sharp and clear. If danger arose, their priority was protecting the doctor. His own safety was not guaranteed. Qin-Li just nodded, showing he understood completely. And she was stunned by his easy compliance, realizing not all rich kids were arrogant tyrants.
Koji gave Qin-Li a reassuring pat. "Don't take it to heart," he said.
"Everyone is just laser-focused on the mission. They speak bluntly but mean no harm." Qin-Li assured him it was fine, emphasizing the mission's importance and telling them not to worry about him. Tani agreed, ordering everyone not to disturb Dr. Yu's work. As Qin-Li glanced at the laptop screen, his mind began racing, analyzing the complex formula. Dr. Yu muttered that the Sacred Fire Lotus required specific medicinal properties to activate. Seeing the preparation time was off, he suggested using animal bones, but quickly realized his error. He then barked at Qin-Li. "Adjust the portion density to 27.47% right there." A notification suddenly popped up on screen. Simulation complete. Dr. Yu stared, utterly shocked. He grabbed Qin-Li's hand, demanding, "How did you know that exact value?" Qin-Li thought to himself, "This knowledge comes from my parents' notes. A cipher so complex, almost no one can understand it."
Dr. Yu pressed him relentlessly, suspecting he might be the child of his old colleague, someone with forbidden knowledge. "Do you understand the formula's density and its application?"
Qin-Li simply brushed it off as a lucky guess, while Tani quietly murmured something about the whims of fate. Qin-Li was now certain Dr. Yu knew his parents. He resolved to uncover the full story before the mission was over.
Tani urged everyone to relax, warning that their tension could easily alert the enemy.
An air hostess approached their group, politely asking if they needed anything. Tani's eyes narrowed.
"Stay sharp," he warned. "This plane is crowded. I'm certain we're being watched." The team tensed in agreement.
The same hostess approached Qin-Li again, offering him a drink, but he politely declined. He then turned to Dr. Yu. "Doctor, you've made a mistake," he stated calmly, stunning everyone into silence. "May I ask where the error is?" The air hostess suddenly lashed out, accusing him of trying to sabotage the doctor's work. But in that same instant, Tani shouted, "Doctor, look out!" In a flash of movement, Qin-Li acted, saving Dr. Yu from the hidden attack. Tani rushed over, asking if he was hurt. Dr. Yu, pale but unharmed, admitted he was scared stiff. Looking back, Qin-Li was amazed. The assassin had vanished into thin air without anyone noticing their escape. It was clear this was a professional operation. He knelt down to retrieve his needles, and Tani asked if the silver weapons were his. Qin-Li confirmed they were. Tani's gaze was intense. "How did you spot the assassin?" he asked. "On my way to the restroom," Qin-Li explained. "I noticed something suspicious concealed in her hand, so I kept my guard up. He gave Tani a respectful nod. Thanks to your earlier warning, we averted a disaster. Chuma reported that a full search of the plane yielded nothing. The killer had escaped, she concluded grimly.
Tani's voice was firm.
Our primary mission is to protect the doctor. We'll remain vigilant and wait for them to expose another weakness.
As Chinli held the needle, a chill ran down his spine. That faint, deadly aura the assassin gave off. He was sure he had encountered it somewhere before.
The scene shifts to a car speeding down a highway in the United States. Chin Li urges Dr. Yu to get some sleep, pointing out he's been awake for 2 straight days. But the doctor is buzzing with energy, claiming he's finally solved the formula and needs Chin Li to see it.
Chin Li just tells the frantic scientist to take a breath and calm down.
In that moment, Dr. Yu studies the young man, wondering if he could be the child of that couple, and if he knows more than he lets on. Suddenly, Yane's sharp voice cuts in, warning everyone to get ready. They're being followed. He suddenly shouts for the car to stop. A roadblock looms ahead, a clear ambush, and they screech to a halt.
From the other vehicle, a man emerges. Lu Yan, a level 9 martial artist. He offers a sarcastic thank you to Dr. Yu for all his hard work.
Then he makes a chilling offer to escort him to his destination. Yane and his team exit their car, taking a defensive stance, telling Lu Yan they don't believe the rumors. Chin Li is completely lost, rumors. What in the world is going on? Yane explains a devastating truth: most of the agents who attacked their research institute belonged to the infamous Jade Hall. He continues saying they suspected a faction in Yangtze was working with foreign powers to steal something from their lab. Lu Yan congratulates him with a smirk, confirming he's right. Yane commands his team to protect the doctor at all costs, but Lu Yan just laughs. He mocks them, asking if a handful of level 8s and 1 level 9 truly think they stand a chance. Not when his entire squad is made up of elite level 8 warriors. Chin Li thinks to himself, disgusted. These men would betray their own people, their own country, just for a payday. Lu Yan gives the fatal order. Kill them all. In that instant, Chin Li connects the dots. This man must be behind the other attacks. The enemy rushes forward.
A vicious battle erupts as both teams clash. Chin Li stays by Dr. Yu's side, watching in horror as his teammates are brutally defeated.
Yane screams for Chin Li to grab the doctor and escape just before he's struck down. But Chin Li stands his ground, his voice ringing with conviction. He declares that the only ones who should be running are the traitors who betrayed their own country. A torrent of power explodes from him. For years, the Jade Hall has raised a pack of wolves. A swarm of insects attacks Lu Yan, whose eyes widen in shock. Chin Li is a half-step master. Chin Li's voice is like ice as he tells Lu Yan to prepare for death. With a single decisive blow, he strikes him down. Yane is speechless. He took them all down in one move. Then the realization hits Chin Li like a thunderbolt. He is the powerful expert Lu Yan mentioned, the one who killed the young master. He finally understood the staff sergeant's warning to always hide his true power. His aura receding, he turns to his allies, asking if everyone is okay. They stare back stunned, asking if he's truly a half-step master. Chin Li admits he's not quite sure. He notes that the pain from his wounds is already gone and expects to heal in a few days. Overcome with shame, Yane admits they judged him wrongly and offers a deep, sincere apology. Chin Li just brushes it off. It doesn't matter. They're all teammates and the past should be forgotten. Another agent says that if it weren't for Chin Li, they'd all be dead. This prompts Chin Li to ask why this mission abroad was so incredibly dangerous. Yane starts to speak, but Dr. Yu cuts him off, his voice heavy. It all started many years ago. The scene dissolves into a flashback. A Dr. Kin is asking about the efficacy of the new aura concentration pill. Another Dr. Uda reports that tests are still underway, but they expect results soon. An eager volunteer asks if the pill can truly help him break through to level 6. Dr. Yu explains that while it's still experimental, a breakthrough is certainly possible.
Declaring his complete trust in Dr. Yu, the man swallows the pill.
1 week later, the man erupts with newfound power, a look of pure joy on his face.
Dr. Kin declares it a massive success, the incredible result of years of research.
He congratulated the entire team for their hard work, encouraging them to keep supporting Dr. Yu. They all cheered in agreement. The man laughed, brimming with confidence. He then asked if there were any pills left eager to reach level 9 as soon as possible.
Dr. Yu replied that yes, there were, but the results were still unknown, and he couldn't be sure of the side effects.
He mentioned their upcoming research exchange in the United States next month. And with so many people interested in their work, the man felt he desperately needed to increase his strength. He told the doctor to call if anything felt wrong.
Dr. Yu's memory is filled with regret. If he had only tried harder to convince him, if those pills hadn't been flawed,
his friend might still be alive. That is why he swore he would succeed no matter what. He tried recreating the formula, wondering why the success rate was stubbornly stuck at 50%. Suddenly, an explosion tore through the laboratory. He cried out in frustration. He had followed Dr. Kin's instructions perfectly. How could this have happened?
He pored over the formula again until something finally clicked. He had to dig deeper to understand the very essence of those pills.
He could follow the clues Dr. Kin left behind. to an aura-rich location in the United States to finally conduct his tests. Returning to the present, Dr. Yu explains that he vowed to see this research through not just for his friend, but to prevent any more sacrifices. So that's what this was all about, Chinli murmured, piecing it all together. Dr. Yu confirmed, we're not far now.
Chenlin's eyes lit up with excitement. Can I participate in the research test this time?
Chunao wisely noted, it seems blessings really do follow a great disaster.
Dr. Yu's voice was filled with ambition.
Yes, if we can pull this off, we'll all be reborn as the world's strongest martial artists.
But a chilling voice suddenly echoed. Is that so? Qin Badao emerged from the shadows, his face a mask of disbelief. Jinli reacted instantly, shouting, Everyone protect Dr. Yu! The masked man locked eyes with the scientist. Yu Kon, how many more people must you experiment on?
A wave of shock hit Dr. Yu.
But you're supposed to be dead. Qin Badao gestured to Qin Li with a bitter smirk. If it wasn't for this kid, I would be. Qin Li stared back, completely lost. What on earth are you talking about? The masked man revealed a devastating truth. The chief used you. You were a disposable pawn to finish the research your parents died for. He let out a cynical laugh. That man still pretends to be a hero, but he wasn't wrong about your potential. I never thought you'd reach the half-step master realm so young.
Qin Li stood his ground, his mind in turmoil.
I don't know if I can believe you, and I don't know what the chief's true intentions are, but his resolve was unshakable. However, I gave my word to protect Dr. Yu. I won't let you lay a finger on him. Qin Badao sighed. Stop letting others fool you. It's time you learned the whole truth. And with that, he began to remove his mask.